still looking up there. Oh my God. It's shocking, really. Yes, yeah, colours. All the other colours are there, but price. I know
Be the first man, beautiful. Five of them and there's two yet. Oh, I'll throw the back to this again. Go. Keep on.
We stand against all forms of discrimination and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, guiding with diversity in our strongest. We're dedicated to raising the best. If you witness it, challenge it, or call it out. Here at Somerset County Cricket Club, you can report an issue or concerns by learning the stewards or by texting SCC stewards, followed by your message, 66777.
I couldn't see it. As soon as it goes out the screen, it's like I've got no idea.
I don't know. Hello? Hello. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to another sunny day at the county ground. And I'm watching the umpires go out. The game is about to restart. Just to recap, Somerset, 492 all out. Durham, 272 for 6. There's a lot of runs out there. But the game is still very much alive on a pitch that's just offering a little bit for the tweakers. So I know everyone always says this, but I think this next session will be vital, Charlie.
It's the vital
Charlie
next
Taylor
session. Yes, it's always feels that way, and it felt that way yesterday evening, didn't it? And the session very much belonged to, although we saw a couple of early wickets, belonged to Ben Rain and Brydencast, who put together just over a 100-run partnership, and they're still going, which was a hugely important partnership for
Absolutely.
Durham.
We were contemplating, Somerset will reinforce the follow-on after a run out, 170 for 6, but now it's 272 for 6. Somerset have a new ball taken. They used it for 2 overs last night. The spinners used it. My guess is that they might mix it up with 1 seamer and 1 spinner as they resume. They're coming out. Very rare to see anyone with a sleeveless sweater on. I think Casey Aldridge is the only man I can see with a sweater on as they make their way. This is perfect cricketing weather and a very, very interesting game.
Because it can go, as you say, this crucial session. Well, as you say, that's a common phrase we hear a lot, and probably overused. But actually, I think in this circumstance, 3 quick wickets, or 4, even 4 quick wickets, obviously, then Somerset are well on top in this game. But if it's Durham's session, they put together extend this partnership and continue going well, then the game, it's very much in the balance. At this point, it is very much in the balance. So that's why it is so important, this first session. We've got Sam Dalling with us in the box. Vic Marks is the man you've been listening to up to this point.
I'm feeling a bit left out because I'm the only person here not fretting about pursuing some tickets for something Oasis. There's a lot of tension here. If someone screams in delight, it means they...
Well, Sam's already booked.
Got up. Oh, Sam's already there.
Sam's got his, Sam's sorted.
Well, poor
I'm
Charlie.
not.
Feel for Charlie.
Well, because Sam's got, he's part of a club. What is it? Some sort of rewards clubby thing based at Wembley. So he's got his.
He's very cunningly got that. And I can see on your screen there a little line saying that you're in a queue. But I've been here a while now, and I
not
have
moved.
to say I haven't seen it moving.
I think this is now 2 hours in. So
there will be hot news relayed if it does move. Perhaps.
It will. Well, you'll probably not hear from me for a second as I frantically get my card details out to remortgage the house and buy some tickets to see Oasis. Hopefully in Cardiff, but I don't think that's going to happen now. Let's watch some cricket though, because it's Craig Overton. We did wonder if we'd see some seam, and we will do early doors. And first ball is defended at 10:59 by my watch here, although the county ground clock's just ticked over to 11.
The county ground clock up
well,
the pavilion there is doggedly saying 5 to 11, but we have an electronic or digital clock on one of the scoreboards, which is working quite well this year, and it says 11:00.
Were you glued to your screens last night with the transfer deadline window and the football coming to an end? Were you there at 10:59, 11 12 hours ago it was now? The fascinating...
Hot news for the West Country. Have Yeovil Town made a late bid for everything?
I haven't heard anything about Yeovil Town. I think have a slightly different transfer window. Am I right in saying National League? I think it's slightly different. Anyway, it was certainly the EFL and the Premier League.
I think I saw Exeter sign someone, did they?
Ah, there we are. Rovers made a few late signings last night, including, as this is defended, no run, including a player who is proudly shown holding up the Bristol Rovers shirt with the number 28, and I thought, well, there's a Somerset cricket fan if ever I saw it. Tom Abel's number he's gone for. And I thought the 28 has big shoes to fill if you're going to take on the Tom Abel number.
28 is the new 23.
Yeah, that's it, exactly. That is exactly that.
But I wasn't.
No.
Although I have picked up, I think that, I've heard Raheem Sterling might be going to Arsenal. Is that
Yes,
on loan?
loan move with some sort of... Oh, here we go. That's probably the first runs of the morning. It will be well stopped by Goldsworthy. Saved 3 runs there. Yes, I saw that. I must admit, I was in... last night we were out for a meal, and after the meal went to the pub. So I was in the pub at about 10 to 11. We got there for a drink, a nightcap. And so the screens... had on live report. They had Sky Sports on. They had the live reports around the grounds. I just can't get into it. I cannot get excited for the transfer deadline window closing. I'll read about it in the morning, I think.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people think there should be a transfer, particularly. Just imagine how much money Somerset would be making if there was a transfer system in cricket.
Oh, absolutely. They're raking it in. Over the wicket, Overton to the right-hander. Hit on the pad. Well, and there are a lot of calls, aren't there, for a similar system, or not a similar system, but a sort of structure to the transfers in cricket, just because it seems to be, you know, you can do short-term loans at any time of the season, people going here, people going there. It does become a bit messy.
It does become a bit messy, and how do you reward the clubs that are creating all these... I mean, Somerset have got a mass of cricketers around the county circuit now. And that's great, because it indicates that there is a pathway that is working pretty well. But as we've said before, I think you could pluck out almost a team of Somerset nurtured players playing, especially if you did it today, because there's 2 or 3 of the current squad are on loan. And then there's a whole host of others, I never remember them all, but there's the Gilchrists and the Byrams and the Besses, I suppose, and
Baker,
Overton, Baker's. I mean, we could make a.
Yeah, Overton, Bess. Yeah, those going back.
I mean, some of them have just left anyway, but. And occasionally, I think, oh goodness me, we've missed out. But
you can't have
a
everyone.
Balancing act, and you want to give everyone the best possible opportunity to play first-class cricket. But it sometimes triggers some pretty tricky decisions as well.
Well, you can only
it's a nice problem to have, but it's a difficult problem.
You can only play 11 players. That's the thing, isn't it? And you sort of want stability. You can't keep chopping and changing. Obviously, rest and rotation a little bit, depending on horses for courses a bit as well in this game. I think we've seen Vaughan come in because of the fact that the pitch is turning. But in the end, there's only so many players that you can sort of responsibly fulfil as in their careers. So if you've got an academy like Somerset, some are going to have to leave, which is a shame. Yep, we're seeing a bit of leach early doors. Bowled how many overs yesterday? 32? 33. Wow.
I mean, he's done that before. I'm wondering whether Archie Vaughan's ever bowled 24 overs in a day. I don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me if he hadn't. And he bowled very well.
Got a Newcastle United fan on the stream saying it wasn't a great window for the Toon. Obviously, I imagine there will be a few Newcastle fans watching, given that it's Durham. They're in action here, as this is a quick single.
So yeah, it didn't sign in.
Well, I'm looking at Sam, because Sam, you're a what do they call them? A magpie. Is that right? Do they ever really use that? He's a Newcastle United fan. He also does a bit of writing on Newcastle, so very good writing, I'm sure, but I've got to say it. Oh, this is down the ground, using his feet a bit, picking up the fielder in long on.
He was very positive, well, both these players were positive yesterday, but especially Ben Rain, who kind of initially thought, well, he's playing a lot of shots, taking quite a few risks, but these shots don't seem so risky now. He stayed aggressive, but with a certain amount of control.
So they've just not signed many, or they've not signed well. No, just shaking his head, and they've just not had a good window.
Mid on.
There we go. Well, that's doom for Newcastle then. Here comes Leach around the wicket. Carl's played well yesterday, didn't get many chances away. It was 60 years from 116 balls, so he's not been overly attacking by any means. He's been quite restrained. He's been careful, and he's helped his team get out of a hole here. Using his feet again, coming down the ground, flicking it into the leg side.
What we don't know yet, I mean, there was spin yesterday, not all the time, and not that vicious, but enough to keep the bowlers interested. Now, whether this pitch will deteriorate remains an unknown. Historically, one of the frustrations actually at Taunton is that the pitches don't tend to deteriorate. You want a good cricket pitch. The ideal cricket pitch changes in characteristics as the match goes on. Somerset, one of the problems have been that they get easier and easier to bat on. I'm not sure that will apply with this one, but we'll have to wait and see. I think it's going to be tougher for the seamers unless there's a bit of uneven bounce. There was more pace, I think, on the first day, just talking to one or two who were here. And there was a touch of greenness and the ball zipped through a bit more. So there was something for the seamers on the first day. But a lot of runs have been scored, and there'll be more to come, I suspect. It's a very good shot for one. Banton diving to his left. There was a time when wicketkeepers were easily identified if they were in fielding because they couldn't really move side to side, and they certainly couldn't throw. Jack Russell could throw it about 30 yards. But that's all changed now.
What you say there about the pitch getting easier, had some, I don't think they will now, but had Somerset bowled Durham out for what it looked like was going to be quite a low score at 170 for 6, then Lewis Gregory would have had a decision to make whether to bat last or enforce the follow-on, and therefore sort of lose that bowling last, which is where they are at the moment. They'll be bowling 4th on this pitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably becoming hypothetical, but I feel that if they, if they bowled Durham out for around 200, a lead of 292, I think, in fact, bear in mind that if you enforce the follow-on, you open up the possibility of having to bat last on a tricky pitch. So it might marginally enhance the chances of you freakishly losing the game, but with a lead of 290, it's very unlikely. The danger if you don't enforce the follow-on is that you waste time getting runs you don't need, and time is often a factor at good batting surfaces like that. The other factor is how desperate you are to win the game, as opposed to ensure that you don't lose the game. Usually, if you don't enforce the follow-on and get some more runs and get a real big target, you're probably ensuring you won't lose the game. Anyway, that might all remain hypothetical. They've started. As they finished last night, Ben Rain has already crunched a very good boundary from a short ball from Overton. Oh! That will make Overton pretty grumpy, I think. Got the inside edge and it scuttled through, and it could have hit the stumps but didn't.
I think we heard a bit of the frustration from Craig Overton there. A couple of groans and shouts.
Yeah, he's got his hands on his hips there too, in traditional fashion.
He's one of those players you can read him like a book, can't you, from up here? You can see exactly how he's feeling.
Tom Abel's come over to give him a pat on the back. He likes patting people on the back.
Shall we have a look at Craig's reaction? Just watch.
Yeah,
Watch
see it goes,
Overton.
it could have hit that.
Oh, there's one shout.
How did that miss
There's
the
another.
leg stump?
Yeah. Do we need to apologise for any
Well,
picked up expletives?
there's talk of an audible expletive. Of course, I didn't hear it.
No. Well, I shouldn't think your ears are tuned into that kind of thing.
I heard a yell,
Yeah.
but I couldn't distinguish.
We have got our mics around the ground, so apologies if you did pick up something there. The frustration of Craig Overton being heard on the stream. He is, as I say, he's expressive. He wears his heart on his sleeve. You can see. In fact, yesterday, do you remember at the end of the day, he had quite a long chat with Mike Burns and Rob Bailey. Hands on hips there. He was shrugging and gesticulating whilst he was chatting to them. So I'm not sure exactly what that was, but frustrations for the vice captain. Of course, captain, didn't he, last week against Warwickshire?
Yeah, and he's
Got him, has he? Yes, there you go. Straight away, he's involved. Leach
I
picks
tell
up the
you,
wicket.
That's another terrific catch, actually. Rain is furious with himself. I'm not quite sure how he got it there. We're going to have another look. This time Overton was moving to his right. And I was just about to say, it's just taken the outside edge, but he's so good. I mean, Overton has not got any wickets in this innings. And he didn't get that many runs, but he hit a couple of sixes. But what he has done at first slip is taken now, I think that's 3-4. They're all difficult off a slow bowler. Look at that. Dink. This time he's moving to his right. He's moved to his left once. The best catch he took was the one off Goldsworthy. But that's an important breakthrough. Thin edge, goes past Rue. And those buckets get there, gets around the ball.
It's a... Sorry, Vic.
No, I'm just marvelling at it. See how close he is. From side on, you can see he hasn't got much time to react. He stays low so well for a 6'6".
He puts his hands in the... What he does is he helps himself by getting his hands in the right position before the ball's even bowled. He is in the right position. It means he's got less to go. But a word for Leach there. The reason that Rain is playing at that is because it's turning into the stumps. He doesn't know how far it's going to turn. Leach has turned a few quite prodigiously yesterday. So Rain's in that corridor. It's in that place. Do I need to come for this one? It was outside off stump. In a teaching manual, you'd say, well, maybe you could leave that alone. But he doesn't know if it's going to turn. So he's created that uncertainty for Rain.
Absolutely
He's
right.
just managed to get a bit of a tickle on it.
And whilst we're going on that, he's also made one slight field change to the ones he had yesterday to the left-hander, and he's brought another man over to the offside. So most of yesterday he didn't have an extra cover. So there's a big gap between backward point and mid-off. He's given himself, he had a man of extra cover as well, which encourages Leach to bowl a bit wider, which enhances the possibility of that outside edge. You've got to encourage them to do that, because if it's a big risk, if he overpitches slightly and there's no extra cover, it's 4. We've seen so many 4s go through there, so you bowl too straight sometimes as a consequence. So he's got 4 now. New batsman is Drizzle from Brizzle, George Drizzle, who, I don't know if he played a few games down here in the second team. He might well have done. He looks like, I'm guessing, but he looks like a competent blocking tail ender. I've come to a conclusion prematurely after 2 balls. He's off the mark though, from a little sort of inside edge, and he's away. But he looks like he bats in an orthodox manner, diligent manner. Now then, Jack he's understandably, he's pushing, he wants to push Casey back. Got a new batsman in, he's saying he's chatting to Gregory actually. Gregory's going to deposit himself onto the boundary, and with a helmet on, Tom Banton is going to mid-on. I mean, what they're saying, what they're thinking, is we'll just protect the boundaries when Cars is on strike.
Good ball.
And put the pressure on Grizzle. They want to get Cars out. But they also want to stop him gallivanting away, and they want Drizzle to be on strike as often as possible, because Cars look exceptional.
That was a good leave. In the way there are two types of leave. That one was a good one.
ones and bad ones.
Yes, exactly. And that looked to me not too far away. Judging by Rue and Leach's reaction, it didn't look like it was too far away from
Well,
the
it didn't turn
stumps.
very much.
No.
It just went past the off stump, sufficiently close to it for a little gasp. Now then, so Overton at least has got a new batsman. He's got 2 slips. Gregory and Aldridge. They're bringing Jack Leach up from, I think that's right. They want to keep Drizzle. Dristle, is it Dristle? Drizzle.
Well, with double S, I don't know. I'd go for sort of a S rather than a Z. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you're our expert.
Well, no, I don't know.
Yeah, but
Drizzle, says Sam. He's winding us up now.
You're our North Somerset exit. Burnham counts as North Somerset.
Oh, yes, okay. Let's get into this. Dristle. I'd probably say Dristle, but I don't. I'll have to have a chat with him after the game.
Well,
Was
when
it
Rain,
debate?
since he's replacing Rain has turned to Drizzle.
Well, Rain has turned to Drizzle. And he's had to follow the leader back into the pavilion, hasn't he? I thought of that one last night, but it was too big a gap between the leader getting out and
Actually,
Rain.
Drizzle's just played a very excellent.
Yeah, good shot.
No, so it's that little push off the meat of the bat, wide of mid-on. So he looks like he's no mug. Hasn't played that much first-class cricket, so it's a voyage of discovery for him.
What is his first-class record? He's played. This will be his 12th first-class match. Batting average of 9 exactly.
Well, he's looking better than that at the moment. Oh, Overton, he's not happy, really.
No.
There's not much in it for this pitch. I mean, Overton bowling there's nothing wrong with that. I always quite like Gregory with a newish ball. Gregory, he handles himself quite cannily. He's not really able to bowl a vast volume of overs nowadays. He's wary of doing so, understandably. Look after that ball. Rolled it back along to Rue. I think he's, as they say, ticking.
Ticking. Overton's ticking. And it's probably a good thing given he's taken that catch in the slips in the previous over as well. So
he has contributed to 4 of the wickets. And they've all, I mean, I promise you, these are not straightforward catches. He makes them look easy. They're not. Oh, and he's not going to enjoy that either.
They're not sort of into the breadbasket, which is a phrase you hear where it goes right into your stomach and you sort of grab it because it's, in a nice soft part and you can easily get hold of it. These are catches low down that just about reach him. That, as you say, he described his hands as being like buckets. Well, they are when you.
They're soft buckets.
Yeah, they're soft buckets.
I mean, the most outstanding he took was a brilliant catch that he took to get rid of Lease off Goldsworthy yesterday when he just stuck a left hand inches off a couple inches off the ground maximum. Brilliant.
What's good for Somerset is they've broken that partnership very early on today, because that could have been very frustrating. We've seen how frustrated Overton is. If that had lasted much longer, then we would have really started to look at the score and wonder if this game's just going to drift and drift. And maybe Durham, go close or beyond what Somerset made. So that will cheer them up, even though Overton doesn't look particularly happy at the moment. That will definitely have boosted their optimism, I'm sure. Dab into the offside.
Yeah, they got the field in tight against Cast to keep Drizzle on strike. It looks like Drizzle can hold a bat in an orthodox manner so far, so he could prove stubborn, but he's got to deal with Leach. Men round the bat, 3 men round the bat, forward short leg, slip in a gully, slip in a second slip.
England are 36 for 2 against Sri Lanka.
Is Pope gone again? Almost.
Just at the moment, the scorecard hasn't updated, so as soon as that must have just fallen, I think. Duckett's gone for 24. joined by Root there. Root, who the stats are coming out now, aren't they? With Root's incredible 100 scoring statistics.
Well, I haven't seen much turn so far today. There will have been a roller. I don't know, never know whether it makes any difference, but there will have been a roller.
Him out, very watchful here is Drizzle.
Well,
still 201 behind.
Just a hint of turn on that one, but nothing untoward. But keep the pressure on him. Even there's one way, two ways of getting wickets. One is by bowling a very venomous delivery that spins. And the other is batsman error. And batsman error is more common than the perfect delivery. And the more they're not scoring, although Drizzle looks a man of patience, the better your chance of doing that. Archie Vaughan's already loosening up, loose-limbed Archie Vaughan.
Yeah,
Overton's going to continue, but he hasn't got any movement. It's a really brown and pretty unattractive pitch for seamers. Still 2 slips in, keeping Cast quiet so far.
Very good.
Zipped through quite nicely, but Cast gets out of the way.
That's the sort of delivery that Pete Trigger would describe as being up around the snot box, I think, just to use his eloquent turn of phrase.
Not quite close enough to the snot box.
No.
He got out of that. Just a little bit wide, really.
Yeah, it was a just outside the snot box.
I suppose he's playing today somewhere.
Yeah, I expect he will be at Burbage maybe, or far away. If he's watching, I'm sure he'll be letting us know. Yeah, I wonder if they've sort of, he's talked there about Archie Vaughan and other spinners maybe warming up. I would like to see Lewis Gregory a little bit first.
I think he's batting himself at 9 and not bowling much. And I'm not criticising that. I'm just saying he's like this old senior citizen there, just directing operations in this match so far.
Oh, that's tight. Oh. Was it back leg? Let's have another look at that. He came forwards a bit to it.
I just wonder whether he got an inside edge on that
Yeah,
as well,
could well
because
have
I looked pretty straight. We'll have a look. We're not very good on inside edges up here, though. Or it could be going just down leg side, but it's, Seamer's given nothing, but might be just a little bit leg siding. At best, an umpire's call.
Yes, I agree. I don't think it was plump.
But he's keeping the pressure on Cast. Now the field, the 2 boundary fielders are coming in because only 2 balls left, and they want to be able to bowl at George Drizzle next over. So income opportunity for Cast, perhaps to try and attack, but he's not getting that one away. He's been missed exactly, but hazy over the contours.
Yeah, it's a nice day for a bike ride today, I was thinking as I was coming in.
Didn't cycle?
No, didn't cycle today. No. Well, my plan, I'm having a bit of a rest week.
Okay.
After I was a bit
That's
unwell.
wise. That's wise.
Yeah. All that.
Oh, he's got a single. Just sticking that mid on, it's a bit deep.
Hands on hips from Craig Overton. Yeah,
So that's a good result for Cars. But
have a look at that LBW shout, shall we?
okay.
Yeah, perhaps going down leg.
Just but not much. So there's another replay coming. This will. It's not very far down, but I think it's just angling down leg side. Just it moved too much.
Moved off the pitch a bit, didn't it? Yeah, going down the leg side, I
But
think.
well worth a shout.
Yeah.
Now Cast is on strike, so the field is a bit more spread.
Oh, he's come down the pitch. He's not got hold of it.
I don't know where he was going to hit that in the end. I think Jack felt him coming or saw him coming.
I agree.
Well, so he's got Drizzle on strike. Drizzle's going to block. My initial analysis of Drizzle is coming for he's a good blocking number 9. Don't see many of them now. Even Leach has deserted blocking. And he's
little Leach. He barely had a chance. How many balls did he face in the first? Not many.
I don't think he faced
I don't think he faced, did he? Let's have a look. Oh, I'm on the England game. That won't tell me. Here we are.
I thought...
2 balls he faced.
Oh, right.
For 0. Bit of a shame. Didn't see him get going. But the problem is, for him, when Craig Overton's coming in at number 10, there really is no way of getting Leach up the order there, is there? No.
Well, only as a night watchman.
There's a night, that's it.
And then you'd have Overton at 11.
Yes, yeah. He kind of batted it 11 too many times, Craig Overton, I wouldn't have thought. Yeah, so Leach here is definitely the number 11, but actually he's a very good number 11.
Well, he's on target, Leach, but the ball is behaving. And Drizzle has patience.
Drizzle has set in, is that?
Yeah. So they're just juggling around. Let's put someone in his eye line. Yeah, Banton, silly point.
Horrible place to field.
Drizzle's
Under the over.
Okay, well, a bit of a stalemate. We haven't had much stalemate in this match. Overton's going to keep going.
Gregory's probably thinking, yeah, you mentioned that he's ticking. It's a good time to get him bowling. He's got the energy and he's ticking. That's what you want. Fired up Craig Overton. His brother's not been able to bowl for a while. Been keeping an eye on that still.
Yeah.
Not seen a lot of bowling from him. Still in the team, making a lot of teams for his batting, which is great to see. Short ball.
There you go.
But Craig has got a lot of overs in him. The last couple of seasons, hasn't he? He's been.
Well, he's a wonderful man to have. He's almost he's a perfect sort of county signing or county player because he's not. Sadly, not getting picked for England.
Well, similar with Jack Leach, isn't it? At the moment, England's loss is our gain.
But he's a formidable cricketer at this level in all departments. But he hasn't got a wicket yet. But his fielding alone has been worth his place in the side in this match. And he's actually batted pretty well this summer without scoring stacks of runs. But he's got timely runs, and he seems to have done a very good job when he's led the team as well. Just a cast, you see, just a twitch of impatience there. He's been becalmed this morning. So that, if you can't get him out, stop him scoring. And then you might get him out as well.
Durham still in with the chance of picking up some bonus points. As are Somerset, need a couple of more wickets in the next 20 overs. But they're 7 away from the second batting point here, Durham, and I'm sure that will be in their minds, if not at the absolute forefront of it. Quick single here.
Well, that's a good run, I suppose. That is a good run. Casey Aldridge is loosening up. Keep an eye on him. He's standing next to Gregory at slip.
Bowled well yesterday, Aldridge.
Yeah, he did.
0 for 16 from 7 overs.
very correct.
Oops.
He trod on the ball. He doesn't like this ball much, I don't think. He's not doing anything.
Well, I wonder whether there's a point of difference in a seam attack here. I wonder if there's a way Somerset can get a left armour. And obviously got Lammonby there, but doesn't involve very much. But just as a point of difference, just also building up some footmarks on the other side of the stumps.
Well, the odd thing so far is that, although we're at the wrong end to see it properly, I've barely seen a ball turn. Yesterday it was turning a bit more. Well, he's going to juggle. He's going now to give Casey Aldridge a go. And I think what he might do, I'm guessing, is that he might well bring a spinner down to this end. Because it doesn't seem to be turning from the other end. One wicket's gone. If you're not taking wickets, as I say, it is helpful, just not letting any runs in it, because extra runs that they score means time loss as well. The deficit now is 198.
Still big.
Still big, but you know, there's a lot of cricket still to be played. We've seen though, this wicket is, as the great Joel Garner used to say, she's sleeping.
Well, did you see Joel when he came here?
No, sadly I was up at Old Trafford
of course
when,
you were,
when he was here.
Oh, that's a shame.
But I gather it's a lovely evening,
Yeah,
as it was always going to be.
Yeah, had some very good things about it. Pushing forwards here, Cast, not able to find a gap there. He's hurt his hand in the process of that. So it looked like one of those which jam the bat in your hands. So those vibrations through your fingers. Didn't quite time it, is what I'm trying to say. 66 he's on, but he played very nicely. Bowled well as well. Captain and vice captain in the slip cordon. Oh, is it in the air, taken note off the bounce. Good stop though. There was a moment there where James Rew was running towards Tom Lammonby to celebrate a wicket. Very good stop.
Lammonby extra cover. It must have been in the air for a bit. I think he's sort of taken it brilliantly, really, but on the bounce, almost on the half volley.
Slip cordon was running over to him, but must have fallen just short. Don't think it was hit into the ground.
No.
And a shot.
So I'm expecting to see a spinner this end now, and I would have thought it would be Leach still rather than Vaughan, but we will see. Got your tickets here?
No.
Moved in the queue?
No, I don't think I'm going to be heading to Cardiff or any of the others, to be honest. I'm sure I'll see plenty of clips on social media, and that's going to have to do for me, I think.
Sounds so glum about that.
Or maybe they'll surprise us all in headline Glastonbury Festival. Who knows? I can't see
Well, they
that
like to
happening.
surprise us, it seems.
Mm.
They must have done Glastonbury over the years, have they? You're our expert here.
Yes, they will have done Glastonbury before, yeah. I'll have a look to see what years, trying to remember what years they were. It would have been late 90s, early 1000s.
Does Radio Somerset have a presence at Glastonbury?
Usually, yes, yeah. I wouldn't like to say definitely yes, in case any of them are watching thinking, well, don't take it for granted, mate. So yeah, usually they're very nice to us. They let the BBC local radio in there, as well as a lot of our national colleagues as well, from all sorts of radio stations and TV stations. But they have said, Oasis have said they're not doing it. So, but then how do we trust them? They said they weren't reforming as well. Blocking well, Dressel scored just the 4 runs so far. Duck looking underneath that one as well. Well, there's a bit of a change in the bowling. Something's going to happen at this end, I suspect, as well. So while that change is happening, I'll make way and Sam Dalling will come in and join you, Vic, for the next half hour or so.
Okay. Well, I'm expecting Leach. And he's marching towards umpire Burns. He's not frightened of hard work, Jack Leach. And he's got a lot of hard work to do. He's done a lot already. He's just going to bowl, let's have a look. He's bowled about 38, 37 in this innings, but he's got 4 wickets. And there's power to add. He didn't get the ball to turn, though. Hasn't turned from that far end today. One catch from ball that carried on against the left-handed Ben Rain. He's got Cast on strike, so there's a sort of in-out field. But will it spin more from this end? It didn't spin much from the other end.
It's interesting because he was asked last night by Anthony Gibson, he did a bit of post-match stuff, which end he prefers bowling from. And he said, unequivocally, the river end.
Yeah.
And that kid said, why? He said, well, I don't know, I just feel at home there. That's why I get into my rhythm, I get into my groove. And the boys were all saying, try the other end, Leach. He was I don't really want to, but that's obviously what
I know,
he's
he's taken all 4 wickets from that end. He's bowled most of his overs that end. But it is true that when he bowled from this end yesterday for about half a dozen overs, it seemed like it was turning more for him from this end. Anyway, he's got to get rid of that.
That slips in.
It's just a little glimmer there. But only a glimmer. But I understand you have a gut sort of feeling. I used to prefer bowling that far in, but in championship cricket, in one-day cricket especially, but in championship cricket you'd be a bit more flexible.
It's the end Callum Parkinson, fellow left-arm spinner, seemed to prefer. Yeah, just what's he been playing now? A decade or so, Jack Leach, for Somerset, if not a little bit longer?
I would have thought so, yeah.
Before Tom Abel? We've had 10 years of Tom Abel, haven't we?
It's not enough.
It's not enough. 10 more years. So you weren't furiously refreshing your browser on the train on the way up then this morning, Vic, for tickets?
It's very, very bad Wi-Fi on the train from Exeter.
Not the place to be if you're trying to use the internet, is it?
So no, but I think I will sleep tonight, despite not having any tickets for Oasis.
I'm pleased to hear it, Vic. My primary concern right now.
And I don't even resent you having some.
That's good of you. I knew you'd be
I
the
can't
big man.
speak for
Charlie
Charlie.
does, yeah. He's all right. He wanders into Glastonbury for free every year. Waves his pass.
No, he's you can't hear him, but he's protesting.
Yes, he is. And Charlie Taylor doth protest too much, I reckon, at the back of the box. 2-9, 6 for 7. Durham, who they all went for their team meal at Eat the Bird last night. I've not been there personally, but they were all marching across the outfield. Not sure how much luck they'd have had, because I think by the time they got across there, the gates would have been shut, so they might have had to wander around. But they've got smart match day kit as well, Durham, lovely polo tops. They were all heading off for a
Team dinner.
plenty of chicken, back to the Premier Inn after that. So here's Casey. Off the back foot.
Probably 2. No deal. Cast is pretty watchful. He's been kept quiet so far. His instincts are to attack, I think, but actually he's going at about a strike rate of 50, which is nothing wrong with that. But it's moderate by modern standards.
Atkinson getting the helmet on, going in at short leg, I think, for George Drizzle, who was announced as former Somerset loanee on day one. He did play 3 or 4 games, maybe a couple more, in the Royal London Cup, as it was then. Cuts that one away nicely.
It's a lovely shot. His first aggressive shot, really. He's timed that beautifully. So when was that, last year or the year before?
Oh no, I think that's early days. I reckon it might be 2021. Yeah, first iteration of the 50 over cup as it was reformed. It's a lovely shot this, by the way. Just a little bit of width, back of a length, helps it on its way. Then went up to Durham. He'd been at Gloucester for a few years, but found a home up there. Semi-regular, certainly a regular in the one-day side. Plays a little bit of red ball cricket for them too, as you can see. Second spinner really, when they play 2 spinners he tends to come in. Callum Parkinson is very much the first choice up there. Let's cast on now then. 71. Best of the summer, he's not played that much cricket, had that Lions tour in January. First class 100 last summer, 108 not out against Derbyshire.
All these fast bowlers you can bat now.
Yeah, I know. You
Atkinson just got his test 100.
It's madness, isn't it? Like a year ago, not many people, bar those on the county circuit, would have heard too much about him. Maybe a bit longer, actually. Maybe he played for England white ball last year. But they saw him in a T10 tournament. I think they went, a couple of them watched one of those, is it Abu Dhabi T10, where Jamie Overton and all that go and play. And I think that's where people first saw him and went, oh, this lad's quite good. Catch, gone. Short leg is in the game. Tom Banton had moved there a couple of balls ago. And George Drizzle just turned that round the corner. A short leg catch is go. That's about as simple as they come. 303 for 8.
Yep. He just got it in at the body, that short ball. Drizzle was shaping pretty well. Didn't play it that well. And all short leg had to do was miss keeper's concentration, not sort of flinch. He wasn't looking very aggressive at that. And you're right, they don't come much easier than that. He just fended it off at the body. And another important wicket. The first Durham wicket to fall to a seamer. 8 down. 403 for 8. Who've we got now? I don't know.
What have we got left? We're down to...
Well, we've got Hogg and someone else.
Hogg and Parkinson, so it'll be
Hogg.
They rate Hogg as a batter, you better tell.
This is Hogg. This is definitely not Parkinson.
Yes, there's a differential between the two.
Yeah. It's the lean figure of Hogg makes his way. There's another 18, 19-year-old. He's made an impression certainly in his first game. He bowled pretty well in the first innings here, actually.
Then open that. It's all hard to tell, but they rate him as a batter too. Open the batting in a lot of age group cricket and then school cricket.
Well, there you go. It's the pattern. I mean, the rabbit tail ender, the rabbit fast bowler, has just disappeared. I mean, Potts, who's playing for England from Durham, he can bat.
Got 160 odd earlier in the season, albeit in a weird game.
But nonetheless, he can bat. Atkinson can bat. Obviously, Wokes is a absolute genuine all-rounder. I think Atkinson has to go into that category now. There's not many you can't really know.
That was the end of the over.
Okay, so Cast. Now, will he be a bit more belligerent? The field is in and out. More out than in, actually. And that is, he's taking the single cast. So he'll be put under examination now. A few men round the bat. Banton hovering at silly point. Field comes in. And away we go. Banton's going to forward short leg as opposed to silly point. Jack's taking charge of his field. He's bringing the man in from the offside boundary as well, quite right too. He should be capable of tying Hogg up initially, you'd think. Oh, did that. It looked like just carried. That's what we needed, 2 Overtons out there.
There's a drop catch. Let's have another look.
So Mead there is down, but he's not. He's not down quite low enough. You understand why? Memorably, Trescothick, I remember, just fielding on his knees in the gully or second slip to Leach. So he's right down there. I mean, he couldn't get up, but he was right down on a slow turning pitch. An escape just carried, I think, didn't it?
Did, yeah, I think. Could have been really down low.
Yeah.
His hand starting on the knees. And actually, you can see the difference. Maybe we can have another look at the end of the over. If you watch Craig Overton, both of them start hands on knees. Craig Overton's hands almost go down onto the ground. They might even touch the ground as Jack Leach is about to bowl. The Meads are just a little bit higher up.
Yeah.
Watch this. End of the over, 95 gone. 304 for
Well, that's a pity for Jack Leach, who needs to embrace this end as well as the other end.
Yes, that won't help the cause when Lewis Gregory is saying, "Do you fancy another go at that end, Jack?" Well, if Lewis could catch.
Jack will bowl wherever he's told to, I'm sure.
He's a wonderful character, isn't he?
And he's actually he's been parsimonious today. He's probably bowled 6 or 7 overs and yielded no more than 10 minutes. We're getting more tickets.
I was trying to help Charlie Taylor out. I'm in the queue, but I'm 222,000th in the queue. That isn't really moving. But I've got good news for you, Charlie. Something slightly different for you. So Aldridge is continuing. Rodney Ward says, "Never mind Oasis, Charlie. Mouse Hole Male Voice Choir are on tour at Stoke Gifford on the 13th of September. Wells Cathedral at lunchtime on the 14th, and at Western in the evening. Tickets just 12 quid. Ah, not on the 13th though. 13th, Charlie. It's after Stoke Gifford.
Well, and they like the odd concert down here. I wonder if the Gallagher's like their cricket, you know, they could get them down here.
Have they been at Lords? Are they one of the band? The musicians quite like being pictured at Lords. We could get them up to. We could help shift a few tickets for them by getting on the live stream.
We'll get them here.
Yeah.
That's good enough for Elton John. It's good enough for the Gallagher's, surely.
Edged, gone. Brilliant catch from James Root. 2 wickets in 2 overs. Daniel Hogg given a chance in the previous over. He hasn't added a run though, close to the Aldridge. Picked up the wicket. Andy Mead will beat a relieved man. Durham 305 for 9.
Yeah, good catch again. It's sort of the back foot sort of thing. I mean, you expect him to take it, but Aldridge suddenly having an impact against the tail. Callum Parkinson is all that's left. Disconsolate Hogg leaves. Game moving on. It hasn't done much today, it has to be said. But Aldridge has sort of imposed himself. I mean, he's a cricketer of limitless potential, actually. And he's getting better. Out comes Parkinson, another right-hander.
With that wicket, Somerset, as Charlie Taylor has pointed out.
Another bonus point.
Full bonus point for Somerset in the game.
Yeah.
Full haul.
That's 8.
Perfect 8. Just take the opportunity to remind people that up at Beckenham, Western Storm, Sophie Luff, the skipper, who was here with us on day 1, they are batting. They started poorly, they were 8 for 2. Naturally though, Sophie Luff is rescuing the innings. She's 38, unbeaten and World Cup winner. Fran Wilson is 45, unbeaten. So Western Storm, 104 for 2 after 22 overs in the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy. Remember, their final game as Western Storm at Taunton is this time next week here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Hold it. How many balls left in this over? Yeah. There's how often it happens. Is there a run out for the last wicket partnership? Quite often is the answer. or more often than anywhere else.
And Cars was properly sprinting there. He
Yeah,
did well
yeah.
to turn around. He was running. He hadn't just gone, oh, yeah, fancy
yeah.
it. He was sprinting. Callum Parkinson unmoved, and rightly so.
Oh, I don't know what that hit. It might have hit his body rather than his bat, I think.
I think he might have gone off his right shoulder, just the way it... Yeah, it's the right shoulder.
It should be aiming for the left shoulder.
He did well there, Parkinson, though. He just said, right, well, you can hit me. I'm going to withdraw my bat.
Well, he's a gutsy cricketer, isn't he?
Aldridge has got this knack now, and he tends to bowl a little bit later on in innings, often, and in one-day cricket and in four-day cricket. He's not necessarily bowling up top with a new ball. But he comes on and he picks up lower order wickets, and
well, it's a nice knack to have.
Exactly, because people think, oh, you know, he's a bowler, should he be picking up the top order? But actually, how many times do you get frustrated as a bowling side because you get through the top 4 or 5 and then those lower order batters put on runs? And so if Aldridge has that knack, and he's able to do that, he'll pick up top order wickets as well. But there's something about him, that bit of extra bounce, the height, able to run through tails. What a skill.
Well, he's the only Somerset seems to have picked up any wickets, and now he's got rather cosy figures of 2 for 25 off 10. Here are the wickets. That's another, as I say, great catch from Overton, and Leach benefiting from bowling a little bit wider of off stump. This is the straightforward catch to Banton. Perfect, really, for forward short leg. Sort of tail end is tangled up. And Hogg hadn't quite settled against the pace of Aldridge, slightly open face, and Rue makes no mistake. Now then, they had a discussion, Carson, Parkinson, and I'm sure it's partly about, well, do we take the ones? Because they are, of course, readily available. There's a slip, and there is Banton at sort of extra cover with a helmet on, and the rest are offering the single. See what Cast does. He has nothing to do with that one. No, thank you very much.
It's very Tom Banton, isn't it? To go, well, I could take my helmet off, but I just leave it on. I'm going to have to put it back on again in 5 minutes, so just going to stand there with it on. I love Tom Banton.
So we've seen plan A, they're not taking the run. So not in the first half of the over. I'll take it off the 4th ball. Trust Parkinson to deal with a couple. Or there you are, how well he feels with the helmet. he's now prostrate on the ground. Hope he's all right. He's eventually got up.
Well, that's early for the Seagulls. Usually it's about 4 or 5 o'clock.
Where's that one? That's a big one. That was coming towards us, you know. These windows are supposed to be very strong.
I'd rather we didn't test
but
them.
I should be ducking if they come. If it comes. That was a. He wasn't at the pitch of that.
No, he's had so
and he
hard.
just mowed it and he middled it because it's a long way up here.
We could see the speed at which it was coming as well.
Yeah.
It would be great. I think it would be good commentary box cam stuff. You're right on there, Vic, as well. You ducking and taking cover from a ball that's going to hit that window. Strong boy, Bryden Cast.
Indeed. I think he's going to have another go. No, he's going to take the single. So he's had a good over. He's won this over.
So it's 181 runs there behind now. 180.
Yeah.
So the follow-on's 150. So Cast has got a bit of a rock because if he could just find the last 30 runs.
I don't think they'll follow.
You don't think they will?
Well, I don't know, but I'm thinking they. I don't think they will.
Because I'm not doubting him. Just
I think they see this as a flat pitch, and I think they would like their bowlers to have a bit of a break, Jack Leach in particular. And also, if I'm right, this pitch is still pretty batsman friendly, I reckon. So Somerset will then obviously have to go back again and get a substantial lead that might be around the 400 mark. And it then kind of gives two options in that, A, Somerset can just bowl them out, or there can be I think Durham are interested in winning rather than...
They'll chase whatever. They'll
chase.
try and chase
They
whatever.
will chase.
Yeah.
So, on a surface that is not showing real signs of any disintegration, we could be in, therefore, for a sort of a last day excitement of a run chase, which could represent Somerset's best chance of getting 10 wickets. That's my guess.
So
I think if Somerset had bowled them out for 250 less, I think they would have been forced to follow on. But I think now it's got to 180, 170, whatever it is, 180 at the moment. I would be surprised, but I'm often surprised.
So they might want, what, half an hour, 40 minutes at them tonight?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, if the well, it depends when we get the wicket, or Somerset get the wicket. I think they'd like to bowl at them tonight, but you know, we saw what happened the other day. It's not exactly the same wicket, but when Somerset played Warwickshire declared overnight with a lead of 400, and they were knocked off. So they would like to bowl at them tonight, but I think they also probably will recognise that Durham are an aggressive team, and they will be minded to go for it. So if they're minded to go for it, you can get a slightly bigger target.
Yeah.
So it's a delicate balancing act. But my guess is that both teams will want to play in a positive way on the final day if it gets to that. If you enforce the follow-on, the likelihood of not colluding but both teams going ahead for victory diminishes.
Yes, because Durham have to be a bit more careful.
Oh, that is
dink. I think that's deliberate.
I think that was a clever slower ball, you know, which he adjusted to. So we'll see that again. But I've got a funny feeling that was a cunning delivery from Aldridge.
I think it was actually quite a deliberate shot as well.
Yeah.
I think they've both done really well there. I see what you mean. If Durham suddenly 160 behind, then batting again, they bat very differently to if they're coming out going, right, 96 overs to chase 400.
Yeah, I mean, Durham's, in that situation, you think that Durham's first goal, mind you, they'll play positively anyway, I think they're those sort of players, but their first goal is to try and get back into the game, get ahead. We'll see.
We will.
We've got to get another wicket needs to fall first.
There's the Durham coaching staff. Will Gibman, who we had up here yesterday, Graham Onions as well, former England seamer, bowling coach there.
Oh, is he? Oh,
yeah.
right. Can't keep up there.
They've got a good coaching setup there. That's that well-directed bouncer from Casey
So
Aldridge.
the coaching setup is Ryan Campbell.
Head coach, yeah. They've got
Will
Alan
Gibman.
Walker. Alan Walker, who's been there for years and years.
He's a sort of...
all
he was
round.
a bowling coach. Or okay.
Graham Onions. And Will Gibman is second 11 coach, but spends most days when the twos aren't playing with the first team. They just pull out of that run-up. Casey Aldridge was a bit quick. Because
Well, they're
Jack Leach
spreading the
was getting
field to
set
give...
up.
I mean, I don't know, it's hardly worth it, because I don't think Parkinson's going to be allowed to take the single anyway. So,
Nor is going to play a pull shot.
well, I wouldn't go too deep, just in case he does try. That pad's there. I mean, he'll try and probably get one out of his body. He does, but it's a bit too high. So, it's quite interesting if it's going to be Leach and Cast. He's absolutely pummeled him. Very close to us up here, which is a long way in the previous over. Leach, he started off actually, he knows Cast is looking to hit him. And he started off that last over bowling a little bit wide, a little bit short, in the knowledge that he's got protection square on the offside. And he got one a bit fuller, and Cast mowed it up here. It was not elegant, but it was beautifully middle. Just wondering if for Cast to hit him, if he's going to bowl it a bit fuller, he wants to prevent Cast having the scope to swing his arm. So he needs to be But we'll see. He also would like to just get one to spin, and it goes up in the air. But here we go. That's cat and mouse. He is bowling straighter now.
Quicker there as well, I think, that one. Keep an eye on some of the scores around the grounds. We'll have a look at those at the end of the over. A couple of games Somerset will be interested in.
I don't know, he's hit that well, he's hit it fine enough for 4. It's 2 straight, as it were, all just going down the leg side, in other words. 2 straight is a bit of a euphemism, really. and also a nonsensical one.
Yeah, Cast won't miss out on those. He's batted beautifully here, Brian Cast, actually. Should get a lot of credit for the way he's played.
Yeah, yeah.
Ryan Campbell was up here waxing lyrical about his batting on day 1, and he's come out and proven his coach right. 85 from 154.
Okay, well, there's the 4th ball. He's got 2 balls at Parkinson, and Parkinson knows what he's got to do. He's very much in the old pro category now. So they'll crowd him, and he'll prod forward. Jack will be looking for that left arm as LBW. If not, a little back pad, perhaps. Takes a while, though, to readjust. I think I'd have a silly point as well. He's only going to lunge forward and block it.
Just like that.
Yeah. Put one in there. He's going there, but I'd have the short leg as well. You don't worry about him.
You don't really need mid on, do you?
Well,
You don't want to take the runs.
I could find someone to go there. Oh. Well, he's done his job, Parkinson. Jack has got his hand on his head.
Tom Panton's still flat on his back.
He spent a time down there. Whereas I think we need a change up here if we want to get this game moving. Although, how's it going? Is that cue?
Well,
no. I had a resigned shake of the head.
I'm still number 213,987 in the queue, and I've just had a little pop-up saying tickets are still available, but inventory is now limited, and not all ticket prices are available.
Oh dear. Well, here comes a glum Charlie Taylor.
Well, I'd like to call him a fired up Charlie Taylor. So a little look at the scores up at Trent Bridge. That game between Surrey and Nottinghamshire. 5-2-5 Surrey made. Nottinghamshire 186 for 4. Casey Aldridge is steaming in. Ryden Cast is ducking underneath. So Joe Clark got stumped this morning. The bowling of Will Jacks. Freddie McCann, though, who I saw last week on his debut, made a half-century up at Durham. He's another. There's so many talented young cricketers. Almost every young cricketer these days has played England under 19s. Are that good? Freddie McCann's 87, not out. So Jack Haynes is at the crease. They've got Varane as well. The keeper from South Africa, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson White. So they bat deep, Nottinghamshire. To do with them holding on for a draw there, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aldridge is in. Yorks. Cast won't take the single. Yeah, if they can hold on for a draw, and Somerset can push on and get a win, then opens it up for that Surrey game. It does become must-win, really.
Well, which is even better that Somerset picked up full bonus points here, because that'll mean a 24-point jump if they do go on to win this game. But still plenty of cricket to come between now and a winning moment for Somerset.
Yes, and it's very much an if. We're not assuming.
Oh no, absolutely not.
We're
Only
just hypothesising. Pulled in the air. Fielder's come around. It falls short. They come back for 2.
Well run.
It was well run. Cast moves on to 88, and Durham are getting close to what do they need? I think it's 3-4-3, is it?
Yes.
To completely avoid the follow-on, to make it not even a discussion.
Not convinced they'd enforce it anyway, but
No,
yes,
you're
he
right.
takes the decision out of their hands if they get to 3-4-3, doesn't it?
Craig Overton just telling Casey Aldridge to hang on a second, moves Andy Yamid a little bit squarer at deep mid-wicket. Craig Overton vice-captain. Gregory Overton leadership axis. Uses the feet, goes up in the air, gets a top edge. He's going to fall short A fine leg.
Oh dear.
Bryce Cast wants to come back for 2. He
Gonna get
doesn't
4.
need to because they're going to get 4.
Great.
Misfield in front of us by Archie Vaughan, who's a brilliant fielder.
Yeah, he's not done well there. It's not something you won't want to watch back, I think. We'll watch it back, though.
Yeah, we will. Done by the
Oh
spin
dear,
a little
yeah,
bit.
done by the spin, I think.
It's one of those where in club cricket everyone shouts, watch the spin.
Yeah.
But you think in pro cricket they probably don't do that because you assume you're going to. It's a good thing for young Archie Vaughan that wasn't off the bowling of the vice-captain, I reckon.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. Ollie Pope is out in the Test match for just 17. He's not been doing particularly well with the captaincy.
As Archie Vaughan's dad pointed out.
Yes, he was quite
He was quite
outspoken,
outspoken on it.
which he often is.
I think he was then praising him yesterday.
Backtracking, you mean?
Wow. Cast in the air, flick. That's a beautiful
Oh.
stroke. That is going to go all the way. He's picked that up.
Huge.
Back of a length. Moved on to 98. Nonchalantly there, Bryden Cast. Flick of the bat. Got a couple of balls to make his 100 in this over. 1 ball to make 100 in this over.
Well, he's going to try and pick up a single, you'd think.
Wow, yeah. 108 not out last summer, last April again for Durham against Derbyshire.
Brilliant work. A proper all-rounder. And Bryden Cast coming in at number, what was he, number 6?
There's Nick Pepper.
Oh, he
Head of the
spotted
ground
it.
staff.
Oh, he's got it in his hand. There we go. There you are, Archie.
Taunton bathed in sunshine right now. Cast has got 98.
It's a lovely day, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's always a lovely day here, Charlie.
True.
But again, it's like a bit of rain over on the hills. I don't think that is. Well,
No,
maybe it's haze. You say
it's
haze.
haze, yeah. It's a bit of haze.
Bit of Thatcher's haze up there. Caster's 98.
Wouldn't go amiss.
One first-class 100 to his name.
That would
Make
be
that
it.
2. That's a wonderful way to bring up a second first-class 100. Bryden Cast takes his helmet off, salutes that huge cheer over on the Durham changing room. 104 not out. He's had a difficult season, injury, and then missed out, been unavailable, has come back into the side, called up by the England selectors for the white ball series, and he's doing a job for his team here just when they need him. Bryden Cast, well played.
Absolutely what you've said there, right at the end there. Just when they need him. This is a crucial innings. Durham were right up against it when he came in. They were 174-6 at one point, and they were staring down the barrel of a follow-on and perhaps quite a big defeat here, the way things were going, and he's steadied that ship, and he's played brilliantly, and he's accelerating now towards the end with just the 1 wicket left, deciding that now is the time to go, and they're only 14 runs away from another batting point as well. But it's been a really well-paced and well-played innings from Bryden Cast. What it does mean, because he's hit an even number off that final ball, is that it's Leach up against Parkinson in this over. And he's gone. There we go. That's the end of it. Straight away. Coming forwards. Bit of turn. Takes the edge. Gobbled up at silly point. And that is the end of the innings. 336 it is, all out. And there is the chance of a follow-on. So we're going to have to see what Lewis Gregory's saying.
I think they're doing it.
They're going for it.
They're enforcing it.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? They're not...
Oh,
Are they? They're not rushing off the bowlers.
well, the thing is,
Hamid
and
goals where
Goldsworthy
they're running
are.
off, so they're not going to enforce it, I don't think.
well, Lammonby went to sprint off and then stopped.
Realising he's not the opener anymore. Is that what?
Well, he's backed at 3.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think we're going to see Somerset back here the way those two have run off. So that is that. 336. So what's the deficit there? 156, I think.
And 5 wickets for Jack Leach.
Brilliant work. 5 for Jack Leach. Well deserved. And he will presumably, as he walks off, raise the ball. And he's already headed off. So there we go. Well done, Jack Leach. 5 for. It was a long slog, wasn't it? His figures at the end: 5 for 124 into his 42nd over, going at just about 3 and over. Very good work, as usual with Leach. Here he goes, persevering, ball in hand. I mean, he started off not looking his absolute best, but he came back into it and has made a huge difference there. 5 for, very much helped by Craig Overton, who took a few at slipped off the bowling of Leach. And Somerset have had to work very hard for those 10 wickets, but they've got them, and they've put themselves in a strong position here, lead of 156.
Yeah, and that is Jack Leach's first 5 for in first-class cricket here at the Cooper Associates County Ground since September 2019. That's
really?
amazing,
Wow.
isn't it? Got 5 for up at Warwickshire last week. These are the wickets to fall this morning. That first one, Ben Rain prodding at one. It's a really good catch from Craig Everton because it comes at him blind away from the keeper. There's the downfall of George Drizzle. Casey Aldridge into the body, caught by Tom Bantam. Daniel Hogg went soon after he was dropped, remember, off Jack Leach without scoring while they was just pushing away from his body, and James Rue takes a tumbling catch. And here is Jack Leach picking up the final wicket. Bryden Carse had just made his 100. Callum Parkinson was prodding at one. Yeah, it's his first fifer here since September 2019. That Essex game, and we've had it confirmed that the follow-on hasn't been enforced.
Carse picking up that 100 just in time. Previous ball he'd hit for 6 that brought him his 100, took him up to 104. Lucky he went when he did. Lucky he didn't block that one out, thinking, or try and get the single, maybe, I don't know. But he did what he did to get his 100, and, well, did he do it for the team? It exposed Parkinson, didn't it? Out next ball. Was it a, sort of a selfish move? You could ask it the question. Do get involved. Let us know about the follow-on. Your thoughts, please. It's always a decision, isn't it, to be made when there's this big deficit between the two teams in the first innings. I would not have enforced the follow-on. I agree with Gregory here. I think 150. If it had been 256, very different. 156 is not a massive lead. You've then got to bowl them out again. Your bowlers are quite tired, I think. Leach bowling 42 overs, pretty much. Give him a break, because he's going to be useful in that fourth innings as well. That's the other thing. You want to bowl in the fourth innings if this pitch is going to deteriorate. So that, for me, is the right decision. Sam, you in agreement?
Yeah, Alex Lee said last night, you know, I said, did you expect to face as many overs as spin? He said, to be honest, we turned up 2 days ago, used pitch, been raked at the ends, so we expected to face a fair bit of spin. So Leach in the fourth inning, I think Vic charmed me, as he always does, but he also convinced me, yes, you want to give Durham a little bit of a carrot. Because if they go out and bat again now, their first thought is, let's get past that deficit. So it's a slightly different mindset, as aggressive as they would be. So yeah, Somerset, 77 overs remaining in the day. We're going to lose a cut. Well, that was the first ball of the over, so we lose that one completely. We lose another couple. So 74 in the day, 156 is the lead. They can get that up to score quite quickly at 4 and over for 65 overs. I mean, this is all in theory. Get themselves up to a 400 plus lead, and to be honest, would you set Durham 400 in 102, 103 overs? Maybe not. Maybe you don't want to get a few more. I don't know. We'll find out. I think it does entice them, and some double good news. Rodney Ward, in celebration, I think, of Jack Leach's fifer, said he'll knock a fiver off a ticket for Mousehole Male Voice Quiet for you. Forget about Oasis. So just £7, Charlie Taylor.
So where are they? What are the dates?
Stoke Gifford on Friday.
Stoke Gifford, yeah.
September, the night before finals day, should Somerset get there. Yeah. If not, if Somerset don't get there, then you can, get over your disappointment by popping to Wales on the Saturday lunchtime as well.
Pop home, that's my home city, Wales. That's where I was brought up.
Charlie Taylor, I think it's made to be if Somerset don't get there. I would actually love to join you. Depends on the baby a little bit. I can't be away from home too much. I don't think I'll even manage to get finals day. If they get there, I've said, I'm secretly hoping, and I know Somerset won't like this, because the weird thing with being in the...
I can't believe what you're about to say.
The PGMOL bubble. Yeah. If you play first, it's not like you can then go back to your hotel and chill out. You have to stay in the dressing room at Edgbaston. But I sort of want Somerset to play first, because I've negotiated a rate whereby I can go if they get to the final. So I need them to win the semi-final first. Then I've got a few hours to get
there. Right? Yeah. Have they not already decided the order? I thought that was already sorted, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
I think so.
Yeah.
I thought it was. Is that not? I thought it was
preordained. I don't know.
I think. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought we'd already.
We'll find out.
Well, I think we already know who
plays who.
Plays who in? Yeah, I think it's already a winner of this plays winner of that situation. I don't know if they've sorted the order already. Someone will let me know.
Someone will tell us.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Well, we've got to beat Northamptonshire first. That's the key thing on Thursday. The roller is out, as you can see. Ground staff looking, well, I was going to say they're looking busy. Some of them are. Others have got hands in pockets. But the job is being done. And there's some good supervision happening as well in there. So Somerset are going to bat again with a lead of 156. That's a very, very handy lead. 492 always looked like a good score on this pitch, above par. 330 odd, probably a bit below par on this pitch, the way things are going, although it is taking spin. Wow, we've just heard, I didn't know this is incredible news. The way they work it out is they look at who's got the furthest to travel. So Durham being in there probably means that whoever goes,
for Sussex,
whoever's got the third, well, Sussex could be Sussex,
well,
isn't it?
I'd imagine Birmingham Bears would probably be on first then if they
so
win.
Birmingham Bears, if they win, will presume. Well, it depends who they're playing. Because if they're playing...
Yeah, how do they work that?
Yeah. So basically what we've been told is that whoever has got the furthest to travel plays second in the second semi-final to allow fans the most time to get there, which seems very fair. Birmingham being in the middle of the country means that actually there's a bit of a toss-up there. Somerset could be the furthest.
Have you not read the sub-clause, though?
Go on.
That if Sam Danning's baby arrives before
yes.
he needs time to get to Edgbaston.
The Sam Danning baby clause.
Yeah.
So where would you...
But Sussex is a bit further. Oh, it's interesting. We're
is Sussex further than Durham to Birmingham? I guess it probably is.
So you could, I mean, we're going to have to start. I'm now going to be Google Mapsing distances to Edgbaston to try and work it out. But it depends on these quarterfinals, which are coming up next week. By the way, Somerset still running coaches up to Northamptonshire. So
absolutely.
Get yourselves on those coaches. I suspect Spencer Bishop will be marshalling the troops on to those coaches. Wantage Road, a wonderful cricket ground.
It's Nottinghamshire for the One-Day Cup final. Just to be clear, I've got
confused.
That. No, if you're fancy going to the One-Day Cup final, there are still tickets available. You buy that from trentbridge.co.uk. So you can head on there to so the tickets available for the One-Day Cup final from Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, not from Somerset. However, there are coaches available from the county ground, Cooper Associates County Ground, that are taking you right to the lovely ground that is Trent Bridge. I don't know whether you agree with me on that. I always enjoy a trip to Trent Bridge.
I was up there on Wednesday night. I was at Nottingham Forest. It's a lovely part of the world, West Bridgeford. There's some great coffee shops. Peter Siddle loved his time. Coffee shop called Akendo in Trent Bridge in West Bridgeford. It's Peter Siddle's favourite coffee shop. You've got Eva's Kebab House over the road. Is absolutely fantastic. Eva's Kebab House. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like this.
Oh no, it's brilliant.
It's good, is it? Okay.
So she's now my wife, but she ordered me a kebab to pick up after the game, and because it went to penalties, I thought, maybe it's going to be a bit cold, and I went in, and they said, no, we knew it was a penalty, so we waited for it.
Very good.
So Eva's Kebab House, a celebratory kebab, hopefully for Somerset fans. It's a lovely part of the world, West Bridgeford.
I've got friends currently staying with us actually in Burnham-on-Sea who live in Lady Bay, which is just
same
next
place,
door to West Bridgeford.
That's where the Twos plays. That's where.
Very nice part of the city.
It's beautiful.
I love Nottingham. I think it's a great city. Anyway, you can have a day out in Nottingham on the 22nd of September. In fact, why not make a weekend of it? Go up on the 21st. Go and see the sights of Nottingham. It's a lovely city.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure there'll be some other action on the 21st. I don't know if Nottingham Forest or Notts County.
Presumably one of them.
Are at home. Historic football club, Notts County, as well.
They're very close to each other, aren't they? Must be one of the closest derbies in... I know Dundee's always seen as the closest,
ground.
isn't it?
Yeah.
But those two are right next to each other as well, really, aren't they?
It's just over the Trent. It's lovely. Notts County are at home to Gillingham on Saturday, the 21st of September.
Gillingham also quite an old team.
Gillingham currently top of the league as well. I don't know why we're trying to shift tickets for Notts.
Yeah, come on.
We are.
But yes, and then you make your weekend of it, and the following day, you get to watch Somerset take on Glamorgan at Trent Bridge.
But if you can't do that, get on the coaches from the Cooper Associates County Ground. I don't think they take into account
they're not going to give you a weekend away. No, that won't be included in your ticket price.
Spencer Bishop doesn't do that.
No, unless it involves Everton. Which you never
might do against
League One might
in a few years.
Give it time. Right, let's get back to the cricket here, although if you do want to get on board on those coaches, head on to the somersetcountycc.co.uk website and you get your ticket through Nottinghamshire, through trentbridge.co.uk for that one. Right, it is Somerset batting, even though they could have chosen to enforce a follow-on. I think this is the right call from skipper Lewis Gregory. The Durham fielders have come out, they're warming up, getting themselves ready for what could be. We mentioned it earlier on, Vic said it first up, he said this crucial first session. Well, it's been Somerset's so far. It took them 70 minutes to take those 4 wickets. In the end, they didn't need to get Bryden Cast out, they took the other 4. And so Somerset now with a lead of 156 will start again. They've picked up full bonus points as well. So if they do go on to win this game, or even if they go on to draw it, they will pick up those 8 points alongside anything else they can muster. Hard to see them losing from here, but cricket's a funny old game. Ben Rain starts us off. Coming down the ground here, and that is very different to the first ball he faced in the first innings where he was out. Umeed has slapped that through cover. Beautiful shot for 4, and this might be a very fun end to the first session this morning.
I mean, I'm having fun anyway, Charlie, to be honest, but yes, there might be some fun on the cricket. Andy Mead. Off a pair. What's a pair when you get
pair, is it?
first ball of both innings, or I don't know.
Oh yeah, both innings as well. That's a proper
King pair.
It's beyond that, isn't it? 'Cause it's not just first ball of both innings. Yeah. But it wasn't a great delivery from Rain, if I'm honest. It required a bit of bravery from Umeed, but it was there to be hit. Rain in again over the wicket. That's better. And causes a few more issues for Umeed.
Grateful for your honesty there, Charlie.
Yeah, well, I always like to be honest.
I'm down to 200,000 in the queue, by the way.
I don't know how you got on. Like, I've just got bad internet because I'm in the queue, but it doesn't say any.
No, you're not even. You're on the queue to get in the website.
Yeah. Oh, I think they've taken a decision for me that I'm not coming. I think.
I even went to Cardiff just in case I could help you.
Well, I think that would be the best place to watch it for me, just as it's the most local. But it also is the first one on the schedule, so they're likely to not try to kill each other by that point. The Gallagher brothers, this is. Short and defended to the offside, no run.
Defended, but a little bit of intent there from Andy Mead. A little shuffle.
Well, even when he defends it, he hits it so cleanly, doesn't he, Umeed, that it usually comes out right out of the middle. It does ping off his bat. 2 centurions in the first innings, another centurion in the second innings. What will we see in this one? Which is quite interesting that we've had all those runs being scored by those 3 players, by Rue, Abel in the first innings and Carson in the second innings. And yet here we are, early on day 3, already into the third innings. This game is moving along pretty quickly, really. There'll be a run there.
Yeah, Umeed, he's had a mixed season in the Championship, hasn't he? There's a couple of half centuries. There's been times where he's looked $1 million and hasn't quite kicked on. I'd really like him to. Just to get his stats, I just went onto Google and put Andy Mead in. You know, when you get the results and said Andy Mead, and then underneath the link, which was already greyed, because it said you visited this page often. I like that Google has recognised that I'm a frequent visitor.
Set it as your default homepage. Every time you open the internet, just Andy Umeed's Wikipedia page comes up.
That'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? All's well.
Rodney says I'm second in the queue for Mousel. Thank you very much, Rodney. I will have to check the diary. I'm not sure. I know my bike's going in for a service on that day. That's but I don't think
that sounds like the equivalent to I'm washing my hair.
Yeah. Oh, the bike's got to go in for a service. No, I'm just thinking what else is in the diary. I haven't got my diary on me today. I need to go have a look at home.
You got a physical diary?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I need it. My brain is nowhere near good enough to hold dates. So it has to be physical. I don't trust the online stuff.
No.
No.
You need to get yourself. I'll tell you what app you need to get yourself.
Oh, please no.
Calendars. Oh, it's brilliant.
Calendars?
Yeah, joint diary.
Oh. Is that so you and your wife can join up thinking with your calendars, is it?
Yeah,
or is it you and other cricket commentators? Who are you joined up
No, it's just me and my wife, so she knows where I'm going to be.
Right, yeah.
If it's not in the diary, it's not happening.
Right.
We've got the Watford fixtures in there, the Newcastle fixtures in there.
Why Watford?
She's a Watford season ticket holder.
Is she a Watford season ticket holder? I didn't know she was.
Her and her dad have been. Her dad's from down there, and so they used to drive down 3 hours there, stay with their grandparents in Hemel Hempstead.
Bristol Rovers signed a Watford player last night.
Did they?
On the stroke of 11 o'clock, the news came through.
Who was that?
Shaq Ford.
Oh yeah.
Scored a few goals in the previous season, I think.
Did he?
I think he was Watford. Shaq with a Q. Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
You haven't visited that page as often.
He was on loan at Leighton Orient last season.
There we are.
I was going to say, I don't think he's played in Watford first team. I mean, one FA Cup appearance a couple of years ago.
He's signed for Rovers
last night. Who's the Rovers manager these days?
Well, it's former Exeter boss Matt Taylor, who is also a massive cricket fan and plays cricket for, what's the team name in Exeter? There's a few teams down there, and he plays for one of them when he can.
Does he play against Harry Everett ever?
Probably has.
Here is Callum Parkinson open the bowling. That one just pops. They've started with spin. Parkinson has ended with his face planted. That was not a chance of a catch, but you just saw it popped up and him diving forward.
I'm going to try and find which team Matt Taylor plays for, because there may well be people listening who've played against Matt Taylor, the former Exeter boss. Exeter City boss Matt Taylor scored a sublime 145 to inflict.
Mead goes down the ground. It ends up trapping. Well bowled by Parkinson.
Bridport News. I'm reading Bridport News here. Here he is.
This recent?
No, it's a bit old. He's got his Exeter hoodie on. That's it. Alphington and Countess Weir. That's who he plays for.
Good team name.
Alphington and Counties. You can see why I struggle to remember it. Bit of a mouthful.
Bit of turn. Daniel Hogg is out there. No, it's not. It's Ben McKinney out there in the deep.
Well, he's a
That's
decent back, apparently.
And
Exeter City boss Matt Taylor scored a sublime unbeaten 145 to inflict up Lyme and Lyme Regis' first defeat of the Devon Cricket League season. Oh, yeah? That was a few years ago.
He's still playing. Did he go up to Rotherham for a bit?
Yeah, pretty sure that's right.
Seagulls are around. It's usually later on, isn't it? After lunch you hear that. Yeah, Mead. Just having a word with Lewis Goldsworthy there. One slip in.
Yeah, Rotherham 22 to 23. Exeter 2018 to 2022.
Let's have a look at the Bristol Rovers squad. I haven't seen it for a while. Pushed it out for a single. Did you see Wayne Rooney, Plymouth Argyle manager, was doing karaoke in a pub, and he had behind him was a sign for the cider press. So it's good of him to advertise the podcast.
I did see that. I'm wearing my cider press hoodie today for the first
It's
time.
nice, isn't it? That
It's a nice hoodie.
soft, really soft. Thank you very much to Somerset County Sports
Thank you.
helping us. Oh, a Mead. This is a bit of turn. This is keeping Callum Parkinson injured. Injured? Interested. 7 without loss, 2 gone. There's those speeds from Parkinson. He's just a little bit slower than Jack Lee. He's just holding it back and allowing it to turn. And it's caused a few issues early doors.
Lead already 163. Is that right? Yeah. Big total Somerset can put on here without having to try too hard. Giving themselves a very good chance of setting something for Durham. That's what it is now. It's just a sort of a chase set, isn't it, here? That's what they've got to think of it as. Don't want to use up too much time in the game, but also want to make sure they're looking around. What would you say, 400? Is that enough?
Not in 100 overs,
No.
450 ideally, I think.
Yeah, so what would they need for that? Another 300 runs. So they've still got to back carefully here. 300 in the second innings on a pitch that's offering plenty for the spinners.
Well, we've got 73 remaining. We might get a few more because of the speed at which teams have been getting through overs in this game.
We had over 100 overs yesterday, didn't we?
But
including 2 lost for the change of innings.
If you almost treat it as a 55, 60 over innings, almost one-day cricket. They bat really deep, so they can take a little bit more risk without going over the top. Is Scott Sinclair still at Bristol Rovers?
Yeah, he's captain.
Is he? We'll have to go and watch them, Charlie. That'd be good over the winter.
Yeah,
maybe if they come up north.
Let's do that. Yeah, that'd be good fun. Yes. Oh no, we've got to the point where we're planning winter plans now. That's it, isn't it? Football and last winter. I think it was the last game. Yeah. Thanks, George. Last winter, it was the last game of the season. Harry Everett and I decided we were going to go on a bike ride together. Shot straight to the fielder, and it took us. We had dates in the diary, and it kept raining, like hammering down with rain. And eventually, it took us like 6 weeks of about
a 6-week bike ride.
No, well, 5 or 6 different dates that we had in the diary. We just couldn't make it work because of all the rain. So hopefully, we'll get some better weather. I'm sure he'll be on at me for some more bike rides in this autumn. He's a good cyclist, Harry, but he doesn't have to talk a lot while he's cycling.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah. He shows how fit he is because he can talk whilst sort of non-stop chat going up hills, which is far fitter than I am. Taking big gulps of breath while I'm doing that.
There's a lot to say, Charlie. There's no time to waste.
Oh, is this a lot to say? Yeah, I thought it might be a bit of peace. No. I should have known. No, it was lovely. Did a little route around the Quantox in October, November time last year. Just thinking about changing the field here to Umeed. What are they looking at? Pushing back the point fielder to the boundary. Half an hour till lunch, so they've got 30 minutes here where Somerset can put a bit of pressure on these opening bowlers. See off the new ball, then go for it, says Cider Junkie on the stream.
Why wait that long?
Yeah. As you say, Mead could really do with a bit of a score, especially after getting out first ball in the first innings. I wouldn't say he's cemented his place in as an opener.
No. Well, TKC waiting in the wings
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah. He's someone who's, well, he's part of the team against Warwickshire, wasn't he? And actually, I thought in the second innings, I realised pressure was off a little bit, but I thought he scored very quickly and he looked quite good. Tom Kohler-Cadmore. I thought, actually, I can see this working. If this is how he plays, and he could get into a rhythm of doing this way of doing it, and he can take a game away from teams so quickly, then I can see it working. But they decided to go down a different route this time, bringing in Goldsworthy, maybe thinking about the extra that Goldsworthy brings you, a bit of spin as well. Not that they used him that much. He was a little bit, well, he was quite expensive in the first innings of Durham. Let's see what. Took a wicket, but went for 39 runs from his 6 overs, so he went at 6.5 and over. So didn't have that control that we saw from Vaughan. He went at less than 3 and over. Or Leach, who we're of course so used to now, almost exactly bang on 3 and over.
Leach is in to Goldsworthy. He's defending and looking for a single. I think Marks is going to come in alongside myself to take us up to lunch. Jack Leach back at... Not Jack Leach. Callum Parkinson. 17. Oh, and there's a misfield there. Gone through Basteleda. Goldsworthy takes a single. Great to have all of you with us on the live stream. By the way, we did keep an eye on the comments, as you'll have probably told. Some new faces, some old faces, some Durham fans do get in touch with us. That's a lovely shot from Andy Amid. We saw him show intent from very early on, and that intent has borne some fruit there, Vic.
I never thought I'd say this, but you know, I'm watching Andy Amid, and it's like watching Kohler-Cadmore, and you never quite know what's going to come. And I mean, what a magnificent, ridiculous, preposterous, wonderful way to get off King Pair, which is to run down the pitch to his first ball and smack it through the covers for 4. And he looks more secure doing that than putting forward defensively. And now he's just smashed that ball. I presume it ended up in the Lord Ian Botham stand. There's a long off and a long on now. So he pulls him for 1.
Strange game, isn't it, cricket?
Well, he's a fascinating cricketer to watch because I mean, he's got rid of that reputation, but everyone immediately associated Amid with the slowest ever recorded century in first-class cricket when he was playing for Warwickshire. Well, I think he's managed to eke his way out of that pigeonhole now.
Well, I did speak to him about it, and he said, I said, you managed to shake the shackles. He went, well, I don't think I'll ever shake those. People just still
well,
bring
probably
it
he's
up.
proud of it. He can be proud of it. But it is possible. It's not likely, but it is possible that he could have a unique record, the slowest ever. The slowest ever first-class century, and the way he bats nowadays, if he can stay in long enough, and the fastest opening batsman.
That would be quite something. Ooh, turn.
That turned. Well, we didn't see much turn from that end. It's always encouraging, actually, when it does turn, but that turned quite nicely and well played by Goldsworthy.
Turn and bounce.
Yeah.
Callum Parkinson's standard position when he's bowled a decent ball that hasn't got him a wicket, he just goes into that one. Starts stroking his chin, arm across.
Sort of
one arm across.
Trying to give the impression that I know what's happening here,
yeah.
And so do you, batsman. There's something moving. That was a good ball. Well played, actually. Very well played. It shows how closely that Goldsworthy's watching that ball, that he saw it bounce, he saw it turn, and he managed to withdraw his bat and get out of the way, sort of thing. And it's not as easy as it looks, that.
The thing is about Andy Amid, what he says about that innings for Warwickshire was, I just played the situation. Like, that is what that game required.
Yeah,
and
you're better informed about the context.
And that's what he's doing here. He's playing the situation.
So, was that a freakish innings then? I bet he wasn't playing so freely when in his first.
No.
First.
he
period
wasn't.
as a pro.
And as Ben Rain continues,
I mean, that is. I know it's only one, but
he
So
was in and out of the side. He couldn't get any white ball cricket because you got a team with kind of Bell and Trott and people like that playing. Troughton was still there.
Yeah.
And he got released. I think he got released the summer after, and it hadn't really gone. He went to Australia, intending on going and playing some grade cricket, scoring some runs, getting his confidence back, and then coming back and trying to win a contract. And what actually happened was he didn't score any runs in grade cricket. He completely fell out of love with the game, and he went travelling. Got rid of his cricket kit, went travelling. He was still out there, and then COVID happens, and he came back, and it was through Saka. It was through Tom Brown, who runs Saka, which is the most productive academy in the world right now. I think they've had 11 pros in about a year. But he spoke to Tom, had some early conversations, and he was out of love with cricket completely. And Tom said, well, if ever you want to come down and either play or just coach, we just love you around to be in cricket. And he got back into it, and he started playing at Mouseley, which is his club up in Birmingham. Very good club, by the way. I think they were Birmingham Premier League champions a year or two ago. And he was just kipping on his mate's sofas and just started enjoying cricket and found the love for it again. And that's when he started playing a little bit, and he was picked up by Somerset. But he speaks really well about it, and he says all the way through it was, can I get onto the academy? Then can I get on the twos? Can I get into the first team? Will I stay in the first team? And it was all focus driven, and he just lost sight of why he played.
well, he does give the impression now. I mean, you've got to have something about you to run down the pitch, as he keeps doing as an opening batsman right at the start of an innings. But he plays now like a man absolutely determined to enjoy it and also explore the limits of what he can do. And of course we've seen, fleetingly, but we have seen some innings and some shots of real calibre.
He's got that swagger, hasn't he? That swag you need.
Well, it's sort of a swagger, but a beautiful classical attacking shots, beautiful timing, but a freedom that I'm going to damn well enjoy this second bite of the cherry and not get weighed down by the usual stuff that can weigh down professional cricketers, like, where's the next contract coming from? What am I going to... Well, it's not what I can do this in the winter now because everyone's employed for a long time, but there's a sort of refreshing freedom about it, but also it makes him quite magnetic to watch because you don't, I've learnt now that that century is an irrelevance, that slow century, that Durham, and I much rather have the new version. But I may be unfair on the first version.
Well, I think what disappointed him in it is that he's like, I'm not a new player. That innings doesn't represent what I was about. But you're absolutely right in the second chance element. It's a shot.
It's a good shot for nothing.
Straight in mid-wicket. I think he said on the podcast, I don't want to misquote him, but I'm pretty sure he said, basically, in cricketing terms, I've come back from the dead. Like it was gone. And so now I just don't feel the pressure of it.
And sort of having fallen out of love with the game, he's fallen back in love with it, I presume. And he's not going to compromise by, that's... It doesn't happen so much now, but I was aware of it when I played, or not personally aware of it, but that scraping enough runs to justify the contract for the next summer, to hang on in there and be obsessed by what your stats are saying, and keeping your job going, sort of thing. I mean, to be fair, I didn't apply to many of my colleagues, but there is that sort of old professional yearning to justify the next contract, which still exists in some ways now, but also everyone is encouraged to be more fluent and expressive. And it certainly applies to him. Anyway, so he's in Goldsworth, he's up the other end.
He's more than justifying his inclusion over, not just in a Somerset shirt, but we hope he is going to be there for a long time.
Well, the good news, of course, is he has settled a contract for the next couple of years. Oh yeah, I think we know that officially. He's going to stay.
That's very good news.
And because he's been travelling, there were suitors,
Absolutely there were.
especially at Leicester. But other people have noticed, he's gone to Leicester and he's done really well.
Durham did in the one-day game. Ryan Campbell came on the comms up there and went, I tell you who I want to talk about is Lewis Goldsworthy. He's going well around the traps, isn't he? You thought, oh, no.
Yeah. I think we've announced that. I think Somerset announced that. I hope so. Anyway, that was tickling away, and it might make the boundary, but no, Hogs just grabbed it back.
Well, it would be delightful if Lewis Goldsworthy is here for another couple of years. I think next year in particular in the T20, if he's around, Rudolf van der Merwe, maybe perhaps they're moving on from him. Goldsworthy can play that role.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he can play all sorts of roles.
Yeah.
I think Jack Leach has become quite
a
capable one-day bowler.
I think he's really enjoyed it, hasn't he, playing that one-day cup stuff?
Well, he's been overlooked at the one-day cup, but he actually
played a few
had a few, because Van der Merwe injured. He played, therefore, in a few of the T20 games. Depends a bit on the surface, but if you get a surface that is in any way helpful, actually Leach can come on and bowl not too dissimilar to his usual stuff, and if there's help there, he becomes a real handful. Anyway, the point is that his T20 performances towards the end of the campaign were good, and obviously he was always going to be a good white ball, 10 over, 50 over bowler, because he knows where it's going, and it's a different skill, because in 50 over cricket, as opposed to 20 over cricket, in 50 over cricket, the single is actually still something you need to try and prevent. In 20 over cricket, the single's a triumph for the bowler. In 50 over cricket, if you're bowling in the first 20 or 30 overs, you can't be giving away a runner ball because you're losing the game with the odd boundary. So that's where Leach, that's where it's nearer red ball cricket sometimes than T20 cricket. Anyway, he's a good bowler, and he's done really well, obviously, in the 50 over team. Where's he hit that? That's the running pull, which I presume he middled pretty well, because I didn't see it.
Yeah, Ben Rain, who does actually bowl, he operates at 72, 73 miles an hour. He bowls a decent short ball. The last one went too high, and he walked into that one. Pulled him well in front of square, in front of mid-wicket even.
He's got 19, and he's played some extravagant shots.
They're attractive runs. When he gets runs, you know if you look at the highlights, they're going to be attractive.
He's got another bouncer for his paid. I mean, someone like Rain will not like. It's a no ball, and that's for height rather than the feet.
Yeah.
He's exceeded his, I don't know if is it 1 or 2 for an over, but that's the reason for that no ball. But he won't like that, Ben Rain.
Chuntering away to himself. He's a brilliant bowler, Ben Rain.
But he will bowl bouncers if you start running at him, because his great skill, he's like a fast Darren Stevens, or that type of bowler who bowls round about 73, niggles away around a length, and you can get bottled up by him. But if people start running at him, he won't like it, and that's why he's going to bowl the odd bouncer. Stop doing that. The other alternative, of course, is to bring the keeper up. He's had a good game with the bat, and he never lets you down with the ball, Ray.
Been so consistent for Durham for a number of years now. He went away and played a little bit at Leicestershire at 26 red ball wickets at 30s, 60 wickets last year, 47, 43, 60, 51. He's just always there and thereabouts.
Well, it helps sometimes. It helps that type of bowler, the fact that the season starts so early. and they are ideal on early season pitches, though. A bit like. What a lovely shot for one. I mean, that is a glorious shot for one. I mean, our colleague, who's otherwise engaged today, Pete Trigo, 1 year here, opened the bowling in April, partly through necessity, but of course he wasn't express, but hit the seam, a little bit of swing, and he kept getting wickets opening the bowling. And he managed to keep hold of that new ball, I think, for most of that particular season. He's, express pace in April is not necessarily what you need.
I think he got 50 that summer, didn't he?
Trigo. I can't remember which year it was.
2012. 50 wickets at 32s, a couple of fifers.
Yeah, but he would have got a lot of those early on when it was April and it was zipping around. And then he did his best to hang on right through the end of the season.
He's still doing that now, isn't he?
No. Well, not bad for a bloke whose batting was actually always potentially devastating.
Still have the new ball into September, according to these scorecards.
Yeah. Well, he's very persuasive, of course, as we know as well.
Persuasive is one word for it. Steve took the new ball ahead of Steve Kirby and Alfonso Thomas. One game back end. Craig Overton.
How did he manage that?
What's
It's
he
a
saying?
young Craig Overton, but even so. So Umeed has just summoned 12th man for Josh Davey, who's another one who kind of he's a bit quicker than Ben Rain, but is that type of bowler, bang, fullish length, nipping around, very, very good in April.
Who did you have in your side that was a bit like that?
Well, I suppose the nearest would have been a Colin Dredge, who was not the most graceful bowler, but he bowled nip-backers. With the odd one swinging away. LBW bowled Dredge, nip-backer, the old nip-backer. But we didn't start in April. We didn't start until probably the second week in May.
So actual summer.
Yeah. We just, so oddly,
That's
amazingly
strange,
and ridiculously, in that vintage, they played cricket in the summer.
You just weren't forward thinking enough, Vic.
Yeah, I know.
You were just stuck in the dark ages, playing 4-day cricket right the way through the sunshine.
And and we used to play. I mean, you'll never believe this. We used to play all through August.
No. I don't believe you. It didn't happen. If it's not on YouTube, it didn't happen, Vic.
We might be somewhere.
Parkinson continuing.
Amazing. What are they doing? Playing championship cricket in August? Actually, we are in August, just are we?
We are 31st of August, last day.
Yeah.
Here's a question: do we start at 10:30 tomorrow? No. Don't change it mid-game. You never know with the ETB.
Well, I'm saying no, but I'm sure certain the answer is no.
I've got to start in September, right?
Thereafter, we will be starting, no doubt, at 10:30.
Slip in still. Scott Borthwick, he tends to spend much of championship innings there. Goldsworthy's got 5. He's been a little bit more watchful from 24 balls. Umeed 21 from 24. That Somerset run rate 3.91. Leeds 186. So if they keep going for, say, another 55 overs at this rate, they lead by 400.
Oh, that's a good one. He has got the ball up. We didn't see Jack Leach turn it much from that end, but that one's beaten the outside edge in the classical fashion.
That's abuse, isn't it?
And that's a good shot for nothing. So, has Ben Rain had his spell? He might have done. I think we're going to see a bit of Hogg. Or is it Drizzle? Or, no, it's Drizzle, I reckon. I reckon it's Drizzle, just before lunch. Here he is.
Rain has given way for Drizzle.
Yes. salt and pepper as a headline makers. You know, if they could get salt and pepper in the same team.
If only they covered it in the newspapers anymore.
Well,
eh?
that's true. Yeah. I mean, there's scope there for. Well, I suppose you still get some headlines online, don't you? Well, in fact, I've noted a few in your side of press. I think you had a. You have a career as a sub-editor, because I think they used to slap the headlines in, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Which is, as a writer...
For the Sun, actually. The Sun, they used to be the best. Actually, very often the tabloids used to come up with the best headlines.
There's one that Inverness Caledonian Thistle beat
yeah.
Celtic, and that was just the best ever, isn't it? Supercaligo-ballistic, Celtic are atrocious.
Yes,
you just sitting there going, you just put your typewriter down and walk out of the office.
I've got a feeling that... I remember that, and I think they'd concocted this quite previously, but never had the reason to put it
on
in.
stocks, yeah.
Yeah, but a good headline. It's a wonderful art.
Bit of turn.
So I tell you what, that's not far off.
From around the wicket that you're...
Well, around the wicket, that's
You're asking.
Oh, they just got to pitch on and turn. Hell, I was just possibly going down, but you're more likely to get one round the wicket than over the wicket if it's spinning. I've been shouting for that.
Easy run.
And then that's Duda. He put it away nicely. It was a ill-directed delivery. First one was all right though. Anyway, he's latched onto that. Almost the standing sweep.
The modern way of headlines is now they make something as if it's the player has actually said something, so they make it sound like a quote. They do that a lot, and it's like, it's a bit dubious.
They don't put any quotation marks in the headline, do they?
No, but they say, they put it almost as if it's a first person.
Yeah. When it isn't.
No, and you get the player and the
And
agent.
the online ones tend to be more provocative, don't they, than the ones that appear in the actual paper. Is that correct?
In some online places, and you look at it and go, right, it doesn't actually say that. Sweep again. He's got a bit of bat on him.
Yeah, I think so. Otherwise, I think they'd be appealing again. Rain's after it, and they'll just take the cut. He sort of got a bottom edge. It was a bit too full to sweep in the end, but he just managed to get back on it. He'd have been screaming if it just hit his pad there, I reckon. There's a bit of spin there for him. He's just mishit that one. But he's not blocking many with Andrew Mead. Given that the ball is turning, it's quite a defensive field, this, in that you would think he might want a back pad. But maybe Durham thinking more of containment. But you think might be in outfield. That's what I've heard. I mean, this is ancient history, but Ray Illingworth, who, captain England and Leicester, was a master at kind of still putting the batsman under pressure by having one or two men round the bat, but also containing. He managed to not be completely on the defensive, even though he was not in a great situation. Partly because he was often bowling himself, and he was a very accurate bowler. But he would just manage to keep a bit of pressure on batsmen, even though the situation was a little bit bleak. But it wouldn't be purely, ultra total defence. And it's if I'm bowling now on this pitch, and I'm just he's going to have a slip. That's right. For a minute, I thought we weren't going to have a slip. He needs something to give the bowler hope and expectation of actually getting him out, and you certainly need a slip, which I think is this is an okay field. It's fairly conservative because the way the field's set, you wouldn't think even Andy Mead would be looking to clear the straight boundary with two men back, with gaps, to sort of milk them.
Never say that.
We'll see. No, it's a stupid shot. He's out. Well, he shouldn't have done. I mean, taking on that long, that's the biggest straight boundary. Anyway, he's done that.
It
And
was.
I don't. I mean, I don't. Where else was he aiming? Probably dead straight. Anyway, he's going off very slowly. It's a good catch, but not by modern standards a particularly difficult one. He didn't even have to throw it up in the air and bring it back in. And just before lunch too. Anyway, he's gone. Parkinson's got his wicket. I'll cheer him up.
He's bowled well, Callum Parkinson, actually, in that one as
Yeah.
well. He's just held them back a little bit, maybe saying, go on, if you want to have a go, come and hit me. And he has to go. Andy Hamid, so Somerset 37 for 1. Andy Hamid trudges off. Disappointed, looked in good touch. 28 from 31 balls. Goldsworthy's still there, 5 unbeaten from 27.
He hasn't done Lammonby any favours, actually, because Lammonby's going to come out. It's 12.56. You don't want to come in at 12.56 with lunch at 1. With the ball turning. Lovely opportunity, actually, for Parkinson now to bring the field in, bat pad, possibly a silly point, possibly a leg slip. New batsman. That's when that's when you want to bowl at them, when it's turning. Those first 20 balls before they adjust, get them right, and you could be quids in.
Probably not much eye contact between Lammonby and Hamid as they passed each other on those stairs.
Well, if you're in that dressing room, I know we all wonder at the expansiveness, but I'm actually frustrated by that dismissal, just in terms of the timing of it. Anyway, but it's happened. It's 37 for 1. The lead is still substantial, but I feel it's a wasteful, or I don't understand the thinking there. When there's a long off and a long on, I don't get it. I mean, if the innings is imminently going to come to an end, I can understand it. But just now, the best way to score runs quickly is get that foundation. A bit like playing a 50-over game. Get the foundation, and then you've got freedom later on to go hell for leather. Anyway, he's out for 28.
193 the lead. Just a quick look at scores over at Beckenham. Western Storm are batting. 40 overs gone as Callum Parkinson is in. So Lammonby's off the mark with a single. Down the ground, Western Storm 215 for 4. Our very own Sophie Luff has been and gone for 58. Fran Wilson made 81. Nat Rafe is still there, unbeaten on 40. So
there's 10 overs to go.
10 overs left. They're set up for a
total.
A decent total there. Cut by Goldsworthy, but straight to Basteleda, who fields it. It must be really hard to field on those large squares. You lose a lot. I know Tom Abel was always wearing bandages because basically he's diving around in the covers and you lose all the skin off your elbows and knees.
That's a terrible ball. And he's got away with it. Thought it's just a single. He'll take that. Drag down. But he has got his wicket, Parkinson. And he has got the ball to spin. Curiously, more than Jack did from that end. I'm going to be tucking that ball away. It's 12.58, so I think we're going to get another over.
They're teasing it, so you can smell that lunch, the waft of whatever it is. It's cottage pie.
Chicken and mushroom pie, it has been reported.
Charlie Taylor, our correspondent on the ground.
Okay, Charlie, do you want to come in and do a couple of minutes? There's gannets out there.
We're all right. Harry's not here today, bless him.
No,
He's playing last game of the season for H. Saturdays are safe. We all get fed.
Well, Harry's got a good appetite.
I don't think he ever eats at home during the cricket season.
Well, he's very slim too. This is the oddity.
As Charlie Taylor was saying, he's a fit man. He can cycle up hills and talk away. So, Charlie Taylor.
He can cycle and talk at the same time.
Does he commentate? I think he found it really hard not to commentate.
I don't think there's many activities that Harry does when he can't talk at the same time. I thought possibly underwater, probably the backstroke perhaps, or something like that.
But still going.
Yes, or the butterfly as he comes up and still talking, and down he goes again. Anyway, we look forward to seeing Harry later in the match, and we all wonder how he's getting on today.
We'll find out. 2 slips away, but Lammonby the left-hander. Can't get it past Ben Rayner at backward point. Yeah, we give Harry a fair bit of stick, but that's only because we love him dearly.
Of course.
He's a wonderful man with many fine qualities. Said with not a hint of sarcasm, genuinely.
No, it almost didn't quite say.
I know. That's why I realised. It sounded insincere, didn't it? It was sincere.
No, he'll be here. And he'll love it. He'll love playing today. I mean, he loves the game. There is no question about that.
He's at Wembley. He played yesterday as well, I
Did
think.
he?
At Bishop's Lily, he was playing for Somerset Stragglers. I don't know how he got on. But he came,
Well,
naturally,
I think we'll find out. We'll find out tomorrow, if not before.
He was here for a couple of hours. Now we're going to have a change in the field here just before lunch. We're going to have a short leg in. Alex Lees comes across the second slip. Ashton Turner's got the pads on. Goes in under the helmet.
Well, that's the sort of very comfortable little let out there. If you've got that man on the boundary, there's a big gap square on the offside. And very rarely used when I played, actually. It'd be very rare for a spinner to bowl, but now it's absolutely commonplace to sort of protect that boundary. So I think we can all go and have some lunch now. And the game's moved on interestingly. Durham bowled out. Somerset 41 for 1. Sam will tell you what the lead is. But it's probably around about 200.
197, yeah.
Around about 200.
We'll round it out, shall we?
So this game has got a lot of life in it. I mean, what we expect to happen is Somerset to be able to declare, but you can never guarantee that. Sometime before the end of the day.
Well, the game moved on quickly this morning. Remember, Durham resuming 272 for 6. They were bowled out, though, for 336. Jack Leach picked up his first fifer on this ground in first-class cricket since September 2019, would you believe it? And Bryden Cass, a ball before the end of the innings, brought up his century, a second first-class century for him on his return to the Durham team. In style with a 6. Somerset have lost that one wicket. Andy Amid, we're going to go and try and get the dregs of the chicken and mushroom pie. Apparently there's a few chips knocking around, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes.
Well, welcome to another Player Podcast. And today, my special guest is Tim Grunwald. Nice to see you, Tim, and thank you for coming to join me.
Pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So where did all your cricket story begin? How did it all come about?
Growing up in South Africa, cricket's a big part of, growing up and in schools and that. I was very fortunate to be at a school where the head teacher was John T. Rhodes' dad. And that kind of coincided with the 1992 World Cup in Australia. Not sure if you remember his brilliant run out where he dived full length to run out Mzimam al-Haq. Yeah. So as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old at the time, starting your cricketing journey, if you like, and falling in love with the game, to watch that type of thing in the early hours of the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, and then head off to school and your cricket coach is John T's dad. That was probably the start. And then, every day, my dad throwing balls to me, picking balls up, taking me down to the nets, playing with friends at school. And then it just went from there. It was one of those things where, whenever I was asked as a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 10-year-old, whatever it was, what are you going to do one day? It was, I'm going to play cricket. Whether I was going to be good enough or not, no one knew, but that was my thing. I was going to play cricket, and stuck by that.
Did you always want to be a bowler, or?
I was very much a batter and bowler, growing up through the age groups, but I think as time went on, I probably enjoyed bowling more. Loved coming in down the order and giving it a whack and being in tricky situations. But yeah, bowling probably came into it more probably, towards the age of 17, 18, 19. Yeah.
And how did you end up coming to England?
I came over on a school tour or not a school tour, like a club tour in 1997, 98,
Yeah.
around there, as a 15-year-old. And anyway, came over, we started down in Cornwall, and we played a few different clubs. We stopped in here, funny enough, on the way up to Birmingham.
Did you?
Yeah, pulled in here on the bus. We went into the club shop at the time. Some kids wanted to buy a few bits and pieces for the tour ahead. And I remember the Somerset guys training on the field here at the time, and just being a little bit like, wow, anytime you came across a professional team, if you like, you were a bit in awe. So yeah, that was that trip as a 15-year-old. Met a coach in Birmingham at the time, Paul Greetham.
Yeah.
We played against his club side, and he kind of just stayed in touch. Came out to South Africa to do some coaching, and when I was 18, he suggested I come over and play for Sutton Coldfield Cricket Club, which he was in charge of at the time, and his dad was the head groundsman and chairman. So that was like music to my ears as a 18-year-old. Finishing school, I was like, brilliant, I'll go over to England and play a season of club cricket. And never looked back. Had a good year in the Birmingham League, topped the wicket charts and was up there in the runs. And Warwickshire got in touch to ask if I'd like to come down for a trial the following year if I was coming back. So I thought absolutely brilliant. And then following year came back, and Alan Donald was the second team coach at Warwickshire.
Right.
He gave me a call, which again, absolute hero, Alan Donald, growing up, along with John T. Rhodes. And so I couldn't turn that down. Went down to Edgbaston for a trial. And then I ended up playing the whole season in the second team, just together with playing club cricket on the weekends. And come the end of the year, they offered me a 2-year contract because I had a British passport. And that was that. That was kind of my career in South Africa done, but with no regrets. Loved my time, playing at Warwickshire and then Derbyshire, here in Kent. So
yeah. That's interesting. The Birmingham League in those days had some class acts, didn't they, playing?
Yeah, some unbelievable players, and even before me, I remember, thank goodness, for about 3 weeks, Shoaib Akhtar played in the Birmingham League, and we managed to avoid playing the team he was playing for. But just some great names that used to turn up in the league and play. Wasim Akram played for a few years at Smethwick, and it was a strong league. But really, I felt good for my journey as a cricketer, from playing club cricket to playing in the Birmingham League and then playing second team cricket and finding my feet into the game and into the professional game.
What was it like working with Alan Donald? He was a legendary bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was unbelievable. I learnt a lot from him on just the mental side of the game of being a bowler and being a fast bowler. And I was a little bit quicker back in those days, rather than so consistent top of off. So I used to hang on every word in terms of ruffling the batter up and letting him have a few, and the mind games around that, and how to win those battles. But just having him as our second team coach and bowling coach at Warwickshire, you look back at your career and sometimes I think you forget about those type of things, who you've worked with, who you've come across, and who's given you a lot of advice along the way. And
you played quite a few first team games at Warwickshire, didn't you?
A few first class games. Yeah. I'm going to say something like 15.
Yeah.
And played a lot of white ball cricket there. But it was probably through that frustration of not playing consistent first class cricket, which led to my move to Derby. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit as a 20 what would I have been, 24, 25, 25.
Yeah.
And just got itchy feet. I wanted to be playing 4-day cricket
Yeah.
day in and day out. I found it hard playing white ball cricket through the season, but then having to go off and play in the second team every other week. I just felt I'd reached a point where I wanted to play 4-day cricket in the first team. And Derby offered me that opportunity, which led to me jumping across there.
And then you had 3 big seasons at Derbyshire, didn't you? And in one of them, you won the second division championship.
Yeah, it was. Derby was absolutely brilliant for me. I remember playing. I think it must have been one of the last one-day games of the season, early September, for Warwickshire at Derby, in 2008, and we drove in, and I was just. I looked at the place and I was like, oh, imagine having to play here. Like I would absolutely hate it. Coming from Edgbaston and Warwickshire and the big club.
Yeah.
I reckon 2 months later I'd signed for Derby, just because of the opportunity they offered and because I wanted to play 4-day cricket. And then getting across there and things changed after the first year. Our coach left and numerous players left, and we signed some young players, brought some guys in, and we managed to get a pretty good squad together. And relatively young, and everyone just gelled. Everyone got on really well. We managed to build that into a phenomenal run of games in 2012, or was it 2013? 2013. 2012 when we won Division 2. And we just got on a run, and we were top of Division 2 the whole season, with Yorkshire chasing us, a strong Yorkshire side, a strong Essex side. Kent were in Division 2 then. It was a strong division at the time, and we just managed to, week after week, pull off results, beat teams, hold on to draws where we needed to, to finish that season winning Division 2 and going up, and seeing what that meant to the supporters and a club which probably hadn't experienced that much success in recent times, and as a smaller club, you saw what it meant to everyone, which was really good.
And Wes Durston playing with you, didn't you?
Yeah, Wes had played for the Unicorns side in that one-day comp that year, and a great signing by John Morris.
Yeah.
Wes had got, I think, a couple of hundreds for the Unicorns, and he's a very good cricket player, very good cricketer. And when we heard we had signed him, we were like, brilliant. It's like, just someone so fresh coming in and with a point to prove.
Yeah.
And he was really good. Yeah.
He was a bit of a cult hero down here.
Yeah.
Wes.
Yeah.
Been around a long time, stayed probably too long.
Yeah.
But he made a comeback and did well for himself.
Yeah, and he was hungry for it.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
really was hungry. So put in some good performances for us.
But then you went up, and in 2013, you had a couple of very good returns against us, didn't you? Against Somerset.
Yeah. We found it tough in Division 1, really tough. I'd say more probably on the batting front. We just really struggled to get totals on the board, and we struggled to get results probably for the first 9, maybe 10 games, and then got on a bit of a run right at the back end of the season where we managed to, I think, get 3 wins and put ourselves in with a chance of staying up, which wasn't to be. But I remember Somerset at Derby, quick wicket, rapid, and again, just, the opportunity to play against Division 1 teams and seeing Marcus Trescothick and Nick Compton come out to bat, and there's Craig Kieswetter in the lineup, and Peter Trigo and James Hildreth and all these guys, and it just, when you're a smaller club like Derby and punching above your weight, you just want to show people what you can do, and you feel like you've got nothing to lose, and just ran in, tried to bowl good areas as quick as I could, and got Trez out and got Triegs out and a few others, and I think we lost the game by 4 wickets in the end at Derby, but to come away with 5 for not many and a few good scalps under your belt. Yeah.
Then you got a few in the second innings?
Yeah, got a few in the second innings, but it's probably the game here against Somerset that I remember, or that was a bit, it was probably the better of the 2 games, because my older son Jamie was born probably 5 days before, maybe 6 days before, and so I missed the game at the Oval against Surrey, and then the team came straight here to play Somerset. So I drove down day before, and it had been 5-6 days of, newborn, not much sleep, and we lost the toss, and we were bowling, and it was one of those Taunton wickets where you just look at it and you're like, oh boy, we're bowling, we're in trouble here. This is 500 for 3 at the close of day one with Trescothick on 200. And my first 3 overs went for about 22, I'm going to say. And I felt like I hadn't slept for a year.
Yeah.
So I said to Wayne Madsen at the time, I was like, just let me go down to final league, let me have a few overs off, and I'll come back in half an hour. Need something to drink. And a couple of other guys went about it and came back probably an hour later. And I think we bowled Somerset out for about 100. And I ended up with about 5 for 30. And yeah, we walked off the pitch that day pretty chuffed with our efforts given the conditions, and we came away with a win. I think I battered at the end. We needed, myself and Shiv Chandapal probably put on about 45-50 at the back end to get us over the line, and that's one of the best games of cricket I've played in. Just the quality of the opposition. Piyush Chawla, I think, was the overseas. Chawla. I remember him and Leach bowling in tandem on a big spinning wicket, day 3 or day 4. Lots of men around the bat. And I either missed it, I nicked it wide of slip, or belted it out the ground. It was one of those 3 options. So I remember, creating a lot of frustration for Trez at slip and Keys Vedder behind the stumps. Yeah. But yeah, we got over the line, and it was a game to remember.
And you made your mark here against Somerset.
Yeah.
Because obviously then the following season...
Yeah, I was here.
You came down here on loan, didn't you?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Not brilliant circumstances. My contract was up for negotiation, or coming up at Derby. They wanted me to sign a new contract to stay there. And I just reached a point where it might have been playing in Division 1, just realising that's where I want to play. Not knowing if we were going to be in Division 1 the following year. You turn up at the big grounds playing against the best teams, against the best players, and realised that's where I wanted to be. If it wasn't going to be for Derby, then it was going to be for someone else. So early on in 2014, we were back in Division 2. Funnily enough, I'd started the season at Essex with, I think it was a 70 and a hat-trick and a fifer.
Yeah.
First game of the season. And Derby had asked me, they needed an answer by the end of, I think, or the middle of May as to whether I was staying or not, so they could make plans. And I'd already met with Somerset then, with Dave Nosworthy, Hearts and Trez. They met me one evening for dinner. They stated that they wanted me at the club and they could see me as part of the future. And I just couldn't say. I mean, Marcus Trescothick sat opposite me saying he wants me at the club. I couldn't say no to that. And that was that. So I let Derby know that I'd be leaving at the end of the season, and then I'd be going to Somerset. And basically that was the end of that. They said, well, you're not going to play again this season, so feel free to do what you want. And that was middle of May, and after having made a good start in the season as well. So I sat at home for about 6 weeks trying to work out what to do. Had numerous offers to go on loan elsewhere. I didn't want to do that, really. I didn't want to go to any other clubs. And then Nos got in touch just to, say, well, it makes sense to come down early, meet the guys, and be part of the club. And that seemed like a bit of a no-brainer at the time. When I actually came down, though, it must have been June, end of June, somewhere there, maybe early July, first time. I hadn't played for about 8 weeks after making a great start to the season. And naturally, I wasn't as fit. I hadn't been bowling. And I actually struggled to actually find my feet initially, getting going. So, yeah, it was an interesting start, but it was good to come down and actually meet the guys and played a few games in the second team, played a few first team games, played in the one-day comp. And, yeah, that was the start of my Somerset.
2015, You got off to a bit of a flyer, didn't you? The New Zealand game.
Tour game probably end of April,
Yeah,
beginning of May, early
yeah.
May there, somewhere around there. And it's funny that the tour games normally tend to come later on in the season, and as a bowler you've bowled quite a lot of overs, and the game's often as a bowler that you want to miss. And I remember it being relatively early in the season, and the opportunity to play against New Zealand before the Test tour. And I think it was quite a nice wicket to bowl on at the time. I remember a few of the bowlers causing the New Zealand batters a few headaches. Just ball came out nicely, got a few wickets, belted a few runs, and was a good season after that.
Yeah, you announced your arrival with that match, really.
Yeah.
By then, people were thinking, Timmy Grunwald, he's someone, he's going to do the business for us.
Yeah, and again, turning up at a new club and being part of, a new squad, and that comes with some pressure. Doesn't matter what you've done before, you're at a new club and people want to see you perform and win games for the club. So, it was nice to make a bit of a statement and show people what you can do.
Yeah, and I mean, people down here, how have you found the supporters? How have they been towards you?
Yeah, always really good. Amazing supporters. I'm not sure which year it was. It was probably, what you might remember, the Lewis Gregory, James Hildreth partnership against Durham here. Huge partnership in a one-day game to knock off the totals.
Yeah.
That was one of my first one-day games here.
Yeah.
It might have been a midweek. I think it was a Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I remember just being stood up in the change room and just looking out and just thinking, how on earth are this many people in a county ground for a midweek game? I was blown away by that. And at that point just realised, the level of support here and how much people love their cricket. And always special to play games here. Very rarely do you turn up and there's not a good crowd and or a good atmosphere. And I know other teams, often remark on that, the turnout that Somerset get.
2016 was a big season for you and for Somerset. And we were led by Chris Rogers. You'd had experience of playing with Chris at Derby probably for at least one season.
Yep.
What did he bring to the party? He was only here for a year, but my goodness,
he
he
was
had
ruthless,
didn't he?
Yeah, ruthless, and the way, just his, level of expectation, of his players. I think because of how hard he worked and his determination to win and be successful, he brought that into the squad. And I remember turning up at Derby, and he was ruthless in the way, his level of expectation. If you came onto bowl and you weren't quite on it from the get-go, you were off. There was no, second chance, you were off. Next bowler on. He demanded, a really high level of performance. And just his character, given how much cricket he had played, over that time, and how many runs he had scored, and the respect that he commanded, coming from Australia and scoring as many Shield runs as he had. When I played with him at Derby, he had only played the one Test for Australia.
Yeah.
Scored a truckload of runs in county cricket, and it was kind of building up to his return to the Test squad.
Yeah.
People were banging the door down saying, when's this guy going to play for Australia again? And because they were such a strong squad, he just couldn't get in. And when he finally got picked again, everyone just finally saw, how good a player he was. And he deserved that. For such a good player domestically to then get that opportunity again on the biggest stage and to do as well as he did. I was really, really pleased for him.
It was a bit of a heartbreak season, though, wasn't it? We ended up and we beat Notts in that last game, and then we came up here and sat and watched what was going on elsewhere. Tell us about that, Tim. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember. So finishing the game the day before and knowing we'd gotten the job done. It was the season of playing on spinning wickets and some low totals, and just created a huge. We needed a huge amount of skill. Like our batters, really felt for our batters at times playing on those wickets. You know, a lot of them only ended up averaging 20s, mid-20s, but in the context of what we were playing on and the conditions, opposition teams just couldn't come to grips with, you know, those conditions. And our batters often got us to 200, got us to 250, just got over those bonus point marks, which ended up getting us to where we did in the season. So it was an interesting season. Got the job done against Notts, you know, right at the back end. Got the amount of points that we felt we needed. Had a really good night because we won on day 3, so there's still a day left in the season. Had a great night. A lot of chats about, you know, what if, and what's going to happen the next day. And I think we really felt we had one hand on the trophy. I don't think we expected a declaration the next day. Not with what we ended up seeing. And when we all sat in the pavilion here watching what was going on, kind of just, you know, hoping for the hours to tick by during the day, and then maybe, you know, massive celebrations. And then the declaration came about, and we realised, okay, this isn't going to be so straightforward. So a lot of getting up, walking around, a lot of anger, a lot of frustration. But yeah, and you could sense that there's, you know, supporters here, members downstairs was full, and all our families were here, and just waiting to see what might happen. And I remember at one point, you know, I think Yorkshire needed about 80 runs with about 4 wickets in hand, and I just couldn't watch anymore. Went into town, grabbed a coffee, got away from it, just hoping I was going to come back, and you know, maybe some sense had prevailed, and they were going to stick out the last few overs and just try to block it out, and it would be a draw. And yeah, just such a hard thing to deal with when, you know, you put in that amount of time and effort, and you know how well the team did over the course of the whole season to put yourself in that position, and then only at the last minute, you know, to have it taken away from you in a contrived game that, you know, ended up costing us.
That was Leachy and Best in that game, wasn't it?
That got all the wickets. Yeah.
I mean,
they cleaned up as they did most of the season.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was one of those seasons where if you played as a seamer, sometimes there were only 2 of us. You might get a crack with the new ball for about 3 overs, and then your job was done. Leach, Bess, Van der Merwe, put them to work and bowl the opposition out.
But Chris was the major influence in that team, I think, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, and you know, he was brilliant the way he captained that side and the way he rotated the bowlers. He didn't, you know, let batters become too comfortable. I remember him, you know, just chopping and changing the ends so much that Bessie would bowl from one end and Leachy, and then Rilla would come on the other end and then swap them around, and you know, change of fielding positions all the time. He really kept the batters on their toes, and yeah, just he was a huge influence in the way he operated and the way he led the team, which a lot of people followed.
You were involved in 2 major partnerships, weren't you? 2 match-winning partnerships in 2016.
Yeah.
One I think was early on against Surrey here.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Yeah. We needed a result, desperately needed a result just to get our season going. But it was one of those kind of stop-start seasons in the early parts, and we just needed something to click. And I hated losing. I hated nothing more than losing. And I remember us just getting to that stage in the game where you're close, but not quite close. You're not over the line yet. And Craig Overton got an inside edge to Stuart Meeker.
Yeah.
Ben Folkes took one of the most ridiculous one-handed catches down the leg side. And yeah, I remember walking out to bat. I think we needed probably 45, something like that, myself and Leachy.
Yeah.
And I think initially at no stage do you walk out thinking, you know, we'll knock this off. The initial task is just survive initially and just try to get a partnership going. And then only once that partnership develops and you start getting a few runs and you see the board coming down, probably to 20, do you think, okay, we're in with a shot here? If we just keep ticking these over, we're in with a shot. And you I guess you get into that mindset where you're in the bubble, properly in the bubble, where, you know, not much can distract you. You don't realize what's going on around the ground or spectators and things like that. You're just so focused at the task at hand, and a lot happened in that partnership. I remember just boundaries suddenly coming quite quickly. Stuart Meek was bowling really quick, so there were a couple of boundaries kind of flayed away. Gareth Batty nicked off Leachy, and Rory Burns dropped him. It's a very straightforward chance. There's an LBW shot against Leachy from Batty that wasn't given out. And we just ticked the board down pretty quickly. And I remember one moment where I say you don't realise what's going on around the ground, but I remember batting at the far end and looking up towards the car park area here next to the Triscothic Pavilion, and just suddenly seeing so many people had come in from town, and people had just, a game that looked like, you know, we were going to lose. And suddenly there were so many people just stood around the edge, and I think we needed about eight runs at the time. And I quickly had to kind of like get myself back into that bubble state and not to come out of it and get too distracted. And hitting the winning runs, you know, and celebrating, and that's the thing you miss as a player, you know, walking off the field, going into the dressing room, just seeing how everyone's buzzing,
Absolutely.
celebrating as a team, and those are the great moments.
That was a special game.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about it makes me think. I can remember it so well.
Yeah,
exactly. But then there was another one, wasn't there?
Yeah, a few weeks later. I think it was
Gloucester.
a couple of weeks later against Gloucester here.
In the 50 over match.
50 over game. Walked out to bat. Again, not 100% sure on the number.
We wanted a lot of runs, though.
Yeah, it was about 60, I think.
Yeah, it was
65, something like that.
Yeah.
Myself and Jamie Overton. He had been batting for a little while. And our batters had been coming in saying, you know, it's a slow wicket. It's hard to score. A lot of leading edges and things like that. And I remember getting out there, and again, it was one of those, you're not worried about the end result. It's just bat for a few overs, just stay out there and just see where it goes. And again, Jamie and I are naturally quite, you know, fast-scoring batters, and we managed to just get a few out the middle, get a few to the boundary. And looking back, I think Gloucester, and it easily happens because I've been on, you know, with the shoe on the other foot, and where you panic a little bit. And I think Gloucester, they just went, it was one way, and they were just trying to bowl Yorkers at us, trying to bowl really full, and they almost took the pitch out of the equation, and that allowed us to get quite a few boundaries away. And again, just getting it down to, you know, single digits, and then Jamie whacking one back over the bowler's head for 4 to finish it. Yeah, unbelievable. And those are the games, you know, you look back on and, really stick with you.
Absolutely. When I was reading up about them, I thought, we've got to talk about those.
Yeah.
Very, very special.
Yeah.
And then you were part of our 2019 Royal London squad, weren't you?
Yeah. And like, amazing to be part of. Great day at Lord's. Tough not playing. I was part of the squad. I played the first probably 6 games in that competition.
7 games, I think you did.
And I got smacked around back end of the game, probably on 2 or 3 occasions, I think. Gloucester at Bristol, and then Middlesex at, I think it's Radlett.
Yeah.
Small boundary one side, missed my Yorkers. Anything I bowled just seemed to disappear out the ground. And then rightly so, you know, was left out for, I think, the quarter-final, semi-final, final. So great day at Lord's, back into that comp. Great to be part of and be there to celebrate, because, you know, ultimately that's what you do. You play to win trophies. But also tough as a sportsman, not actually playing and being part of that, you know, final and making a contribution to win the game.
Yeah.
Like I say, great squad. We're really building into something special there, and was good to be part of.
Yeah, and then you went off to Kent. How did that come about?
Finished up here. I had an injury, a groin injury that became quite serious. 2018. Had a really good first half of the year. Didn't play much back into the year with the groin injury. Start of 2019, I had surgery and it was all fine. But probably halfway through that season, I was made aware I wasn't going to be staying at the club, which was hard to take at the time. But equally, I realised for best part of a year had spent time on the sidelines with an injury and in and out the side. We signed Brooksy. So when we signed Brooksy, I knew the writing was on the wall. I was like, they're not going to have both of us here with the current group that we had. So I started looking at what options were out there. It was looking like I was going to go to Sussex. That offered me a deal there. And then Kent popped into the equation out of nowhere. And that just seemed like the right fit for me. I'd enjoyed playing against Kent. I'd enjoyed, a few of the guys that played there. Matt Walker was coach. Yeah. I just felt like that was the right fit for me. So ended up choosing Kent and went across there for a couple of seasons and tough seasons and that. My first year there was the COVID year. So we played a few games behind closed doors. I played in all the T20 games, which we did really well in. And a bit of a frustrating first season with COVID. And then start of the 2021 season, good build up to the season and our final pre-season game, I kicked a football in the warm-up. And as I kicked it, I properly hoofed it, realised something wasn't right in my right knee. Couldn't walk afterwards, went off and iced it, went for scans and had all the checks and everything that needed doing. And I found that I'd torn a massive piece of cartilage in my knee. And that was going to require surgery. Had the surgery and the surgeon just said to me, look, you've got no cartilage left in that knee with what we've had to take out. He didn't see me, being able to carry on playing. And I thought, rubbish, I'll be okay. I'll do the rehab. I'll be fine. And we gave it a good shot. I went through everything, gave it an extended period of time, tried to come back from it. But every time I bowled, it just, aggravated it. I got lots of swelling and things like that. And that was kind of the writing on the wall. Career done.
And you moved back here. Well, you never didn't move here from here, did you?
No. Well, we kept our house here, and on the back of us moving to Kent, I realised, I've probably got a couple of years left of playing, maybe 2-3 years if I was lucky. So I started exploring options as to what I was going to do post cricket. And I knew a few of the guys quite well across the road at Cooper's. Cole Gazard, who had played here previously, Shoal Willoughby. And I'd had a few conversations with them, and I found that maybe the route of being a financial advisor was a good one to go down. And chatted with Lee Cooper, who had been chief exec here for a period of time. And it was a case of see if you can get through the exams. If you can, well, then maybe I can pop across the road and have a job there. And we had our house here, and we'd obviously enjoyed our time here, which led to us moving back here September 2021.
You obviously enjoyed your time here at Somerset.
Yeah, loved it. Loved it. Every club I played at, and I was lucky enough to play at 4 different clubs. I know some people get to play at one club their whole career, but I met a lot of people through those 4 clubs, and had numerous different coaches, and I think every club has something that you hold on to and that you remember fondly. And Somerset, if you said to me, go back and pick a club to play for, and the time that you enjoyed, Somerset. Yeah, just loved playing. Yeah, loved the guys I played with, the coaches I had, the fans, the supporters. Playing white ball cricket here is on a whole nother level. Walking out onto the field and having best part of 9,000-10,000 people supporting you. It's a great place to play.
And wherever you go, you seem to find Somerset supporters.
You do, and given the role I'm in now, go out and see people, sit down, never met them before, and they know that I played for Somerset. Often bring it up, and it's quite nice to start a conversation along those lines and have a chat about cricket.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for joining us and being my guest today on the Player Podcast for Somerset.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Welcome back. A few clouds in the sky, but no threat of rain at the moment. Somerset resuming on 41 for 1. That's a lead of 197. There are all sorts of possibilities in this game. The 1 wicket to 4. Andy Omi just before lunch. Hauling out to long off. In another era, he'd have had a stern talking to, but probably not in this one. Parkinson resumes. And Sam's with us.
Is that why you're going to head off in the direction of the dressing room? Are you tasked? Are you the
the
deputy headmaster? The strict one. There's always a deputy head.
I was more carrot than stick, I think, more or less. I wasn't very good at the stick.
Freddie McCann, by the way, folks, has got his maiden first-class 100 up at Trent Bridge. 2-3-1 for 4 they are. Keeping a close eye on that one.
Yeah, in that game, Notts battling away. They've got a lot of work to do still, but...
What is it, 150 to follow on, so that's 375, so they're 144. A draw would be a lovely result there for Somerset.
Yes, I can't work out a Notts win, which would be the ideal one, but I can't quite see how we get there. In fact, I don't think you can. Unlike this game, where there are still the statutory 4 potential results.
I haven't seen a tie for a while. There was a tie. Triggs' first-class debut was a tie, I think. It was a game against the West Indies A.
We've had a tie down here, didn't we?
Someone else,
when
Lancashire?
Dom Bess was out of the,
Lancashire, yeah.
You get more points for a tie than a draw. So a tie is preferable to a draw, I think. But all possibilities are around here. Now then, here's a potential man of the match, actually. Bryden Cass. He's got 100 to his name, his second first-class 100. He bowled well in the first innings, after taking a bit of tap from James Rue, actually. But he'll be feeling good, a little weary perhaps, but good. And he'll bowl some of the quickest balls we see in the match.
Yeah,
in fact, he will bowl the quickest balls we see in the match.
That's what the Eurolay speed gun says during this over. We fired up from that 100. Those blonde tips. Well, they're just working out who they're going to get behind square on the leg side. A couple of slips in weight, I think. Daniel Hogg's been called up. Mid-off are quite wide, but also quite close, inviting Goldsworthy to drive. Probably not much drivable, though.
track. Because Bryden Carr's actually, I know he's been in England squads. He played for England.
Yeah, he's played a bit of
cricket?
white ball cricket for
White
England.
ball
Yeah.
cricket.
Yeah.
50 over or 20 over.
I
Or
think he might have played both.
no.
Afford me a second or two, I can tell you he has played both. 14 ODIs, 3 T20 3 T20 internationals. And I think a test debut around the corner at some point. If he can keep fit, perhaps in Australia.
Well, England like pace. You're looking for pace in Australia. And you're right about the fitness thing, really. That's the critical one. He may not be at the top of the list, but if he's the last man standing, he'll get the trip.
He's quite close to the top of it, you know. The thing is, the way they work is that, you know, Jamie Overton will be quite close if he can stay fit and get bowling again.
Yeah, but he hasn't bowled.
No, he hasn't
ball
this year.
this summer,
No.
really.
But you know what they're like.
Yeah, yeah.
If he gets through 5 overs in the nets, he'll be in. Shot.
That's a very fine shot. It won't quite get to the boundary, though, I don't think. Hogs after it. Down he goes. Just a couple. I mean, they keep coming and going. Josh Tongue is the coming man. Hang on, he's gone in some part of him. Pennington is the man. Oh, hang on, he's gone.
It's a shame. He should have played, though. Oh.
Very briefly, Jamie Overton was the man. He got 95 in his first Test match. A couple of wickets here and there. But then he's gone in the... So it's just who happens to be fit. Ollie Stone is come and gone. He's back again now.
But you almost need, for a 5-test series, you look at it and they go, well, they probably need 12 bowlers.
Well, Australia don't. They just play Cummins, Stark, and Hazelwood, and with and up Pop Bolland last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, I bet Nisa just carries the drinks the whole time. He's
Yeah.
a quality bowler, but couldn't really get inside. Yeah. I wonder if Liz is just saying we could potentially watch Harry bowling on the live stream. Is that the? He plays for Wemden, does Harry? He's a playing a miss from Lammonby.
Yeah, well, I may take the same view of that as pursuing Oasis tickets. But I know that there are many fans of Harry who would love to see him in action. The only time I've ever seen Harry play is when we zoomed in on him.
That dust coming out there.
Well, we
when
like
that ball
OS, or Somerset like the look of dust.
I feel like I'm in a Philip Pullman novel. Northern Lights is all about dust. Oh, Charlie Taylor's found it. Can we get that?
Oh, is he bowling them? No, I'm not going to get overexcited.
You
by
were-
this.
you were so
This is
no.
this is first-class cricketer. Yeah, Harry can give us an update tomorrow. I might be with Harry quite a lot tomorrow, actually, so I'll save it.
Callum Parkinson going to continue from that river end. 46 for 1. There's those Bryden Carr speeds on the Eurolay speed gun. Top one of 83.3. He's capable of a little bit more than that. Just get loosened up. Might be a pitch where you probably don't go flat out on.
No, but speed through the air is still your main asset because it's not doing a hell of a lot off the surface for the quicker bowlers.
I've got Harry Everett up. He's about to start a new over. Wemden versus North Peverton. Mondley Kamalo plays for them. Do you remember Mondley? He was the young South African who got attacked in Bridgewater a few years ago. Had that terrible head injury, but he's back playing cricket.
Good.
Ian Blackwell played for North Peverton for a bit. I think Mike Burns actually might have played a couple of games for North Peverton.
There must be money in North Petherton after all.
Left-handed Lammonby on strike. Couple more.
This pitch, it is turning a little bit, but there is not much margin for error because it's so slow. So that delivery there is just, it's not a long hop exactly, but it's not quite full enough. And if you're quick-footed, as Lammonby was there, and a lot of players have been able to do, you can get onto the pull. He's going to be a tired man too tonight. Callum Parkinson. He opened the bowling, didn't he?
Did, yeah. For a fair few overs already, isn't
He
he?
might not come off very often unless he really gets some tap. He might just keep bowling from that river end. That's over pitched. It's nicely struck, and he'll do well to stop it, and he can't quite do it. Sparing dive.
Lovely shot to Lamby.
Yeah, good placement. One thing, it's nice to get a half volley, but you're not going to get full value. And I think 4 counts as a full value for a Liverpool toss. Hello, he's hit him again there. That's again, it is too short. Quite long up territory, but he's into position so quickly.
We've seen that left-handers actually. Lees did it really well in the first innings. Just onto that back foot, plant that back foot and turn just slightly back of a length. As you say, not a long hop, but...
They're almost premeditated shots in that they loiter on the back foot in the knowledge that if it's fractionally short, because it's such a slow pitch, you've got time to pull it. That's fine, provided you can adjust properly if it's a little bit fuller. Anyway, Lamby's off and running. He's got 16 in a mere 18 deliveries. More circumspect is Goldsworthy. But the basis of the total they want is set, 57 for 1. Cast now, bit of pace.
Goldsworthy's just been watchful, hasn't he? Hasn't quite looked...
Well, he's
fluent.
in sort of new territory. I mean, I'm not sure Goldsworthy's opened the batting for Somerset before, or in any other game. I doubt it.
Very good question there.
So it is sort of new territory. And he has some of the attributes. It's a problem area for Somerset. This year they've tried a variety of combinations. I think it's fair to say that if you had a bet on Goldsworthy and Umeed opening the batting on April the 1st, you'd have got quite good odds.
Yeah, that's a fair shout, Vic. That's a fair shout. Here they are. Umeed looking good, or was looking good until he's gone. Goldsworthy having a very good summer, productive summer in white ball cricket in particular.
That's beautifully timed. Again, there'll only be a couple because there's a bit of sweeping to be done out there by whoever that is. Is that who's number 9? Is it
That is Ben McKinney.
That's Ben McKinney. Okay, well, he's got young legs and he's having to use them.
Daniel Hogg, is he starting to warm up, or is he just keeping warm? I'm not sure.
I don't know, he's due another bowl. He doesn't bowl much. He's pulled a nice spell early on, and then was left to graze.
Interesting little battle this between these two.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the pitch that Cast would like to carry around with him, except possibly for batting on him when he falls under here. But it's lost. It had a bit of life in it, I think, on the first day. There's a little bit of green grass there. The ball zipped off pretty well, but it's become pretty docile now for the quicker bowlers.
Flicked it to mid-wicket, Daniel Hogg. Can't cut them off. Goldsworthy picks up another run. Somerset score move on to 60. Bit of excitement at the bottom of the box because Harry Everett is currently wheeling around frantically at Wemden Cricket Club, having picked up a wicket.
What's he bowling nowadays?
I think it's off spin. It's very slow. You can watch it. It's almost like a slow-mo replay on the stream. I wonder if we can get that clipped up at some point, Harry's wicket. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yes. I suppose so.
I suppose. Right arm rubbish, Shiner Junkie says. Yeah, he's just talking them all through it now as well. Callum Parkinson, yeah, you feel that this is going to be one of those, you don't want to run your quick bowlers into the ground. Durham are very aware there's a lot of injuries, there's a lot of sides have. There's cars up there, nearly 84 miles an hour. You can imagine there'll be spin at one end for most of the innings as Parkinson gets one to turn past the Goldsworthy's outside edge. Left arm spinner to right hand. Ollie Robinson's got very quick hands.
Yeah, well, that's, again, encouraging for both parties, Somerset and Parkinson.
So there's, according to this, the Wendon CC stream, there's currently 13 people watching, of which 2 are sat in this room.
I'll be the odd man out in this room
Again. Being quite the contrarian today, Vic, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm becoming ever more curmudgeonly. I don't want to go and watch, listen to Oasis, and well, I can do without watching Harry bowl because I'll see it later. I'm too nervous for him, actually. It always, on that topic, there's a lovely story of Dennis Breakwell, who coached Joss Butler.
Yes, you'll love to be in the same bracket, Harry.
Yeah,
a good segue.
I mean, it's only a vague parallel, this. But Dennis did a wonderful job at King's College, coaching Joss Butler and many others. And Joss always thought the world of him as well, which is great, and recognised how he'd helped him. But Dennis was always quite a nervous cricketer, I promise you, he's on edge. And I said to him, well, you must find it nerve-wracking watching Joss play. And he said, well, yeah, of course I do. He said, but so how do you know? But do you watch him when he's playing? Oh yeah, he says. Well, but you must be terrible. Oh, I never watch him live. I only watch the highlights, so I know he's got some. Can't bear to watch him live, and I feel a bit the same when Harry is operating. It's too nerve-wracking. Good running there.
A couple of runs from Tom now. That would be a little dab. Brian Carson in the game again. Well, that's fair enough. I mean, you are partners, you and we were trying to work out at lunchtime if the double act is Marks and Everett or Everett and Marks.
I mean, I don't quite know where you get this from.
You have to on the after dinner circuit.
Yeah, but I don't. Yes. I didn't let Harry interview me.
Ooh, little outside edge.
Where's Overton when you need him? You see. I'm not sure that carried, but it went sped past the right hand of Alex Lees. It did take the outside edge. Let's have a see whether it's catchable. Just played inside it.
Nah.
No, it's not.
Got no chance because Lammonby's actually leaving it. The bat's right in underneath his nose, and it's because it's turned.
It
takes the outside edge. Yeah.
Well, it's a bonus 4 runs then for Lammonby.
So you aren't available on the
after
dinner circuit then?
I don't know whether we've quite officially teamed up in any way.
You didn't let. He
did a very good auction.
He
did a very good auction. After I'd rambled on for about 15 minutes.
Well, he would be good, Harry. You know when you used to go in the old Taunton market and they were selling the cattle and it's so quick you can't keep up with it? Harry would very good. Sold? That would be Harry's kind of vibe.
Well, he did. He got rid of it. Actually, you've been to some of these dinners and the auction is a necessary part to raise funds, but it can be quite wearing. After a while, but he did race through the lots and seemed to get, some takers.
Speaking of the great man, here he is. Leg spin, that looks like. Gone for a single. He's been in the wickets today, Harry Everett.
I mean, it's like fighting for the remote control. I'd rather watch Bryden Cast.
Similar,
It's nip and tuck.
similar blonde hairstyles as well. Those two.
Hang on, here he comes.
Harry's is all natural.
That's missed it. Oh, I missed that.
Mooted celebration.
Okay. And then look, the batsman still, he can't believe it. He's off there. He has to go.
Don't worry, folk. You aren't missing any cricket. Bride Cast is now ready to bowl. There's only one slip left. Fuds into the pads. Cast has got both hands up. I think it's probably sliding down the leg side.
I think it is too. I think they just about know it too. But if you beat the bat as a seamer on this pitch, you feel you're owed something. Just going down. Worth a shot. He does. He gets quite a long way. Like a lot of modern players, he's sort of almost batting on off stump, which must alert the odd umpire to the LBW possibility.
Good fielding by Ashton Turner there at mid-wicket. Scott Borthwick, the Durham skipper, always, they call him the Badger. I think they're calling him the Badger on the stream. Always, badgering around basically. Sort
I was watching his England debut in Sydney.
Yes, as a leg spinner.
Essentially, yeah, batted about number 8. It was a surprise selection. He was playing grade cricket in Sydney. He was obviously bowling. He got actually his record as a bowler for England, albeit in one match. It's pretty.
Doesn't quite carry to Devon Hogg.
It's very handy because he'd picked up some wickets in the match England lost, but he got about 5 or 6 wickets in the match, I think.
Was it the series trot and Graham? There he is, Harry, but back on screen. It's decidedly slow, that bowling, isn't it? Are we on slow-mo replays, Ben, or is this real time? Never mind Scott Borthwick's test wickets. There's a leg spinner on screen. Pulled. Behind square, Ben McKinney's going to keep it down to what I think he underbowls himself. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of Scott Borthwick in this.
Well, he may have. He may not be such a good bowler now as he was then, but it's quite a long time ago that he.
Yeah.
Certainly way pre-COVID, at the end of an unsuccessful Ashes expedition. Probably when Joe Root was captain, I guess.
Was it not the one where Swan retired and Trott retired midway through? I think Bairstow might have come into the side quite late then as well. It was.
Well, look it up. Help me.
I'm helping you.
It might have been. And they didn't want to play Panesar. Who might have got that right?
2014.
I think Panesar was on the tour, but I'm not sure he played in that test. But I think he might have been on the tour. I'm not sure. Find out. Sam's onto it.
Yeah. So Alistair Cook was captain.
All right, it's a long time ago.
Bud Rankin was playing.
Yes.
Borthwick batted
You're
9.
right. You're right about Swan. It was the one that Swan withdrew mid-series. Rankin, Borthwick.
Fuller kept out. Nice shape. Michael Carberry opened the batting on that tour.
Last test, probably. I think.
Because he played all. That was the only. He played those 5 tests, and he actually did okay.
Yeah. Well, he was. England got a hammering.
Yeah, they did.
But he actually batted. He may regret batting in a subdued manner, but he did the hard work. He kept batting through the first hour with. I think Mitchell Johnson was causing mayhem, and he battled away without ever really kicking on to make a significant score. The tour did disintegrate.
Didn't go well, did it?
No. By the time they got to Sydney, as has sometimes been the case, actually, quite often. But suddenly, out of grade cricket comes Borthwick. As I say, he got wickets, and in his solitary Test match, I reckon he got 4 or 5. So he sort of averages about 18 with the ball in Test cricket.
It wasn't that economical. 7 overs, 1 for 49, and then he followed it up with 6 overs, 3 for 33. So 4 wickets. You're right.
4 wickets, 13 overs. Not bad. Good strike rate.
Yeah, good strike.
He's got one of the best strike rates in modern spinners.
Well, see, I wouldn't mind seeing it, and I know he doesn't bowl that much, and captains are often reluctant. But what he did, because he doesn't bowl that often, when he does bowl an over, he tends to try and bowl 6 different deliveries.
Well, he's the captain.
Rather than, well, yes. Big
That's-
sweep, shout for
he's-
Abu Dhabi.
I think he's got that on that, otherwise they wouldn't have strangled the
Must
the
have done.
appeal.
Let's have another look. Yeah. Yes, otherwise you're...
Because he left Durham and came back again, didn't he?
went to Surrey
No,
when they were in their financial troubles. Durham needed to
Yeah.
go and won a couple of championships down there. Did okay. I think as soon as there was the option to come back, he was like, yes, please. I want to come home. The band is going to get back together. Ben Rain was similar. Paul Coughlin back up there. And it will be interesting to see where they go next year, because they've signed Emilio Gay. I don't know if they've signed, or there's rumour. I remember seeing an article on that and potentially signing Will Rhodes from
Just got
Warwickshire.
double under, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Double under.
has he? And then they've got young Ben McKinney. So there's openers going to be around next year. Cut away for just a single. Borthwick batted beautifully in the One Day Cup. He doesn't play T20 anymore. He's up in the comms box. He's 34, so got plenty of years ahead of him if he wants them. Just be interesting to see where they go. They've got to keep evolving. Emilio Gay is some player. They can get him playing consistently. Have we got leg slip here for Lammonby? Yeah. No,
Back pad.
back pad.
Well, that's terrific. I mean, again, it's not a good ball. It's just too short, but he certainly latched onto it. Hit it. There was a man out there, sort of 3/4 of the way back, and he couldn't stop it. He's now got to grovel underneath the covers to get it, and he's done it. But very quick onto the back foot. No, he's retreating a bit, that fielder. Right to the boundary edge. And there's the single. Very satisfying for Lammonby, that. A bit of turf kicking from Parkinson, who knows he's dragged one down. But Lammonby going in a runner ball. He's had had a really good summer, hasn't he? And I think, he was ideal, thought of as the opener, but he's batted so well at 3, I don't think they want to move him.
No, and that's when so when Toynbee came back in the Durham game, people are thinking, well, who's going to open it? It ended up being Abel, and I spoke to Shane Berger briefly before, and he said, well, actually, the idea is we don't want to. One player's coming back in. We don't want to move everyone else around. And Lammonby has done so well at 3. He's found his spot.
Well, there is a reassuring feel, now that Lammonby is playing so well, of Lammonby 3, Abel 4. That's
Closing in on 800 runs for the championship summer. 100, 550s, averaging north of 45. So it's very good summer for him. Signing the
yeah,
Somerset.
and the odds. It's strange how where you flourish, because initially he played some fantastic one-day innings as a youngster, having established himself in the red ball in that Bob Willis Trophy about 3 or 4 years ago. And now he's become sort of he played for the Oval Invincibles in the final of the 100, of course, but he's batting about 7 or 8. No, you can't have that either. So his career's gone through sort of various stages, and you think at some point he's going to resurface as a really significant one-day player. But for the moment, he's kind of lost that.
That's how he got.
But he's a much better red ball player. It's
a couple of years ago on Sky, yeah, 89 or 90 against
in
Gloucestershire
in
here,
no
yeah,
time.
in about 30 odd balls.
Astonishing
Yeah, it
shots,
was.
all sorts of wonderful improvisations. And on the basis of that, he played in some franchise cricket. He's played for the Tasmanian Big Bash team very briefly.
Hobart Hurricanes.
Yeah, that's the one.
But for when he first played, he played T20 that first summer and bowled a little bit in the middle order,
but
left arm and batted.
He used to bowl the first over.
Well,
didn't he?
that was a little bit later, but there was one season where he would just bowl the first over. But he bowled a little bit of middle order stuff, middle inning stuff a bit earlier, the very first year he played.
So he's he's gone through various phases. It's noble. And ideally, I'm sure, from his point of view and everyone else's, is that he becomes a multi-purpose cricketer again. I.e., he's very much inked in the red ball team, but he's not currently in Somerset's T20 team. He gets a gig in the 100 final, though. I'm sure Tom Moody thinks the world of him, and there's a lot to like. I think Sarah's straightforward.
Well, it was that. He's only 24, and that year I'm thinking of, he was quite expensive in the T20. I was watching from afar thinking, I don't know if this lad's going to make it as a bowler. And then we turned up in COVID summer, having not sure if there's any cricket, and these couple of lads wandered out, and none of us could work out who it was opening the batting. Like, who is this? And it turned out to be Lammonby. And that was the year he ended up scoring those 300 in a row, including one at Lords in the Bob Willis Trophy final.
At Essex, against Essex. I watched every ball of that. It was freezing.
Yes, I was at Lords, and it was because of the COVID, because you needed to couldn't give umpires caps or anything like that. The 12th and 13th men were quite busy, and Paul Rudolph van der Merwe and Don Bess, who knew he was leaving at that point, had to sit down by the pitch, and they were kind of huddling by the advertising hoardings, absolutely frozen.
It was quite a good game of cricket in front of no one in freezing temperatures. It was amazing, the standard of cricket. And Essex, it was a drawn game, but Essex won the cup.
I mean, Sir Alistair Cook made 100, didn't they? Before thinking
Cook and Lammonby were the big run scorers.
Cook, people, I remember Phil Walker from Wisdom wrote a piece based on that. It's as good as Sir Alistair Cook has batted at Lords. It just looked regal. I was at New Road, and what was essentially a kind of pseudo semi-final for that. They had to win it. It was Somerset, Worcestershire. And he had not many off quite a lot of balls, and then suddenly he switched the tempo of the innings.
I remember
quite
that.
wonderful.
He got 100, that's right. I do remember that. He changed tempo, which is not easy to do. You know, it's easy to say, it's about time he changed tempo, but actually once you get into a groove, it's quite difficult in red ball cricket to suddenly go from one mode to another, and he did it.
I think D'Oliveira hit D'Oliveira for a couple of sixes towards the tree at New Road. They had a decent attack. People hadn't heard of it. I think Pennington and Tongue might have been playing in that game. Carter's going to try his hand around the wicket. Goldsworthy, I think Goldsworthy's got the role here of just batting, and everyone's going to bat around here.
Yeah, and I think he'll go as fast as he can. He's also exploring a new role.
Yeah.
And he's doing okay. He got runs in the first innings, didn't he? But he's hardly racing along at the moment, but it doesn't really matter at this juncture in that with Somerset going about 4 and over. They'll want to up the ante down the line if they've got wickets in hand to make sure they don't waste any time, but it's not an issue just at the minute.
Nick's going to pop off briefly, and Charlie Taylor is going to come in alongside me for the next hour or so. Callum Parkinson to continue returns that into Lammonby. 56 overs remaining in the day, 55 overs and 1 ball. Charlie Taylor's got the thickest pad of paper you will ever see. Copious notes, I'm sure they're all on this game. Turned around the corner to Ben Rain.
Well, I bought this notebook. I like notebooks. I've got long notebooks at home. I bought this one because, as you'll see, the front cover of it is very colourful and very nice. I'm attracted to colour. I mean, it's bright, yeah.
It's light, but the shades
nice
of it,
colour. Look at that sort of
You know when you get those things when you go to an optician's and you have to try to find that is there not a rabbit
Yes,
pictured
almost
in
like,
there somewhere? What's it called?
Sort of colourblind tests that they do with sort of red and green and all that kind of stuff. So it's very bright, as you can see there on the screen. And I got attracted to it because I'm attracted to bright colours. I'm like moths for colours. Oh, this is in the air. It's going to land safely. Will it go all the way, though? No, not quite, but it bounces a couple of times. It goes over the ropes. Goldsworthy taking a bit of a risk, but it paying off. 4 runs added onto the total. Somerset would like to get about this quite quickly, give themselves plenty of time to take 10 wickets. But then I bought it. I thought, what am I going to use it for? I didn't have cricket in mind when I did it. And then
you just bought it.
I just fancied a notepad. I think it was reduced or something.
I like a yellow sticker.
It's from it was from a nice enough brand. And I thought, well, I'll get it. And I didn't really know what to do with it. And then a few years, probably did have it a few years. You can see the start not really knowing what to do, various notes, etc. And then I started doing. And this is 2022, England Lions versus South Africa. Yeah, we did that one with you.
Will Smead's only List A game.
Yes.
So far. Well, he played 2. They played 2, didn't they? Only one of them counted. And he got 96 in the one that isn't a List A game and 0 in the one that is in the record books. Goldsworthy cutting that one away. Fine. Ben McKinney's going to come around, keep it to a couple. He took that from straight, really, Goldsworthy. That's why Callum Parkinson has his hands up by his head. Didn't have any width. Goldsworthy manufactured that width for himself.
Just looking back, I think I probably started using it in 2021. But it's got every game that I've commentated on, which I quite like all in one go. Yeah, I used it in 2021. I've used every game that I've commentated on. This pad has come with me, and I've got notes on players, various bits that happened in the game, stuff you need when you're commentating. So it is a huge pad, but I do quite like looking back through it and remembering all the games. Because when you do this job, you do end up watching quite a lot of different games and different venues, and so it's nice to have a little reminder of which ones I was at. Various scorecards tucked in there as well. What's this one? Somerset against Essex on June the 4th. Not sure what year, 23, I think. That one.
Conversation between a few of the senior Durham boys. Scott Borthwick, the captain there. Ben Rain was involved. Ollie Robertson, the keeper. Bryden Cast. Is Cast going to continue? I think he is for at least one more over.
This is DLS scores. This was a rainy game at Cheltenham earlier on this year. We were handed this, and it is.
It's some chart,
it's so complicated when it gets given to you. But I thought I'd keep it because I quite like.
It's like, I don't know if you probably don't do much with inflation, but it's like an RPI. Every year the government produces this statutory RPI, CPI, and you have to go across. There you go, Charlie, hold it up.
Okay, that's a DLS chart. So when there's rain around, that's what gets printed off and handed to you, so you can have an idea of where teams should be at, how many wickets down, etc.
In Harry Everett watch, he's got another wicket.
Has he?
Yeah, he
Good
has.
lad. God, we're not going to hear the end of it tomorrow.
So
he is back here, I think, tomorrow, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. 84 for 1. 20 gone. 55 left in the day, so the Somerset lead is extended to 240. Cast around the wicket, and we're just jabbing towards Ben Rain. There's a slip in still. Borthwick's more at a second, third slip. So this is an interesting period, isn't it? Because Somerset want to be pushing on. Keep that scoreboard going, because they probably need another 200, right, to feel not safe. This is a Harry Everett wicket, we think. Down the ground.
Was it caught and bowled?
There's a big shout. Oh, there it is.
God, he's quite muted. I'd have been celebrating those. When I take a wicket, it's a rare occurrence, so I'd like to. Obviously, he plays so much cricket, I guess it happens a lot more often.
Pulled.
Shot.
Into the gap. Gammon with a swivel pull, but it's a great bit of work out there by deep square leg. Keeps it to just the single. Well, he turned around when he got the wicket. You notice him, and he did a double fist pump. I don't know if it was towards the umpire or towards the fielder at mid-off, but he's a point to prove, Harry.
You're saying it's not a send-off, then?
Not a send-off, no, it wasn't a send-off. Definitely not to the batter. But, he's the pro, isn't he, for Wemden? Yeah. He's their coach.
Right.
Can't be going nuts every time he gets a wicket.
Can't believe he's coaching people, though, when you see his bowling. Oh, dear. Don't really want the next generation of Somerset cricketers coming up looking like that, really. I'm sure he does a great job, by the way. He's an excellent coach, passionate about the game.
He's definitely passionate.
His action is not what you'd call beautiful, is it? That's what I mean. You want to see nice flowing action.
This is a nice flowing action.
Yeah, Cast is great to watch. Yeah.
Around the wicket. Short ball.
Oh, he's just got something on there. In fact, he's got quite a lot of it and managed somehow to avoid all the fielders around the bat.
Off the back, it almost rolled up the back of his bat there, Goldsworthy.
Yeah.
He's shot too early. Oh, it's glove. So you've got short leg in, Ashton Turner under the helmet, a leg gully, Ben Rain, deep square leg, long leg.
I like this on the stream there. Amy said, Charlie's Pad, maybe it's a future museum piece, to Mike, who runs the museum, who's also regular on the stream comments. And now they've got people suggesting other things that could go in the museum. Your caps, potentially, one of the things that go in there. You do like a good cap, don't you?
I had a wedding cap selection. I had 3 different caps for the day.
What I like, Sam is so determined to wear the cap that he wears his headphones, his headset over the top of the caps. Most people would take it off.
You know what? It really hurts as well when I take the headphones off, because it's basically just been pushing. You know the little bit at the top and the dint,
knobbly bit. Yeah, is that what it's called? Is it? You and your terminology, the caps. What else is suggested? Trigo's waistcoats, Jack Leach's glasses. Yeah, they've got to go in there, haven't they?
Got some of Jack Leach.
I mean, they are actual proper. Are they Jack Brooks headbands in there? See, that's.
I think there's one of those hanging up next door as well.
Yeah.
He's doing a bit of coaching, Brooksy, I think, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cast around the wicket to Goldsworthy. He's going to drive, actually. Double up. Nice shot from Goldsworthy. That's going to race away. It's going to keep gathering pace, actually. Basteleda is very quick. Can't cut it off. Goldsworthy moving to 25. That run rate is ticking up. You know, it's up at 4.27 and over now, and that shows it's not felt like they've pushed a run rate. But actually, just before lunch, it was about 3.9. So that, by my math, is an increase of 0.3 runs per over Charlie Taylor.
That's the 50 partnership up. 52 now, this one's worth. Yeah, I like that shot from Goldsworthy because Cast is putting tons of pace on, right? He's coming in hard. And that ball didn't need much to it. Just find the gap, lean on it, find the timing, and off it went.
My head's still on a jukebox. Like it's been 3 days now, and it's still.
Lean on me.
That's exactly it. Lean on me.
I was trying to work out what it could have been. Cast around the wicket and pulled hard. That's a good shot. Fielder where should get there, does.
No ball too.
Front foot, no ball. I assume.
Yeah, it's a free hit.
Free hit, yeah.
It's not. Drago's head.
Yes, his head on a silver platter in there.
It would still be. He'd look good in.
It'd still look good.
You know, in the kind of Harry Potter films, where the ghosts have got those like horrible histories.
There's
where
Nearly Headless Nick and all the others.
With the plumage around his neck.
Isn't Nearly Headless Nick played by John Cleese?
Yes,
Somerset fan.
John Cleese, if you're watching, by the way, I know you do tune in. Always welcome in here, John. We'd love to get you on.
Yeah, I'd love to have John. Doesn't spend much time in Western, I shouldn't think, these days. That's where he's from, though, isn't it?
Round the wicket, Cast. There's a fielder at sort of halfway square leg. Come through for a single. Cast is down in a sort of squat pose if he was doing a little bit of yoga. I think some of this might be the end of his spell, you know, Cast. He's put some effort into the last 4 or 5 overs.
Some of Vic Mark's columns could go in there, couldn't they? Some of the real classics.
Just his voice.
Yes, a recording of his voice.
Oh, we could. Mike, when you go with there's Josh Davey and Jake Ball, a couple of the Somerset bowlers rested in this game. Maybe they're just reading one of Vic Marks' columns there. They're probably watching Harry on the live stream actually take wickets.
Yeah.
They're just thinking, how can we get an off spinner like that into our side?
Harry's earpiece.
Can't climb.
He loves his earpiece,
but
doesn't he?
Mike, when you have guided tours to that museum, please get Vic's voice. Get some recordings of Vic's voice. That would be lovely.
Have it booming over the speakers in the museum.
93 for 1. Conversation between Parkinson, left-arm spinner, and skipper Scott Borthwick. It's been good from Goldsworthy, very good from Lammonby too. That 50 partnership came in 69 balls, apologies. So a decent scoring rate. Cast bowled 5 overs for 19. I think that's probably him for the time being. Had 4 overs of rain, a couple of overs of drivel, and then 5 of Cast.
And yet, play hasn't been stopped at all. Quite wide that one, reaching hard. Lammonby.
I'm telling you, Charlie, I'm like a lucky omen from cricket, honestly. Up at Durham last week, 96 overs when they barely played at all anywhere else. And they went down to Oundle School for the Disability Premier League. The forecasted showers passed us. You and I were looking at the same forecast on the same website, giving us a different forecast yesterday.
Yeah. Weirdly, that was
mine
very
just
strange,
says sunshine because it knows it's mine.
It's Sammy Sunshine. You bring the sun wherever you go. Although it has clouded over a bit here, but. Well, this is what my forecast was saying, wasn't it? Is that there's a little bit of haze. Risk of cloud and rain later on. Doesn't look like it's threatening yet. It's the back foot that time for Goldsworthy.
I know, Mike. So, Mike, they've got one of Vic's blazers, and he said, how about a cider press article on the museum? We will definitely do one, but definitely do a feature as well. We'll come in and do a video, Mike.
Well, as you know, as a lot of people know, I'm big on my medieval history, so to have a medieval barn here in the ground is absolutely lovely. The idea that they're playing on the site of the old priory here is part of the pleasing thing for me about Somerset cricket is that history that goes back all the way here.
Oh, well, let's definitely do an episode then. Either later in. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be around this summer, but we'll sort something out, Mike. We'd love to. Push down the ground for a single.
It's good work from Goldsworthy here. Lammonby, who's overtaken him, coming in and hit quite fluidly. Goldsworthy's working harder for his runs, but doing a good job. Somerset need to cement up that opening spot. Both opening spots, really. Again, I'm not sure Umeed, I can see what he was doing, but again, on the scorecard, people will look at it and think, oh, he's not quite the opener that we're looking for. Whereas Goldsworthy, what did he score first innings? 40-odd, 38, was it? Something like that. That's not a terrible return.
38 from 51.
Yeah, 38 from 51. That's good pace on a pitch that was offering a little bit of help to the bowlers. 27 so far in this innings. It's a nice looking shot. He does look good when he plays it. Helps he's left-handed, of course, I reckon. Lammonby, as he's found the boundary there. Glorious shot. He's pushing it past the fielder, Ben Rain, who's at shortish cover. Lovely.
Proper job. What have we got going on elsewhere? Western Storm made 282
yeah,
for
not
8.
bad.
That's a decent total, that. 18 for 1 in reply. Sophia Smale opening the bowling has picked up the wicket of Bryony Smith. Left arm spin of Sophia Smale.
Good wicket.
Fires one in. Bryony Smith was just trying to pull a ball that probably wasn't there to be pulled. Maybe it didn't get up. She gave a disparaging look down at the pitch. Now then, what is going on at Trent Bridge? 287 for 4. Freddie McCann still going, 143. Jack Haynes 51. Partnership 143.
Notts have been awarded 5 penalty runs there because a return was thrown in which narrowly missed McCann's head.
Ooh.
Level 2 offence, 5 penalty runs.
Who was the chucker?
Don't know, haven't got that information, I'm afraid.
Lancashire in real trouble. 46 for 4 in their second innings. They're still 143 runs in arrears. It's not been a good summer for Lancashire. They still got a T20 quarter-final down at Sussex. We're going to see spin at both ends, by the way. No Daniel Hogg yet, George Drizzle, but yeah.
Well, if Sultan Butler come back into that side, it's a serious... Got Mahmood in there as well.
Well, Luke Wells is currently 34 not out. Keaton Jennings 1, Josh Bohannon 0, Rocky Flintoff 8. Matthew Hurst 0, George Bell 1 not out.
There's quite a lot of inexperience in that side when you go through it, isn't there? It's a team that's in transition.
Yeah, but you've got Wells, Jennings, Bohannon, Venkatesh Iyer, Tom Hartley and Bailey in there. That's
plenty of experience.
Good side, right? Aspinwall has been in the 100. Balderson's highly rated. George Bell is a young wicketkeeper who's highly rated.
Still quite young.
As is Hurst. Yeah, young, but...
Yeah, Flintoff obviously teenager.
Yeah.
So there's enough there. You'd have thought.
Down the ground, and Drizzle is fielding off his own bowling. Good show of intent.
But Division 1 is hard. Division 1, there are some excellent sides in this division. Teams like Somerset, where youth has come through over the last few years, and now we're beginning to see.
I love the way you said youth there. It just came out slightly wrong, didn't it?
Youth. Oh, was it Youf? Was it a bit brummy?
No, it wasn't brummy. I didn't really do it justice. You listen back.
I will. I'll make sure I will.
You won't.
But that's the point, is that Somerset have been through, so that youth has now become a bit more experienced.
100 up for Somerset with that single from Lewis Goldsworthy. He's been out there since the very beginning. 28 now for him. And he's got 36. Lead extends to 256. Somerset in a strong position here.
Players like Aldridge, Goldsworthy, those players who have come through and are now at a level where they are, you wouldn't call them inexperienced, you'd say that they are very much part of this setup now.
So Harry's bowled 10 overs and taken 4 for 28 in this final game of the season. Could be his final appearance for Wemden, who knows? He goes where the money takes him. They've actually got a miniature Stragglers bat that includes Harry's autograph in the museum. Oh, that's a beauty. George Drizzle from Brizzle has picked up the wicket of Tom Lammonby. That little bit of turn, it probably pitched, leg stump, quite a lot of turn. Takes a little tickle from Lammonby's outside edge. Ollie Robinson holds on. Safe hands, Ollie Robinson. Somerset have reached 100 and they've lost their second wicket, 100 for 2.
Yeah, good breakthrough for Durham. Needed that, though, as we were saying, just in a strong position. Somerset desperate to take wickets now, peg back Somerset, stop them from being able to really dominate and put them in. So that's a good wicket to get. He was just looking in good form as well. Tom Lammonby played some lovely shots. So he goes, and we'll likely see Tom Abel, centurion from the first innings, coming out. This looks like him to me. Yep, number 28 on his back, in superb form this summer so far.
Oh, he's bowled him, in fact. Clipped the top off stump. I thought he took a little outside edge, but it's bowled him. Ollie Robinson sold me out by taking the catch.
Somerset won't mind it actually overall, given the fact that they're going to have to bowl on this, and they had good effort, a good bowling lineup here, so they won't desperately mind it. I don't think.
Look at that. That's a beauty. Just a little bit of turn. Yeah, I thought he got a tickle, but no. Clips the outside of off stump. Well, Robinson holds on for good measure. That's an absolutely brilliant delivery from George Drizzell.
From Brazil?
From Brazil.
No, he's not from Brazil. Abel is surveying the field, taking a look at how he's going to go about building up some more runs in this game. Bit of a break in play here. There's a bit of stretching going on. Well, we've got such a delay here. Is there equipment we're waiting for? Yes, helmet being brought onto the field. Well, I think we're just about ready now. They're going to try a bit more spin, trying to get this new batter, Abel. Not got himself in yet, a bit more spin probably than when he was playing in the first innings. So they're going to test him out. He is a very good player of spin, Tom Abel. So I don't think he'll be overly concerned, but he is. I don't want to give away his wicket. Yeah, he watches this one carefully on front of his pads. They'll pick up at least one. They'll run hard for 2. Watch that hamstring, Tom. And they do come through for a second.
His hamstring's all right. Batted beautifully, didn't he, first innings?
Yeah.
Really was good.
Yeah.
He can't be far away from higher honours again. Really open stance with the spinner coming around the wicket.
Well, we know that England are thinking of it because he got called up in the current era of England setups to the white ball side, to the ODI side.
Yeah, and they've got subcontinental tours coming up.
Yeah. Managed to get in the queue for the Oasis tickets finally, the actual queue, and there's only 331,000 people ahead of me.
The demand's unprecedented,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's huge. Drissel in, and full toss. Abel will make the absolute most of that because he is a batter in fine form this summer, and you can't offer him something like that. 4 runs.
Yeah, full toss. It whistled away, didn't it, to the boundary? Just bam, little jab.
It's about, if you could choose how and where you want your full toss to arrive, that's pretty much there, isn't it? That's with the gap in front of you there as well.
It's a very genteel throw down, that, isn't it?
Yeah, good shot, Tom Abel. Poor ball. He moves to 6. 106 for 2. So we really got to start looking at, when you take the 2 innings into account. So the lead is really 262 for 2. So Somerset in a very strong position. So what are we looking at? 400 plus, you'd say, necessary. How much more? 430, 440? You don't want to give them a sniff, really. Well, you kind of do. You sort of do.
A bit of a sniff.
You need to give them enough that they can think, yes, we'll chase that, but enough.
Just a whiff
that
rather than a sniff.
Yeah, it's a whiff rather than a sniff. It is. It is. A gentle breeze, the scent on a breeze, a bit like you with the lunch earlier on today. You turned around like a dog.
Oh, it was glorious. Oh, it was rightly so as well, Charlie. It smelled delicious. Now, I think, unless Cricket Info is already up to date, that might be 500 runs in the Champo season for Tom Abel at 82. About 9 times, 300 to 150 so far. 9 times including this knock. Bear in mind, he got 0 and 4 in his first game back up at Durham as well, so since then he's been prolific. That's a jab from Lewis Goldsworthy into the leg side. Might just be 2.
Oh, they're going to do it, yeah. Run into the danger end. Tom Abel looked alert, wanted it. He's come out with intent, hasn't he, Tom Abel, running? Train just pulls into the station. See Parkinson coming into bowl. It's hazy out there now. Sunshine's gone, replaced by cloud. Bit of an edge, but they'll run on it. Yeah, every round getting applauded here. Run rate's moved up to nearly, what are they now? Nearly, well, it's gone beyond 4.5.
Wind
4.64.
Wind's picked up as well, hasn't it? You can see the trees rustling. Tom Abel's shirt as well. Stiff breeze.
Oh, left. Watched that one right into the wicketkeeper's hands.
Turning it. Oh, shot. Again, hit so hard, just offered up for Tom Abel. He's a man in. Well, Anthony Gibson asked him the other night if he's in the form of his life. As Tom Abel, typically humble, said, well, you know, I don't know about that. Still plenty to work on, is his standard. Yeah, there's still things I'm disappointed with, still things I've got to work on. Humility is his middle name. Tom Abel, 113 for 2, 24 gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Humidity.
Humility. Did I say humidity?
I heard humidity.
I might well have
said
said it,
humidity.
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Humidity would be...
Now, Charlie's just got on to the Oasis ticket list, 313,000, but you don't need to queue for quite so long if you want to get tickets to their wonderful game next year. 7th of June, England, Heather Knights, England take on the West Indies in a Metrobank one-day international here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Log on to the Somerset County Cricket Club website and enter the ticket ballot now. That will put you in pole position. When tickets do come out, you'll be able to snap them up, and you need to snap them up because they always sell out here. And why wouldn't they? It'll be a wonderful occasion. England very strong. Got a T20 World Cup coming up. West Indies brilliant as well. So takes you less than 30 seconds. I mean, Taylor's been on that laptop for 8 hours now.
9 a.m. So what's that, 5.5
and he's still a third of a million back. Right.
All right, we don't need to do it in terms of millions. It makes it sound much bigger.
You could have done it. You could have entered the ballot in the time that advert's been on the screen.
No, I'm in the ballot.
Drizzles in and Goldsworthy is coming down the wicket. And Ollie Robinson just shapes as if he's going to mischievously have a little shy at the stump. So Goldsworthy has to
I don't want to do what Surrey have done and give away 5 penalty runs.
They've got a bit tighter on that, haven't they? On bowlers chucking balls back at batters.
Overton often shapes to chuck it back straight away, doesn't he? Doesn't often let go of the ball. But
not anymore.
Not so much anymore, no.
There's a catch. Loops over Ashton. I'm not sure if there was any bat on it or not.
Tom Abel think if I'm looking at these stats right, I've gone past the 500 mark, run mark for the season. Sorry, sounds like Sam's mentioned that. I was busy finding the stat, and Sam's already on it, of course. Just can't beat you, stat man, can I?
Once again, he's a stat man.
Whatever's going on in your head, you need to iron that out.
I don't know. I'm quite enjoying it.
Yeah,
when I've got a newborn
Jukebox
baby,
Sam.
I'll be singing lullabies. Need to get into lullaby mode. Round the wicket, drizzle. Ooh. Cries of catch it. It's got ball. It's got hands on head. I always hesitate. Right, the head in hands, hands on head kind of thing. I don't know why I tend to get it the wrong way round. So I begin saying it and then stuff.
Hands in his head.
Hands in his head.
He's
got his head.
That sounds hard.
No, he's got his head on his hands. That's what I'm going to say. You've got to go one way or the other. You can mix them up. You either say, obviously, he's got his head in his hands or his hands on his head. But if you say it quickly without thinking about it, you might get them the wrong way around. Nearly headless Nicky is not. 113 for 2. 50 left today.
Yeah, a lot of cricket still to be played today. 50 overs. Somerset,
Maybe
where
even
will they
more.
be? Yeah,
Maybe
it could
more.
be.
What did we have yesterday in total?
100 and something, 102, 106, something like that.
Good
And it
over.
could have been 2 more without the change of innings that we obviously lost 2 there.
Well, if we had 25 here overnight, where were we? Let's go and have a look. I should look it up before I start talking about it, really, shouldn't I? Durham first innings. 18 overs this morning. They had 18.1. So not so 43.1, but we lost 2, and we lost the rest of that over. Just realised I didn't need to work that out because there's 50 remaining. So that's how many overs there's been in the day.
That would explain.
You allowed me to
So
carry on.
46 plus
46.
the 2 and the 5 balls.
Yeah, well, no, 46 all in with the 2 and the.
Oh yes, but we haven't had.
But I'd got myself to
those,
43 and then added the 2 on and then the 5 balls and went, oh yeah, looked over
50 will give you the clue. Yes, no, you're right. You are right.
But it's good that myself and the scorers agree. Seagulls have had a day off from the beach today, I reckon.
Yeah. Followed me down from Burnham, maybe.
You often find that.
Look out
To
behind
look
my
out
rear
and
view
see
mirror and there's a flock of seagulls following my car to the cricket. No, I don't often find that, no. It was a lovely morning though this morning. I was saying to Vic, it would be a nice one for a bike ride. It's a beautiful day.
Jukebox has gone. Turn from Parkinson. It's really hard.
Yeah,
You just said it's a beautiful morning, and then I've gone, oh, what?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
right. You're just like tapping into my psyche now.
Little by little, I'll get in there.
Seemingly not. 317,000.
It really is little by little. One by one, the 317,282 people in front of me are buying their tickets up.
For the 90,000 seat event.
Yeah, for the venue that's got nowhere near that many seats, and presumably they're buying at least 2 tickets each, you'd have thought.
As ever, thank you very much to our friends and sponsors at High Goss Insurance. A local business, have a look. Southwest-based business, log on. All your commercial insurance needs.
The only tickets left are going to be the extremely expensive ones that I can't
So they're
afford.
doing that thing. I hate it. Flexible. They call it flexible pricing. And so some people have got through the queue, and what they've found is high demand standing tickets, because we didn't know at 8:30 what demand was going to be, so we were sort of in middling demand. But now we're in high demand pricing, or high demand seating. Pricing has been flexed, so it's now up to 355 quid for a standing ticket.
Yeah, no way. If it's that much, absolutely no way.
Whereas you've got mouse or male voice choir for 7 quid, Charlie. So
well, 7 quid is that is a bargain. I like male voice choirs. I think that'd be a great day out.
I had a lovely evening with my grandma. Not long before she died, she lived up in the northeast, and we went to Ashington Colliery Brass Band Christmas show, and
Sounds nice.
it was just complete joy.
That does sound nice. Ashington is Mark Wood's patch.
It is,
isn't
yeah, correct.
And Steve Harmison?
Correct. Ben Harmison's still playing there.
Is he?
Yeah. Picked up a single. And there's a younger Harmison. I'm not sure if it's son of or brother of either of them. But yeah, Ben Harmison, who played for Kent and Durham for a bit. He was then Ashington's centre forward in the football team. He's now playing cricket there. Stephen Harmison played centre back for Ashington Football Club before he got into the England side, then went back as manager a little bit later on. Mark Wood plays there. I think their pavilion got broken into earlier in the summer, actually. There's Goldovie is on the back foot. I mean, some Durham fans might be able to confirm that. I know they were trying to... Was it arson or was it just a break-in? I'll have a look. But it's awful stuff when, you know, local sports clubs who are such at the heart of their communities and people are mindlessly idiotic, essentially.
Well, and cricket pavilions are in particular at risk because they're generally very rural, often sort of not got lots of people around.
Yeah,
So they are at risk.
Well, they did have a GoFundMe page going, raised 1,300 quid so far of the £2,000 goal. Goldovie just dropping it. They might think about two here. It's into a little gap now, but Bazdaleda is very quick and gets round to it. Yes, but it was a burglary. Stole cash, a load of alcohol from the bar, and caused a fair amount of damage. So I think they're back playing. They'll be in action today, Ashington Cricket Club. Abel turns it in to the leg side for just a single. Yes, C. Harmison is the skipper. Oh no, he's into the side, sorry. So they've got 3 Harmisons in there. And an M. Potts, but it's not related to, or certainly not the M. Potts who's playing at Lords. End of the over, 117 for 2. They've got a big trip to Newcastle today.
That sounds like it probably is a big one, isn't it? Derby-wise or rivalry-wise.
The club cricket up there is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
With Charlie in focus. But not because he's got... They play at some outgrounds up there, South North. I was up there for a one-day game in the Metro
I
Bank
love
Cup.
that name, South North.
South Northumberland Cricket Club. Lovely ground, really good setup. Got an indoor centre of excellence.
I've got a colleague, while we're on the subject of South North, a colleague who works for the BBC in the Midlands, and it's called, the one around here is called Points West or Spotlight, depending on whether you're in the further south or in the around the Bristol area. So those are your local BBC News. He works for Look East, which is obviously the one over in the east. But there's 2 patches, so they do they used to do 2 separate programmes. So there's a Look East East and a Look East West. So you'd have the two separate for 15 minutes, and then they join up for the last 15 minutes of the programme, right? So you'd have specifically looking at the western side of the patch and the eastern patch. He lived in Northamptonshire, but he lived in the part of Northamptonshire that's called South Northamptonshire. So he lived in South Northamptonshire, and he picked up Look East West. So he had East, West, South and North in those 2 bits, which I always thought was great.
That's cracking.
Look East West in South Northamptonshire.
Good little tale, that.
Yeah.
I like that. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Talking of flexi pricing, which you just did about the Oasis tickets, I've only got 309,000 people now in front of me. This is a big swipe, gets an edge. It's going to be safe.
That run rate, by the way, is still creeping up, 4.32. So it might look like Somerset are not scoring particularly quickly, but they are going on at a decent rate here.
One thing which I don't like,
oh no,
here we go, soapbox out, is when you see it, and there is one type of local shop, sort of village shop thing, good ball, that does it regularly, and that is on the shelves, electronic prices for the... Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Instead of having like a printed out, this is 59p, they've got it electronic. And I think to myself, when I see that, how do I know that 10 minutes ago this wasn't 10p cheaper? Or you know, you're doing this, but you can then whip up all the prices at once if you want.
Flexi pricing, mate.
Yeah.
Supply and demand economics.
I don't trust it. It's probably fine.
Ooh.
Oh no,
is that a drop catch?
I think that's a drop.
It's really difficult that for Borthwick because Goldsworthy is taking a step back and then opening the face, and that means that he's blinded a little bit by batter and keeper. Look how late this comes off Goldsworthy's bat. There's that step back.
Yeah, definitely a drop.
Oh, it's just hit the palm, hasn't it? It's hit the right.
Gone into his chest.
Yeah. I was slamming it in my thumb. I don't know really what the fleshy bit beneath the thumb. What's it called?
What's like the ball of your hand, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. What is that?
The jake ball of your hand.
You know what? Don't know what. Someone will be able to tell us.
Here's the match summary. All of it leads to the bit at the bottom, which says Somerset leading by 274 runs. So in a strong position, but it's not beyond Durham.
Root on 91, not out in the Test match.
How many down are they?
8 down, are they? So the wickets have tumbled in. 233 for 8, but they do have a very strong lead, England. But Root could pick up 2 centuries in this match, which would take him level with a lot of players on the number of hundreds. Hang on, I'll find that.
I didn't expect that to be there.
Yeah, a lot of players. Test.
So we've got
There's some big names.
slip in, short leg. Ben Raines coming in, a straight catching mid wicket. So that's open stance from Abel. Oh, that's drilled. I mean, they tries to catch it. Not really got much of a chance
Almost
there.
impossible. If Root does go on to 3400s, which would be his next one, he'll draw level with Jayawardene, Lara, Gavaskar and Yunis Khan. How about that?
It's a good list.
That's proper list, that.
Triggs has been in the wickets as well. 10 overs. Well, not in the wicket. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26 for
Very
Triggs.
good. Yeah, very good.
Is the JP, is that he hit 5 4s and 4 6s? Is that about Triggs as well? Or is that
It does sound like Triggs.
The legend, the Masters cricketer, him and Ricky Clark, teammates.
Root's hit 9 4s, no 6s, so it's not about Root. But he's going at 91 strike rate. Brilliant.
It's not bad cricket, Joe Root.
I'll keep an eye on him. He's going to do well.
Do you reckon we get in the Somerset T20 side? Or
No.
Drizzle's in, Fuller, Yorker.
Would you put Root in that side? I guess you probably would, wouldn't you? You'd have to find a way to get him in. But it's hard. Well,
Wouldn't get in
the
the top
problem is,
5.
thing is, he also brings a bit of spin if you want it, doesn't he? So he's a useful player.
Where'd you bat him?
10?
I guess as good as Sean Dixon's been, I mean, it's an irrelevant conversation. You probably bring him in.
Oh, yeah. And that's nothing against Sean Dixon, but we're putting him up against one of the greatest batters of the modern game.
Look at that. LBW appeal wasn't really an appeal. It was pitched outside leg and turning further down leg, so not really. Drizzle, both bowling and in the air.
Which suggests that one of our weather reports yesterday was correct.
It does. Although you were saying 5 o'clock, so
it's coming a bit early.
5 o'clock shower. But are they going to go off, or are they just having a drink?
No, not going off for this
drink. No, they're just having a drink. 19 for 2 then. What else have we got going on around the ground?
Well, at the moment, Root's probably begging Stone to hang about because he won't want to be relying on Shoaib Bashir. But as much as we love Shoaib here, I think you'd probably say, please, can you just hang around while I try and get to my 34th Test century. 34.
Big game up at Headingley in Division 2. Yorkshire with a brilliant victory last week over Sussex at Scarborough. Sussex with the leaders, Middlesex up there too. 601 for 6 to Yorkshire mate, Johnny Bairstow in the runs. Middlesex are 320 for 4, so it feels like that one's heading towards a draw. Ryan Higgins and Jack Davies currently not out. Batters, Sam Robson made 100. Max Holden 50. So runs up at Headingley. In this division, Worcestershire leading by 44 with 5 wickets remaining in their second innings. D'Oliveira's got 33, Adam Hose has got 15. Maybe if they can get a bit more of a partnership, they put on 46, if they can get 150, 200 run lead. I mean, it's some effort that, given they were 10 for 4 on the first morning, to even be, they're not really, they're behind the game, but to be in that position. But Essex, that's a game that Somerset will keep an eye on, likewise Surrey, because they are up there in the mix, as you would always expect.
You can rot down there. You can rot.
There's that little bit of drizzle.
Oh, look at us. Well done, whoever that is on camera. I need to apologise to Neil, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Because I called him Will yesterday. He was the one who was hit on the head when he was filming, and I said Will, and his name's Neil. I feel very bad about that, so apologies, Neil.
He got lucky there. That hit him on the head in the full. That could have been nasty. Kept going as well. Apology accepted.
Oh, he's
apparently,
accepted.
Charlie.
Oh, it's good. Yeah, it's good.
He's a good man, Neil.
Who's Neil? Oh, Neil. Yeah, Neil. Yeah, no, yeah, lovely bloke.
Might not
Lovely
fit a
bloke. I'm
sense to him.
delighted to now know his name. Absolutely over the moon. Apologies, Neil. Is that his defended?
You'd had an apology accepted, and then he went in. You kind of backtracked, didn't you?
I was joking. Just a few japes we have on here, don't we, Sam?
Classic Taylor.
Yeah.
Classic Abel, 15 not out. Batting beautifully off the back of 100. Sweeps it. That is classic Abel.
Oh, yes,
He
please.
is so good against spin. That is why England quite fancy him on a subcontinental tour. He's so good on the sweep, the reverse sweep. He's a brilliant player of spin. He makes that look so easy. Let's see the side-on angle. Is it Neil down there on the camera? Just gets on top of the ball, bang.
Might be fixed, the camera.
That
I'm
one's
sure it's-
fixed, yeah,
yeah,
yes.
I'm
That's
sure
why I
it's
couldn't
got-
see anyone on that camera. It's fixed in the right spot, though.
Yeah, that's down to Neil. It hit. I was having a chat with him about where it hit him on, whether it sort of glanced the back of his head, but no, it hit him square on the head. He
Yeah,
headed it
could have
back
been
onto the
really
field.
nasty, yeah.
Could have been horrible, yeah. So
Maybe
very
it hit him
pleased to
on
see him this morning.
the dink on the cap. They're quite solid, you know.
Ouch.
That's maybe saved him.
That would push it right down into your head, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If you think the headphones are bad.
124 for 2. Got not about 13 overs left after this ball until tea. Callum Parkinson has hands on head again. Mike Burns calls the over. 124 for 2. Lead is substantial. Thank you very much to WPA Health Insurance. Keen
Sort of
sponsors the
insight
club.
Sam brings.
Well, I just looked down at the screen in the studio here to see the lead. It was there, and then suddenly the advert came up, so I had to go with substantial. I thought it was quite smooth.
Yeah.
Didn't panic.
That's a good word. It is substantial. It's a
It's
big
substantial lead.
Yeah.
It's factually correct.
Yeah,
Although it's a
absolutely is.
subjective concept, I guess, substantiality. There's that Curbs, Steve Kirby. Has been icing those shins, probably having taken more balls on the leg when he's mitting.
Oh, icing is in putting ice on them. I thought you meant like putting icing sugar.
That must be
Treating
funny,
them like a
wouldn't it?
cake. Icing those shins.
Bit of buttercream.
Yeah.
He's mixed
I think
it
you've got the wrong end of the stick, Curbs.
It'd be very
Just
him.
Icing them up like a good Victoria sponge.
Was he with Paul Tweddle there?
Yeah, with Tweds up there.
Well, they did a brilliant job, those two, in the Metrobank One Day Cup
Fantastic.
coaching setup.
Brilliant work. I was very, very pleased for them both and for the whole team. They have been fantastic.
They've got a final to come, which we'll all be attending. You can
Yeah,
get,
looking
you can
forward
get
to it.
to on a coach
Yeah.
from the Cooper Associates County Ground.
And where is it?
Bit of turn. It's at Trent Bridge on Sunday the 22nd of September. Turn
Oh, I think that came off pad.
the day after Notts County versus Gillingham.
If that's your cup of tea, you could go and see Mansfield play. Are they at home?
Under Nigel Clough,
Yeah, exactly.
up in League One.
Who else is?
They lost their striker.
Nottinghamshire?
Yeah, I did see that's one of the deadline deals I did see yesterday. Keeler Davis Dunn has gone to Barnsley from Mansfield. Sweep. Lovely shot from Goldsworthy. Watched Tom Abel do it at the other end and gone, well, yeah, I can do that too, Tom.
Not too far, is it? Mansfield to Barnsley, I shouldn't think. So fairly, we'd probably commute that. Wouldn't need to move house. Because that's the other thing, is you see all these moves go on, and same in cricket. And I do wonder about the players themselves who'd make huge moves at late notice. How are they?
Yeah, well,
what's
yeah.
the accommodation situation? Eh?
Straight into a hotel,
Yeah,
basically.
exactly. Probably paid for by the club.
You hope so.
Yeah.
Ooh, use of the feet. Squirts past Ashton Turner. Well, Ben Green, I remember speaking to him about his loan move to Leicestershire, and he was playing twos. Where were they? Were they at Warwickshire, or they were somewhere? They weren't in Taunton basically. He got a call saying, "Do you fancy going on loan?" He went, "Yeah, absolutely." So just went up there without, just had his kit from the game, straight to. I was going to call it Grace Road. It'll always be Grace Road to me. What's it called?
the Upton Steel
County
Ground
Ground.
now.
And then came back to Taunton a bit later on to collect the rest of his stuff. Life comes at you fast as a professional
doesn't it?
sports
Yeah,
person.
you've got to be flexible. Got to be ready.
I feel ready.
What, to be called up to Leicestershire? Is that what you're waiting for?
Turn. Tries to catch it. I don't know if there was any bat off it. Borthwick was reaching. He's now looking at the umpire, hoping that it's going to be given as a leg by.
And it is. Yeah, it sounded a bit woody, but I don't think it was. We'll have a look now. Nice close camera view. Thank you to the production team. Yeah, there's no bat on that.
Who's on the cameras down there? I can't quite see.
Is it Freddie? Is Freddie around today?
Is it Will?
Oh, it's Will. It's actual Will.
Actual Will.
Yeah.
Opposed to fake
Not
Will.
Neil. Yeah.
Gets about a bit. Will, doesn't he?
What are you trying to say?
Producer.
Oh, right.
Freddie's producing today, is he? Trusted. Yeah. There's Goldsworthy's wagon wheel on pitch. I think Ben Warren, the skipper, is producing right now. 38 unbeaten from 98 balls. There's that sweep, that blue line that's behind square as the boundary picked up in the previous over.
Well, he's reached 38 again, so this is equal with his first innings score.
Consistent as an opener. His favourite score as an opener so far.
His only score.
Some might say.
Yeah. But it's Abel on strike. Reaching for that one. Probably wisest shot, but it's on there for an option for runs. Didn't quite get hold of it.
Swept from Abel. Front square, 4 runs.
When he does that, you just see the timing, getting it bang on right. As he is a good sweeper, he's a good player of spin, and has been for a long time. Gets low, watches the ball onto the bat. Just the right amount of caution from Abel's batting, I think, because his run rate this year, where he's been scoring loads of runs, but he's been scoring them quickly. Good strike rate. What's Root on? How's he getting on? Oh, he's on 98, and Ollie Stone is still there. England are 8 down. Root about to bring up potentially double 2 centuries in 1 innings. Twin centuries they call that, don't they? I'm trying to think of the word. Goldsworthy goes. He's going to make 38 in both innings here. He's just tickled one through to the keeper off the bowling of Parkinson. And he goes again. Played well again for his 38. I think there's definite opportunity for him at the top of the order here. And this isn't an easy pitch to bat on now. And the pitch is taking turn, and he's played pretty well for his 38. I think he can be fairly pleased with it. I'm sure he will feel disappointed not to go on to make a half century, but Lewis Goldsworthy departs. And another breakthrough for Durham. They're 3rd in this innings, and Somerset are 136 for 3 with a lead of 292.
Yeah, and a kind of yelp of delight and anger from Callum Parkinson, who has bowled well. That little bit of turn, it's a good catch from Ollie Robinson, because that takes a thick outside edge. You can see he enjoyed that. Callum Parkinson catch dropped off his bowling a couple of overs ago. He's bowled a little bit better than his figures have suggested. He's got a few to turn. He's beaten the outside edge. Gone for a couple of runs as well. On Banton, I think he's going to wander out into the middle. Lead is 292. He's going to run out into the middle. I think he realised he was probably a bit behind time. Yeah.
Well, you don't want to be timed out. When was the last time that happened in the county championship?
It's a good question. Anyone on the live stream know?
Yeah, that'd be good to know.
There was some chat on the live stream that I thought you were going to get involved in, because it was I haven't read it all, but I've seen mentions of Breen Down.
Oh, beautiful!
And
My neck of the woods.
Well, that's what I was thinking. As soon as I saw that, there was a one man.
Oh, I love going out round there, getting on the bike. They've opened what's called the Breen Down Way between Weston-super-Mare and Breen. It's a lovely little route across farmland and over the River Axe.
I thought it was going to be like a bit like the West Ham Way, a style of cycling around the Breen Downs or something.
Not quite. It is a lovely route. Why are they talking about that? Just why not? That's the question.
Yeah. more prescient question.
136 for 3 then. Keep an eye on that lead. 292 for 3. Very healthy. Banton there. Now alongside Abel.
Just cut myself,
What
Charlie.
have you done? How have you managed that?
Got an open wound.
What have you cut yourself on?
Not sure, but I'm going to sue someone.
Well, no overseas signing next year then. Somerset.
Imagine. That's a beauty from Parkinson, isn't it? Banton, who just looks at the pitch. Well, that's his turning. Jack Leach won't mind that. Luke Oldfield won't mind it too much.
Oh, that turned as well.
Fizz that one through. That was a little bit quicker from Parkinson. Oh, that's turned. Good hands from Ollie Robinson. He's brilliant behind the stumps. Bit of class again, I think.
Yeah, not surprised with the new batter there.
Is it? Isn't it?
Putting his
He had his
jumper
cap
back
off.
on, cap back on. Root's going to be back on strike. He's on 98. Stone clinging on. He's on 7. That's in the Test match. England 245 for 8, a lead of 476. Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see them declare if Root gets to 100.
What day is it there then?
Day 3,
Three,
I want to
isn't
say. Yeah,
Didn't
3.
they say
It's got 2 days
They
left.
sold very few tickets for
Day 5.
day 4. No, it was day
Day
4,
four,
wasn't it?
is it?
7,000 or something they'd only sold.
Well, they'll sell a few more if game's still going, won't they? Can sort of understand it. England did start off very dominant, didn't they? And I guess that puts people off buying day 4 tickets until you know you're going to get cricket. I went to day 4 at Lord's last year. Who was that against New Zealand, I think, and got a full refund because Joe Root decided to up the run rate just in time. Brilliant. That was a great day out. Managed to get through 2 bottles of wine in about 45 minutes. Not me personally, my group of friends. What a cracking day. Full refund as well. Then went out and watched the... no, it can't have been last year. It must have been 22 because
Yeah,
it was
I was gonna say
the
it was
Jubilee.
definitely last year.
It was the big procession. Do you remember that big procession?
Yeah, vaguely.
Swept, but for no run.
Can't say those sort of events are particularly on my radar.
Well, we wouldn't have gone to it, but we had a spare day because the
Yeah, I
cricket finished
suppose.
very early.
Yeah.
Put it that way, when there was something going on. .136 for 3, 8 ball there on 25. Looked very good so far. The former skipper.
It's one of those you look up and he's on 25 already. Still 25. They set a field nicely to him. Twin hundreds it is for Joe Root.
Picks up a boundary and that's it. Well, he's on 102, not out. Twin hundreds.
Will it be twin hundreds for Tom Abel? That will put Somerset in a very strong position. He opens the face there, guides it past Borthwick. Bastilleda is very quick, but so is Tom Abel. So he's going to shy at the non-strikers end. They know. I think as a fielding side, you know. If Tom Abel's out there, you're always trying to throw it to the other end.
This is Abel, just looks like he's really comfortable. I don't want to talk him out here, but he just his general feel about it. He looks settled. You can sometimes see with Abel, he looks nervous. Not at all at the moment. He looks like perhaps that captaincy being lifted from him just takes a bit of the pressure off, allows him to really focus on his batting. Coming forward at that one.
Yeah, I think it was a good move that. He'd done it for a long time. He rides the highs, but also really feels the lows, Tom Abel. He's very emotionally invested, which is a good thing. He cares deeply, but it's just nice to see him. You know, it was so unlucky that he picked up that hamstring injury on the eve of the season. Floodlights are on, and everybody is home. Dark, though. Not just haze, a bit of darkness.
Level with Lara. Joe Root on hundreds.
Here's Parkinson.
That takes some doing. I suspect he might have played a few more games though.
He's played a lot of tests, hasn't he, Jerry? He could
Yeah.
play 200 comfortably, right?
Yep. He's played 14 more matches than Lara.
How many is he on?
This is his 145th Test match. Wow. You wouldn't bet against him. If he gets to 200, you wouldn't bet against him reaching Tendulkar's record, which is 51. Banton sweeping hard. Picking up his first run. Didn't really nail that, but enough to get off the mark.
Again, Parkinson's hands on his head. I think he realises if Tom Banton hadn't hit that ball, there might have been quite a strong appeal. Drop and run for Abel. That Ashton Turner with the helmet on has to come round from the final leg.
They're suddenly looking a lot less summery today. This is the last day of meteorological summer. As I've pointed out yesterday, we are on the verge of autumn. But it suddenly doesn't look like the day we arrived to, Sam. The floodlights are on.
Beautiful
thick
early,
cloud.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was lovely. Very nice.
Bit in it for the Somerset Seamers when they come out.
Yeah, well, yeah, everything's going wrong for Durham.
296 that lead.
Even the weather's against them. Have they declared England? I wouldn't be surprised if they had. Lead of 480 odd. Now Roots onto his century.
When do you think the Somerset declaration might come? Well, we've got 42 overs left. Well, 41 after this ball. So 7 overs left.
What's
8
the
over
lead?
40.
300 odd lead. They've got 4 runs away from 300, so they'll need another 100 at least. And then they'll be thinking maybe a few more on top of that. So just before the end of play, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few overs at Durham this evening.
Yeah, you'd want sort of 6, 8 minimum,
Yeah,
wouldn't you?
yeah.
Do you remember, what was it the game couple of years ago? Was it Nottinghamshire they blew away? They declared and almost bowled them out. They bowled them out in a day. And I remember Craig Overton had his tail up, big crowd in, and then a couple down by close. It might have been 2 summers ago. Similar evening to this, actually. Can't think of the game. It might have been Nottinghamshire. Anyway, 140 for free. What Somerset don't need is Nottinghamshire to get blown away in the next couple of days.
Yeah, now have we checked in on that one recently? Let's have a look. Somerset. There, Nottinghamshire. 200. What have I got? 347 for 6. So actually, they've almost avoided the follow-on, which would help their cause.
Mike says Notts and Northants. I think it was the Notts game I'm thinking of because I think it was, with no disrespect meant to Northants, I think it was players like Hamid and Duckett that Overton blew away. I'll have a look in a second. Conversation between Vic's going to nip back in. Charlie Taylor is going to go and stare at a number, 6-figure number, for a little bit longer. It's still going down.
Well, tickets at the moment, you're telling me tickets are about 350 quid each, so I'm going to stare at the number, get to the front of the queue and say, actually, no, I don't fancy that, thank you very much. Having waited for 7 hours.
But by the time you do get... Oh, Misfield. It's going to go for 4. Reverse sweep. Bastida's usually very good. Tom Abel picks up a boundary. That lead extends to 300 exactly. By the time you get there, there'll be a 6-figure number you'll be faced with by the time you get in. I do have a friend who's just got tickets.
Oh, yeah? How much did he pay?
On mobile data. I don't know. He's on gigsandtours.com, so maybe you want to try that.
Oh, maybe that's the place to go. All right, well, I'll give it a go. I'll bring Vic in because he's probably just managed to secure his Oasis tickets. Front row, I'm sure.
Turn again. Ball moves on to 33. Right, Vic?
I'm fine. I'm a bit worried about Charlie. He looks a bit down in the dumps.
And he's not. He's such a cheery man. He's been very cheery.
Usually, you see, if he's not bursting with smiles and bonhomie, you think something's wrong. And well, we know what it is. Seems to be getting, the queue seems to be getting longer rather than shorter. Anyway.
Shot.
I'm thinking he might get there. That's a lovely shot from Banton. He's got it fine enough to You could hear it came out the middle of the bat too. But he's got it fine enough to beat the boundary fielder. I think he might get there when we're playing against Hampshire, which is, I believe, the last game of the season.
But he can't leave the box. He's got to stay on Wi-Fi here the whole time.
Yeah, I mean...
What have you made of this, Vic? Shot.
I like that one too. That's going straight to the fielder, but it's going at pace. Well, I'm enjoying it. From the Somerset perspective, I think it's started to turn. I mean, it goes in fits and starts, but Parkinson in particular has got some balls to spin a little bit more, certainly more than we saw this morning. And Somerset will like the look of that. So that's what I make of that. I also note that you watch Abel come out. I know he's only got 33, but it's not entirely straightforward out there. If they bowl well, the ball is gripping a little bit, but he's looked masterful and patient. You know, he's bided his time, waiting for the ball to arrive where he wants it. But if it's in the right slot, he's put it away beautifully. He's played one or two mildly unorthodox shots where he's dragged Parkinson from outside off stump through mid-wicket once with absolute certainty. And it's so far, I mean, it may not last, but it's been a sort of masterclass. And I'm not trying to denigrate Goldsworthy in any way, but the sort of contrast between Abel in these conditions and Goldsworthy, who's still coming back into the team and still learning his trade, was marked. There's a bit of slow hand clapping going on. I mean, the over 8 has been good, but they aren't rushing around. There's no question about that. I haven't heard a slow hand clap for years. It's usually for batting rather than over 8s. We didn't get many in our time.
They're not bad on over 8s, mind you.
Well, no, they're not. But they have been slowing it down.
Yeah, of course, but you would, wouldn't you? You'd play that.
I suppose you would, yeah.
You don't want to suddenly have an extra 8 overs today.
Hello. That's a good one. The reverse hit. Yeah, no, I think you probably would. I mean, I presume Durham are still interested in the game, but they want as smaller target as possible, and ideally they would like some rain, actually, to have a smaller target in lesser time, probably. And it was flecking with rain as I was meandering around there.
How was your meandering? Productive?
Not very productive, but it was pleasant.
Pleasant, good.
Yeah, apart from the flecks of rain.
Two slips in still.
Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Too good. Let's have a look at this one. It's almost a perfect delivery, except we didn't get him out.
Big smile on his face. I do find that odd. All teams do it, but when they do, appeal convincingly.
It's pitched Midland leg and missed off.
Jack Leach, we've just given a little nod up on the balcony, I suspect. Shot.
So he says, okay, and that's almost the identical ball. This is what infuriates the modern finger spinner. I mean, where does that one pitch compared to the previous one? More or less in exactly the same place. The forward defensive, useless shot. Get down, reverse wallop, and it's 4 from a blameless delivery. And he's having to adjust his field now. He's taken out the gully, but he's also taking out, giving a man back at sort of basically wide third man to protect against that shot that Banton's just played. What next?
Played Barry as the shout over the effects, might they call him Barry?
Who's
all some of the boys, yeah, they call him Barry Banton.
Right. Well, I suppose there's so many Toms around, you need some definition, don't you? So, yes. So, other reflections. Well, I'm enjoying Abel play. Abel, I'm getting impatient, but don't tell him that he should be in that England, closer to that England lineup as a Test player. Particularly, I mean, he's such a good player of spin. There's a lot of subcontinental cricket coming up. But there's no point Mike getting impatient. There's no point him, more importantly, it's more important him getting impatient. He's just got to churn out those runs, as he's been doing. But it's a sort of a little masterclass. Banton I'm enjoying because I never quite know. I mean, when he tries to play defensively, they miss the bat. But when he reverse hit, he's middled it, or a conventional sweep as well.
He's having his best summer in red ball cricket.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
100, 550s.
Yep, and he deserves credit for that because he could have thought, well, I can make a real career out if I really just focus on the white ball. But actually, I think this will help his white ball cricket as well. But he's made himself into a really significant middle order batsman who can, on his day, take the game away from the opposition, obviously, if everything clicks. He's got license to do it. Like that.
Wow.
Where is that called? That's big enough. There's a man out there, but he's not tall enough by about 12 feet.
Well, the chap down in the box just below us went to catch, and I think thought better of it. He just moved out
I think
the way.
that's the wise choice. That was travelling. I mean, he knew he was there. Hogg was down on the long on boundary, but he also knew that all things being equal, I'll probably clear him.
10th 6 of the summer in the County Championship for Tom Banton.
Okay, now then, how's Drizzle going to react? There are 4 men on the boundary for him, understandably in a way. Hogg's had a quiet time. They don't want to bowl him at all in this innings. Here we go. That's a bit of a slight slice, but it's way over the boundary. There is no long off. He had to improvise just a bit. It was a little bit far away from him, but he got enough of it, of course. There is now going to be a long off. And there's a bit of a retreat too, as the man coming out of sort of leg slip or forward short leg is coming out to extra cover or short cover. Another man is going to the leg side boundary. It really is it's an out and a little bit of infield now. But that doesn't deter Banton. He's hit that hard, but that's one of the 4 boundary fielders on the leg side. There's 6 men on the boundary at the moment.
So 11 sixes, so that takes him past Ben Rain of Durham. He previously had, well, still does have 10, only 5 players in this year's County Championship Division 1 have hit more sixes. 2 of them are out there. Well, in fact, only one of them is out there. One of them is in South Africa, but 2 of them are Durham players. Ollie Robinson leads the way with 19. Dave Beddingham 18. Jordan Cox 17. Jamie Smith 13. Liam Dawson 12, and now Tom Banton 11.
Oh, Banton will quite like to add to that tally. Now then, there is maybe he might. Borthwick, he might relieve Drizzle if he thinks that Banton's got the complete measure and put some pace on. In which case he'll be looking for the umpires to be looking at their light meters. The last thing Somerset want to do is go off, but it's not up to them anymore. It's up to the umpires.
Cast is just starting to warm up, and I wonder if they're going to protect Hogg a little bit. I think they realise they've got a couple of games in quick succession. He's a young player. He's never bowled as many overs as he did last week. It's pretty dark out there.
Well, there's nothing to. I don't mind them protecting Hogg. And they might well, legitimately, I suppose, put Cass on and kind of throw down the gauntlet to the umpires. Obviously, Somerset do not want to go off, even if Cass is bowling. But the umpires nowadays have the right to take whatever view they want. But you'll find that both batsmen are very happy to stay there. Thank you very much.
And it's all right if you've been out there for a while. It's a little bit different than if you get a new batter come in who has to then adjust. To, like these guys, their eyes will have been adjusting slowly over the course of the last 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know if umpires will see it that way. They will see it either as dark or light.
I mean, it's
basically.
obvious that Somerset, in this situation, are desperately keen to keep going. And if what you say is true, well, go and sit in the dugout in the light, or the not very good light. So to negate that, if it makes that much difference, I mean, very often they are taking their time now. I suppose the problem, as far as the umpires are concerned, is that the over rate overall is perfectly reasonable, but there are also obvious signs. I've done it myself, I'm afraid, of Durham eager not to bowl too quickly. And Borthwick now is also he's rubbing that ball as if to say, well, there's a bit of drizzle out here and the ball's getting a bit wet. We should be out here. Parkinson's, well, he should be hungry. He's got 2 wickets. He could get some more.
Do they still wear light enhancers? We'll see a few pairs of those coming on, the sunglasses that are supposed to make you.
I don't know.
It's the Australians in that 2005 Ashes test, didn't they? They all came down the oval steps in those light enhancing sunglasses to make a point.
So that's beautiful. He might try and scuttle back for a second here, I imagine. No, not quite. Okay, well, Banton, I mean, he's launched an attack on Drizzle. Well, in fact, he's launched an attack on Parkinson with his firm reverse sweeps. Drizzle is an easier option with the ball spinning into him, is to improvise more.
Okay.
Something weird looking at the logo on the shirts of the Durham players, both in white. That looks like it's going to go all the way. Up goes the arms of the umpire. You can just, I mean, I don't think it's just a sign of my age, but you can hear that it's a good shot, but you can't always necessarily see where it's gone. It's nothing to do with the light. It doesn't really matter to me. But you could hear the sound there, and you knew that he'd middled there. And then a few moments later, you hear the crash of the ball into those advertising hoardings there at mid-wicket. Now we're going to have another delay. It's getting a little bit too obvious, this, really. And I think if I'm umpiring, which I never have done, in any serious way, I'd be saying, keep it moving, Scott, if you wouldn't mind. Another man, I think, is disappearing to the deep mid-wicket boundary. I mean, this is a strange field. It's a slip. A short extra and a short fine leg are the only people in the hypothetical ring. So, understandably, Banton actually just leans forward and takes an easy single. Borthwick gets his rag out to let everyone know that this ball is now getting damp, umpire. He's having a chat with the umpire. And there are significant field changes for Abel, who goes about his business a slightly different way. Banton's already called up Abel. He's got 35 and 21 balls. However, that's 4 more for Abel.
As well.
Well, that's a good shot, isn't it? I mean, it's totally controlled. He knows exactly where he's hitting it. There's nothing wrong with that ball. I mean, it's pitching middle, and something, but he gets into position early. Sweeps it hard.
Partnerships were 49 already off 37 balls, 6 overs.
Yeah, they should never have got goals with you. I've played in a game here many years ago against Gloucester, and there was a sort of Gloucester run chase going on. in the days when they had Chris Broad was still playing for Gloucestershire, Mike Proctor, possibly Zahir Abbas. I can't remember. I know Proctor was playing. I can't remember Zahir, but Zahir could easily have been playing. So Gloucester were engaged in this run chase, and I was bowling. And Pete Rowe was a slip, and he dropped Chris Broad, who went on to get quite a few runs. I'm obviously disappointed because I'm desperate for wickets. And then he went to some lengths to explain to me how he'd saved the game because he kept Chris Broad in, who was a very fine player, but not quite such a fluent player against spin, and certainly not as fluent against or dangerous against spins as Proctor certainly was playing, and I can't remember where Zahir was playing. But he protested that, I don't know why you're being so critical. I saved the game for the team by dropping Chris Broad. Now then, more delays. Cast has been introduced. The umpires, I don't appear to be too bothered by that. There's a bit of unrest amongst the locals. Come on, get on with it. And there's no sign of them getting on with it at the moment. Borthwick has spent a lot of time chatting to his bowler. And then he'll jog probably to first slip if he keeps one. But he may not. No, he's not.
They're ahead of the over 8. It's +6.
Yeah. I would have thought that would have gone down recently, but it stayed the same. Is that for the day or for the innings, do you think, Sam?
It's a good question.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a lovely question. We'll have an answer for you, Vic.
There's
not always immediate answers.
I always enjoy listening to Radio 4 when someone says, that's a very good question. I'm glad you asked me that.
I'm not so glad you asked me that.
which in both instances, I think it's...
If you turned the microphone off and asked me, then I would have been glad when you... Bit of pace from Cast then. Banton on strike, 35 he's got. He's having a good day, Cast. He's turned into leg side. And that is the 50 partnership up between these two, I believe, from 39 balls.
Yeah,
there they go, they've realised it. Too busy, the locals, hollering at Scott Borthwick for slowing the game down. They almost missed his 50 partnership, not quite.
They have a quick shake of the hands, because that's what they do. And away we go. So the lead is mounting. We're in the region of 330, 340. I'm looking for you.
343.
Thank you.
Good take from Ollie Robinson.
There are 37 overs remaining today. And 96, I suppose, available tomorrow.
Correct. 133 left. Depending on when they change over, though, naturally. Somerset will be probably looking to change at the end. Well, if they want to bowl at them tonight, they're going to have to lose a couple of overs.
Well, if they have to lose a couple of overs, they will.
So be it.
What will be interesting is to note Durham's ambitions. And I think they'll be more likely to take an aggressive outlook, because that's what they've done for the last couple of years, and it's served them well. And of course you get some batting lineups, if they are particularly aggressive ones, who are probably more likely to get out if they're suddenly trying to defend constantly than if they're playing their natural game.
Well, someone like Ollie Robinson, who is really unlucky not to have been picked for the Test side. He's keeping beautifully. His 827 championship runs have come at a strike rate of 85. He scores really quickly. He's the leading 6 hitter. So yeah, they will. And Ryan Campbell's talked. He thinks there's too many points available for a draw. He thinks 8 for a draw is too many because it promotes a negative approach to cricket.
I think I agree with that. I mean, you can quibble about, well, should you just have more points for a win? I don't know.
But it's about ratios, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
So you could make it 20 points for a win or something like that. I don't know. But I agree that the balance...
Pulled.
That's pulled. You can hear he's middled that quite well, but it's only a single. I mean, we had a situation, didn't we, where Somerset when they beat Essex, got 19 points. No batting points, because it was a very low-scoring game all over in 2 days.
Yeah,
Absolutely riveting. 19 points. But if you play in a high-scoring draw, which this could still be, Somerset would get 16 points. Well, 3 points difference between a drawn game, which could have been, I mean, this one isn't, but it could be stultifyingly boring, and a riveting, albeit 2-day in this case, match where no side got 250, 19 points. So I'm not so sure about that balance. Although Rob Key's very keen on it, I think.
Has to be the way.
I mean, I've got a lot of time for Rob Key, but on this particular thing,
I think a bit of bat.
I think he got a bit of bat, but otherwise
It's tight. Yeah, no, I agree. It just seems wrong, that, isn't it? You should be the reward should be significantly.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should get a reward for not losing the game.
Yeah, fair.
So that's why, without having given it that much thought, I prefer the notion of just increasing the number of points for a victory, whilst maintaining the incentive for sides not just to bother to try and save a game.
Let's have another look.
It's going down, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's going down. No bat. Charlie Taylor's down on the Thatcher's terrace.
He is.
He's still on his phone, still in that queue, I reckon.
I don't. Yeah.
But if you look at football, to the ratio, do you remember it used to be 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and that's your 8 and 16, right? Same ratios.
Yeah.
And it's now 3 and 1, so 16 to 5.
Okay.
So there he is, Charlie Taylor in his cider press hoodie. Looks a disappointed man, looking wistfully across the Cooper Associates county ground, imagining the Gallagher brothers at the other end belting out a couple of songs.
Well, they may be here one day.
Callum Parkinson, Scott Borthwick having a chat. I think umpire's also having a word here and saying, I know you're ahead of the rate.
I think they've got to have changed that rate. I can't believe that they're up with, they haven't lost 1 or 2 in.
I'll text Polly, I'll find out.
No, don't disturb her. What was the lunchtime score? I think it was 41 for 1. So they've actually made pretty good progress, Somerset. Rings a bell. 41 for 1 rings a bell. And so they've got to 180 and 140 odd in this session.
Spot on.
That is it's out. No, it's.
Which one is it?
It's almost out. It's 6. Well, he was loitering there, and he's a very tall man down there.
Yeah, Ben McKinney is a big lad.
And just for a second, I thought he might be able to conjure something magnificent that we've seen so often in white ball cricket especially.
He's just out of reach.
But it was just out of reach. He made room, improvised and smacked it over wide mid-off for 6.
Yeah, 41 for 1 after 11 they were.
Where's he at that? McKinney's after it. He's got it. And they've run through. Sure, sort of, I expect Ollie Robinson is admiring this sort of batting.
So what have we had in the session? 11 to 29 in the session after this one. But given they've had a spinner on from one end the entire time and drizzle on largely, apart from 6 overs of cast.
Yeah. It's what are they required to bowl now to keep up with the rate? Is it 16?
Yes, if in theory, yeah.
Which is not, honestly, it's going to sound very much more, but I'm sure when we played, at one time we had to bowl 110 or 105 or around there. They might have reduced it one year to 105 in a day. And we got a lot of grumps for not meeting that. We get fined. Oh, see, that's the forward defensive. It doesn't work.
But have I heard you say before that they measured it sort of halfway through the season at the end of the season?
Yeah, that's right. So you could make it all up in one ridiculous session where you bowled about 50 overs.
Nice hog.
Good call from Tom Banton there. Or Barry, as some of his friends call him. I remember getting castigated actually in a test match in Pakistan where the 2 spinners were bowling and we bowled can't remember exactly, but about 13 or 14 an hour. But we were trying to slow it down, and it was not pretty.
No, I bet.
And I wasn't very good at it. You had to follow through a bit more.
Yeah.
And then just stay there until the event had happened. And wait for the ball to be thrown to you as you finish the follow through, and you wander back. And there's always scope for a minuscule field change, I suppose.
Kept dropping the ball, picking out, and pick it up.
Well, yeah, I did that anyway. But that is out. It's going to be caught at mid-off. Off the toe of the bat. Even so, he gets a pat on the back from Abel. It was a sort of selfless knockback from Banton. Eagerly trying to up the tempo. Well, he succeeded in that. Getting way ahead of runner ball. Extraordinary shots along the way. 197. That is for 4.
Yeah, it's just a bit wide, a bit short for that shot.
Yeah,
But
he couldn't quite. He got it right on the toe of the bat.
But
he's getting a warm round of applause.
46 from 28.
Yeah, that's the lead now. Keep doing the math. It's very close to around about 350.
353 even.
Yeah, I can always get within 10. So I think they probably want another 100 actually.
450 feels not comfortable, but you'd hope you wouldn't lose a game giving out 450. But
well, you hope
never
that,
know.
but you never know nowadays.
Never know.
The old rules don't really apply anymore.
Well, here's a player in very good form in August, James Root, whom we worked out he scored 500 plus runs and was averaging plenty. The Root brothers having a fine August. So yeah, Somerset probably want to be up and around 300 before we get those whistles from Lewis Gregory. He might even be out there by then. Might be a situation where he decides to come in himself, try and hit a few.
What have we got? Rue.
Keep wanting to go.
It'd be an odd one, isn't it? You've got Archie Vaughan making his debut. It's hard for him to come out and score at that weight, but he'd be eager to expand his first-class experience. We'll see.
You've got Gregory, Aldridge, Overton,
Leach,
sorry, should never leave Leach out of
any
sentence.
And Archie. Well, you could say, but it would be slightly disingenuous. Archie, Jack, we need you going to bowl a lot of overs. So I want you at 10 and 11, just to
don't put your
just in
pads
case things go awry. But we'll see. I think we will see, because as Somerset seek rapid runs, the wickets are likely to fall. But whilst I was a bit puzzled by Umeed's dismissal before lunch, if I'm honest, Banton's I don't mind. I mean, that sounds unfair, but the game has moved on. Somerset now 353. Well, that's not a bad foundation. They want more, but they're getting close to their goal. And there was a selfless element to that.
And with Umeed, it was the timing of the wicket rather
well,
than
just before lunch, I just know that if you are, I mean, Lammonby was fine as it happens, but if you are Lammonby, and you do know that you want your team to get around about the 300 mark, I just think discretion is an ugly word. I'm in the modern dressing room, I know. I'm just thinking, for the sake of the next man in, and just going into lunch and with the view to accelerate thereafter. That wasn't a great shot, was my view, given that it was a long off and a long on. And if Lammonby had got out, prodding forward to his first delivery because he's thinking about lunch. Anyway, that didn't happen. So I may be splitting hairs. So perhaps I should shut up.
That is a sentence I shall never agree with. 198 for 4. Couple of overs left after this one from Cars. He's got 3 wickets in the game, plus his second first-class 100. So it's been a good comeback from him.
Well, he's having a great game, isn't it? He's been off for a while, hasn't he? For slight improprieties.
Yeah, he missed the period of cricket suspended, which is real shame given he was fit and his body's letting down, but he's back now. Around for this game. I don't know if he'll be available for their next game. He might go. I can't remember when those England games and the white ball squad meet up.
Is he in the white ball squad?
He's in the white ball squad, yeah.
Oh, for both? Both? Oh, don't worry. That's too much detail, really.
I believe so.
Okay.
Sam Blacklock, who's listening in from down, I'm sure will tell me. They start on Wednesday the 11th of September, that's right, because the test match only in theory finishes on the Tuesday. And then England have a T20 down at the Utilita Bowl on Wednesday the 11th. Go to Cardiff, then Emirates Old Trafford. Those are the T20s, and then straight into ODIs. 5 ODIs finishing on Sunday the 29th of September.
5 50-over games.
3 T20s.
Gosh.
And then almost immediately, about 6-7 days after they finished the ODIs, they're playing Pakistan in Pakistan. It's a busy winter. Trip to the West Indies again.
Well, will anyone,
squads,
will any of these players be multi-purpose, three-pronged players? I don't know. I mean, there are some who get in both. I suppose Jamie Smith's amongst them now. Who else?
Changed direction with the white ball squad a little bit, haven't they? I think Carson might go to New Zealand. They might not take it to Pakistan, but they might go to New Zealand.
Well, I wonder when those test sides are being announced. Test squads. Or test squad for Pakistan. Because it must be quite soon.
After the current series, I suppose. They've got one more left.
Yeah.
Freddie McCann's got 154 and he's out, by the way. But they're beyond, or very, very close to the follow-on total, in fact. 6 or 7 runs Notts need, and then they will not be able to follow on. Currently 369 for 6 up there, trading about 156. Ooh, turn again.
Yeah.
Too much turning for Abel.
Show's been left stranded, one not out in the test match.
Is he?
What was Root up to? Well, I presume he was reverse. I suppose we can allow him to do that when he's got 100.
They think about 2. They decide not to. Playing it cautious, it's fair enough. James Rue said no. South East Stars against Western Storm at Beckenham. Remember, these Western Storm made 282 for 8. Stars are 136 for 4. In reply, with 22.5 overs remaining, so it could be a tight game there. 6.5 an over needed. 6 wickets left. Storm will fancy a victory. Amanda Jade Wellington currently bowling. Spinner Parkinson's bowling here, and Room turns in round the corner. She's been brilliant for them, hasn't she? A real character, Amanda Jade Wellington. Sophie Luff loves her captain's dream. 10 overs of high quality leg spin. She nips off to go and watch the IPL or the CPL whenever she gets a couple of days off. Loves her cricket. Good on social media. Saw Charlie Taylor drop a catch as well.
Good on social media. I have to explain that to me.
She engages people on social media. Andy Hamid is very good on social media. He engages. He puts out little behind-the-scenes snippets. End of the over, 204 for 4. Encourages, asks people. He knows by putting himself out there, he's going to get criticism from certain people. But he invites youngsters who want to, he always replies to people if they want to ask him questions, if they want to ask for a few tips. And he says, whenever a young player says, "Oh, how should I bat?" or "What should I do?" He's like, "I'm never going to tell them to bat like someone. They should just bat like themselves and enjoy it." But yeah, he's very good. I know he gets a bit of stick out in the middle for it, I think.
Does he?
Well, you know what it's like. You find
Well, not
anything.
really.
You find anything to.
Oh, I see.
Someone have a few words. Here he is, the social media star. I think Harry Everett gets that a little bit when he comes out to bat. He doesn't mind. He just got out of the conversation. Runs it down to first.
Well, yeah, you know, dear old Oscar Wilde is better be talked about. Not.
Harry's batting right now, apparently.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh, there's some covers on.
There it's on the.
Wemden.
Harry's probably helping push them on with his pads on. Oh, it's a shame. That would have been great to see a bit of an Everett innings.
Well, I think there can't be much rain about. It's not raining very hard there. Perhaps they're taking them off. I think they're taking them off.
Last over before tea here. I think, looking at the forecast, the rain's just going to skirt us. It might be a little bit tomorrow.
Oh dear.
Cast around the wicket to root.
That's a good
Drives
shot.
it
I was going to say that's a good shot for 0, but it could be a good shot for 2.
Past Daniel Hogg.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're just getting ready to go again at Wemden. So,
Does Harry tend to open the batting?
it's a good question, actually. We'll find out, because what we're going to do is going to leave that live stream on over.
Are we going to leave it on?
Yeah, we are. So we can watch Harry Everett's innings in its full glory. Hopefully there's at least 20 minutes of glory for him there. So do stay tuned. Or don't, if you don't fancy watching Harry bat, that's also fine. But come back for after tea. Called by Root. There's a fielder out there though, Bastoleda. Going to keep it to 1.
So this will be the last over. Yes?
Yes. 340 or 32 overs, whichever is later. Fixed tomorrow. On the last day they fix it just to confuse everyone. It's about having that last hour, isn't it? Good pace from Cast. Bit wide, but good pace. Able reaching. He's got 44 from 60. Current run rate up to 4.88, so it's gone up over the course of the session by about 1 run and over. So they really are pushing it on, Somerset.
Well, Banton's, I mean,
yeah.
Abel's been pretty positive, hasn't he? And Banton played some extraordinary shots.
Slower Yorker that Abel just not only digs out but opens up, makes himself up a single.
Yeah.
That's committed umpiring, isn't it? To march across for the last ball of the session from square leg to square leg for the left-hander. Because they don't have to, I don't think.
No,
it's
no.
not mandatory.
I mean, there is a fielder fielding on the offside very close to him, but I mean, they don't normally bother. But committed umpiring from, is it Mike Burns?
I think so, yeah.
Well, he's seen quite a lot of cricket here and played quite a lot back in the 90s, I suppose, and the early 200s, 2000s.
Played a bit of early T20, didn't he, the first season, I think?
Yeah, I expect so. Whoa! I think that's okay. And now they're going to go and have some tea. So, 209 for 4, lead 364. Game's very much alive. All sorts of possibilities. When will he declare? Will he declare? He will declare. But when? And what sort of game have we got? Well, I think we've got a good game. Anyway. See you later. Well, actually, we won't see you later, Sam. You're moving on, but you'll be keeping an eye on this, no doubt. And over tea, well, I hesitate to advertise this, but before we return to the sublime batting of Abel and Rue, I think you'll be able to avail yourself of progress at Wemden Cricket Club. Good luck with that. I'm off for a cuppa.
what type of ball we want really, but this looks better than the ball we're using. It is. Looks like it is.
I just come in crash.
Graham, can I just give you? No, they're not mine. I'm bringing them back to the back. Is he aware of that as well? I think that was probably it.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where things are a little dark, to be honest, but the players are out there, and I know Somerset as a team will be keen to stay out for as long as possible and pick up a big lead. Vic Marks is alongside me, Charlie Taylor. We'll bring you this final session of the day. It's 209 for 4, which I think makes that lead 365 at the moment, which is a grand old lead with 6 wickets in hand. But not enough, Vic. Somerset will want more than that.
I think so. Bear in mind that the last game played here, Somerset knocked off over 400 in a day when Warwickshire declared overnight. There's also this perception that Durham, an adventurous, aggressive side by nature, although you wouldn't guess so from the field that's set, are inclined to chase anything, that they're not really in danger of the drop. Therefore, I don't think. I mean, it's still possible, mathematically, certainly possible. But I think both sides would be inclined to try and win a game. So you think that Durham would be likely. Their lineup suggests that they're the sort of team that would just go for it. So you want you can set a reasonably challenging target in the region of about 450, in the hope too of bowling, I don't know, a dozen overs, possibly 10 tonight. If it was dark, but the umpires were still inclined to play, Somerset would very happily bowl their spinners. It will be interesting now. We just check out, because we're seeing those shadows from the lights on the players, which is always not, slightly ominous. If the Durham side opt for pace from this end, it might induce the umpires to have a look again at their light meters, and to everyone's huge frustration, take the players off the field. It's not up to the batting side anymore, as we know. Basically, nowadays, you can just keep bowling the spinners and they'll stay on. But there's something slightly absurd about the light regulations now, in that both sides can be eager to keep playing and the umpires could take them off. In fact, I think once they set the standard for the match, which hasn't been set yet, even if both sides want to keep playing, I presume the umpires are obliged, once that standard is set, to take the players off. So it's all a little bit complicated, and I'm just having a look. Rob Bailey, very experienced. He's just marching to his place. Mike Burns, who's not been around quite so long. In fact, he's pausing just for a second just to see who is bowling. But Bailey's in position. We've got a fresh bowler. I think it's the leader, probably, but I'm not absolutely certain.
I think it is. Yeah.
Well, it's not Cars, who is pretty quick. The leader bowls medium pace. And no one's going anywhere. So that's good news from a Somerset perspective. The leaders didn't bowl very much in that first innings. All-rounder. At the end of his mark. He can bowl reasonably briskly, but as I say, I don't think Somerset can be bothered by that. So the game proceeds. But there's always a complication in cricket, and it proceeds slowly. Because I don't think Durham are in a hurry to get their overs in now. I'm just looking, the over rate has been good throughout this match, and on those scoreboards it's stayed at sort of +6 all throughout the afternoon session, when there are obvious attempts really just to slow things down from the Durham side. Good little run, that. And they like it. They like a quick single.
They're going to be looking for those, aren't they? They're running hard already.
Well, they're looking for everything.
Yeah.
But, if you can drop one and run off a good ball, then when the odd bad one comes along, Abel hasn't whisked much. Rue doesn't tend to. Field spread, there's sort of 4 men in the ring and 5 men on the boundary, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Other way around. 5 men in the ring. 4 on the boundary.
Abel to 49. First innings made 124.
Well, he's doing all he can for Somerset mostly, but I know he's got higher ambitions, and why shouldn't he? And I think they should be looking at him.
There's been a assurance in the way he plays this season that we've seen. When he came back from injury, had a tough game away at Durham first up, but since then has just looked so calm at the crease and in such good rhythm.
Yeah, it was a real hammer blow that he wasn't fit for the start of the season, because I think he was aching to get going in this new freed role, and it's no surprise to me that he's batted beautifully when he has come back.
Oh, lovely shot.
That's
what a
glorious
shot.
shot.
Bring up the
That's
50.
Yeah, perfectly placed, beautifully timed, classically correct, cover drive, up goes the bat, acknowledging another 50. No great frills in that, but that was just perfection. Sort of, an average delivery, but crunch. Fetch that back. You could hear again that wonderful smack onto the middle of the bat. Just imagine how many runs he'd have scored if he'd started in April. But that's what ifs don't get us anywhere, really.
Well, considering he had that really hard game at
Durham,
Durham, even with that included, he's averaging over 100 runs per match in the championship this season.
And this surface is, as he admitted when he talked about his first innings 100, is not the most difficult. Although there are challenges with the slow bowlers, and we've seen what a adroit player he is of spin bowling. And he's become a critical player in the T20 as well, and it's rather good given that he's been captaining Welsh Fire and preoccupied by that, and they've played on some dicey wickets generally in the 100, and he hasn't scored a whole rash of runs in the 100. Not many people did. Just looking ahead to the Northampton game, it's pretty handy to have someone like that in the groove when he'll be coming out. Presumably he usually comes in at number 4 and kind of holds the T20 innings together. It's a lovely feeling to have. You've got your out and out aggressors with the likes of Banton and Smead and presumably Kohler Cadmore, and then you've got your ballast who still scores very quickly but doesn't quite clear the boundary with the same regularity, but knows where the gaps are. And even in T20 cricket, you want that sort of little bit of ballast if the innings needs just holding together for a while. Anyway, enough of Abel, but I hope they keep an eye on him at the highest level. Where's that gone? That could be safe.
Safe, yeah.
I'd almost certainly nearly took the
Yeah, that would have been perfect timing.
he was
after
going
all
there.
of that.
He was going there for an ambush. He was going to try and loft that over extra cover. He just didn't quite middle it, and it went a bit squarer, but he didn't middle it. Fortunately, in a way, and it didn't reach the boundary fielder.
Just doing a bit of playing around with the stats here. If you ignore that first game, let's call it a loosener, getting back into it. Let's say that was his pre-season warm-up. If you ignore that first game, he's averaging 136.25.
Oh well, that's not too
Not too bad, is it? Including several not-out innings as well, including his high score of first-class cricket, 152.
That was the Warwickshire game, was it? Yeah. I wasn't here for that. Were you here for that?
I was not on that day.
No,
so
I think
was here.
I think we'd done some earlier on in that game. And there were moments in that game where, for a Somerset perspective, there were times where you thought, well, we'd take the draw in this game. Because Somerset were behind the game. But they turned it all round in the last 2 days by bowling very tightly and restricting the opposition. I think, did they bowl them out? No, they didn't bowl them out in the end because they declared, but they were
281 for 8.
That's right. But they went very slowly. I remember Sam Hain batting for ages for 1 or 2 runs, like 40 balls for 2 runs and something like that. Anyway, they turned it all around on the last day by knocking off the runs. And it was a bold decision to say, look, we're going to try and get these.
Yeah, that was well helped by Banton, who scored 81.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump. Cola Cadmore made 49, 57 not out for Rue. It was a real team effort. Great to
but sort of anchored by Abel.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 152 not out.
That is safe. And it's going to test the fielder.
Does very well. No, he doesn't do very well. In the end, takes it over the rope with him. Cass,
Well, he's been busy. You can't castigate him for that. Riding Cass. He's got 100 this morning. He's bowled with some aggression on a very uninviting surface. And he's put the dive in to no avail. In fact, you're an England select. You say, don't do it. But you're obliged to do it now, even if it's stupid.
Well, so Leach picked up an injury like that several times, hasn't he? Diving over the ropes.
He's getting a hug from Borthwick, I think, for his efforts. So Somerset advance was the over rate. Well, on the board it still says +6, but I think it has diminished a bit. 29 overs remaining today. The lights are on, but the light remains the same. And the standard's been set. It seems okay. Ooh, he's gone. I think I've talked to him now. Anyway, he was looking to nibble that away down to third man. He's missed it. He's nicked it. He's gone for 56. 228 now for 5. The lead in the region of about 380.
That'll impact his averages, but I don't think he'll mind, because I think that's a very good innings actually from Abel, who knew that he had to get this score moving. Picked up 56, steadied a bit of a ship. What was the score when he came in? There was not a wobble exactly, but it was on the edge of being a bit of a worry if he'd got out early on. It was 100 for 2. He's come out and he leaves them 228 for 5. So it's good effort from Tom Abel. A round of applause.
Yeah.
Next way.
Warm applause for Abel.
Always is.
And I think...
Will it be Vaughan? Who are we going to say?
It will be Vaughan, because we haven't got anyone else as slim as that.
Harry made 19, by the way, just in this quick break.
Oh, is he gone?
He's out for 19. But he did pick up a 4-fer, so it's not a bad return.
Well, I imagine that I'll get to know more details tomorrow.
Yeah. I should think you'll probably know more details than most of the people who were actually at the ground watching it.
I hope he wasn't LBW. So Archie Vaughan's come out, and in a way I like this. You could argue that, oh, come on, let's send in the experienced men who we know can hit it, but give Archie Vaughan the opportunity to get out there and play with a bit of freedom, and if it doesn't come off, well, it doesn't come off. You're in the team, you're batting at 7, away you go.
James Rue alongside him on 14. Also a centurion in the previous innings. 103, 8th first class century. Now then, My partner's got through to the Oasis tickets bit of the website. 718 quid for 2 tickets. I don't think we'll be doing that.
Was that a question mark after that? Or an exclamation mark?
There's about 20 exclamation marks she sent me there. £356 each. That's the going rate if you want an Oasis standing bog standard ticket. No hospitality, no extras. That's just entry into the standing area. That. Comes delayed at full. Good ball. Warner beating all ends up on that one.
Yes. Some Geordie voices in Vaughan's ears. You might have to get used to that, I suppose.
The lead is 384. There we go. Off
He's
the
off
mark.
and running. Nicely done.
A bit too straight there, Deleda, just offering that one to Vaughan.
So the Seagulls, they come in greater numbers in the final session.
They seem to know.
What do they know?
They know that the final session, there's just been a round of whatever else people have had for tea. All the bins are full of lunch things that they can go and find and peck at.
Fair enough.
They know that perhaps there's a bit of cider flowing, so reactions are a bit low on the people with food. Pulled straight to the fielder. It's a bit murky now, isn't it? It's funny how the day's changed. It was beautiful this morning. Thank you to Lady Bladebinder on the stream. Says, I paid 50 quid to see a real legend earlier this year, Nile Rodgers of Chic fame. Yeah, I've seen Nile Rodgers. He's fantastic. A bit cheaper.
It is extraordinary, isn't it? The amount of people. Are you a Swiftie, or are you too old to be a Swiftie?
No, I'm not. I'm not really a Swiftie.
I know they exist.
Yeah, my mum thinks she's a Swiftie because she likes one song that she heard. So my mum texted me one day, saying, "Oh, I like this song. I think I might be a Swiftie." Oh, there we go. I saw this gentleman earlier on. Quite sure what is it?
Well, he was around at
Grasshopper?
lunchtime.
Was he?
Over by the pavilion where there seemed to be some sort of ceremony, either a tea or lunch. Yeah. He's got a glass in his hand. He looks like, is he a frog-like?
Yeah.
Possibly. Or
antenna, isn't he? So that's moth. What are we going with? Moth?
Moth?
Oh, I don't know. I thought I heard moth in my ear.
Oh, right.
No, Will thought it was a moth. Will, our cameraman. I thought grasshopper, just because of the colour.
Could be a cricket, of course.
Ah, there we go. We've solved it. It's a cricket, isn't it? He's gone as the cricket to the cricket.
That's encouraging. And it's turned and come through the gate. Let's have another look. That's turned sharply, and I think James Roos probably thought, hang on a minute, how's that not bowled me? I think Parkinson thought that too. So instead of that, he's going to get the sweep out and makes good contact. This will be a quite a challenge actually for Archie Vaughan, in that Parkinson is getting that ball to spin, and it's not easy to attack him. But it'll be an interesting experience for him. Not easy for, he hasn't got the. You wouldn't think he would have the freedom to play a bit like what Banton did for a while, but we shall see. See, I think they're bringing the long off up, and they're going to have a slip, and that obviously makes sense. And they'd like a few field changes.
Well, they've got a bit of time to play with. They're not desperate to get all these overs in as quick as possible, are they?
Nice party.
Parkinson's probably bowled about nigh on 60 overs.
I can tell you exactly.
But he knows that you won't have to bowl any more after today. That's close, that. Let's have another look. Probably just going down, but only just.
59 overs he's bowled, so you're almost bang on.
He's not here. That's just in the air. Parkinson can't quite believe it. He's quite. He actually hit that pretty well. But it's a perfectly legitimate option given what the wicket's doing in the state of the game. Didn't quite carry to. Well, it might have carried to Hogg. I'm not sure. Into the reverse sweep, and then he dived forward. Might have carried, but he never got arms around it, or even hands around it for that matter. And then James Rue shows him. He's hit for 6.
My goodness me, that. I thought he'd swept that along the floor. Lost sight of it.
Well, that's an amazing shot. Sam Parkinson is not happy really with life.
Oh yeah, no, it's not along the floor at all, is it?
It's a skimming 6.
Oh.
Amazingly timed. Have a look at this again. I mean, whoosh.
Brilliant footwork, brilliant hands. What timing. 6 runs, brilliant. James Rue is...
he is astonishing.
He is, isn't he? He's great to watch.
He's got 22 in 18.
He's not. He's an outside bet to turn up at Northampton next week. You never know. I don't think they will, but if he was in the team, you wouldn't be... You wouldn't look out of place, I don't think.
Yeah. You know, he's wandered over to have a chat as if he's an old pro with... I can't see exactly who it is at mid-wicket there.
It is Alex Lees.
Yeah. A quick chat with Alex Lees, who's been knocking around for the last dozen years. But they look like, well, it look like a meeting of equals. It's not the young pup, exactly. Well... It's a very high ceiling he's created for himself, James Rue. And, well, we'll see what happens next week, stroke next year, stroke this winter. He's bound to be going somewhere, you would think. May not be with the senior team. If you're taking... Well, 2 wicketkeepers to Pakistan, he'd be right in the shake-up, but I'm not sure they will. And the last time when England played in Pakistan, Ben Folkes was there, but he was injured, and Ollie Pope kept wicket in the first 2 matches, to everyone's amazement. But he did it
did rather well, yeah.
Yeah.
But on the current form, for me, James Rue gets into that side ahead of Pope, the way he's been playing.
Yeah. Well,
who is the captain?
Pope is currently captain. And to be fair to the setup, dropping someone is the act of the last resort. They don't like dropping, especially batsmen.
Oh, and I think that there's certainly something to be said for that, to give a batsman a bit
I mean, they will have a decision to make about, first of all, ahead of Pope, who has scored significant runs, but is inconsistent. As he's been captain, that might have an impact. But Lawrence will be more under the scrutiny as to whether he gets in the party or not, because he's had 4 chances now without doing a great deal. So it's hard to get into the England side. Once you're in, they give you a good go, particularly if you're a batsman. It's slightly different with bowlers. Partly because you can bring conditions into it, and partly because there's usually a hamstring or a stress fracture or something that happens.
Win this game they're currently playing, assuming the weather plays ball tomorrow or the day after. Because Sri Lanka are 43 for 2, chasing 484. Root's taken 2 catches after his second 100 of the match.
Yeah, he's eyes in.
Yeah.
They've got some good batsmen, Sri Lanka, but they don't seem to be able to get a start.
That is a great jacket. Birthday boy. I can see you in a maroon tux like
Keep
that.
going out there, boys. Wherever you are. Wherever you are.
Middlesex are 381 for 4, which on the face of it is quite good. But they're still 220 runs behind Yorkshire's first innings total. This is, oh, good shot.
Whoa.
Through mid-wicket. James Root. Aaron Trump's got to get up. And photographer.
It's a great shot. He gets into position so quickly, it's almost as if he's premeditating. Umpires, this is going to alarm the Somerset
seeing it all
dressing
right,
room.
isn't he?
I know, but well, they're not doing anything yet.
Oh, good. That's fine. I thought they were heading towards the pavilion for a moment. Who's gesticulating a bit there? So, yeah, well, what's the problem? I'm seeing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's something irrational about it. I mean, he's just pulled the leader, who's not slow, he's not rapid, but he's just pulled him effortlessly. Now, they wouldn't go off now because the spinner's bowling, but, I mean, actually, clearly, James Root and probably Vaughan is seeing the leader fine. There is an issue for the fielders sometimes that they can't pick up the ball.
Yeah,
it's not a I don't think it's that significant, but so they're a bit hamstrung by the regulations. I feel the umpires. That, you know, if you take in the state of the game, if who are you protecting? Is it the batsman essentially? In which case, there's no sign that they are struggling to pick up the ball.
Western Storm in action as well today. South East Stars are in reply. 249 for 5 to Western Storm's 282 for 8. 8 overs remain, 34 runs needed, 5 wickets in hand. Flip nicely to the leg side. They'll come through for a quick single. It did need to be quick, actually.
Yeah.
Shatley there on 76 from 71. I need to get her out. McDonald Gay, Diana, very good player. She's on 29 as well.
So at the moment, Western Storm are second favourites.
You'd say so. But a couple of wickets, things will change. Got themselves in the game. They've taken it right through to final stages. 400 is the lead now with that single. 400. Now, how many more does Somerset want? That's the question. It's going to be down to Somerset, you'd think, to choose. Unless there is a clatter of wickets. But
how many overs left? There's 26 remaining. But the light complicates the issue. I mean, they could declare Somerset quite earlier than anticipated on this basis, but I'm not suggesting they do it quite yet, but they could. That we are going to see, he's got that away, he's misfielded there, Hogg, and a much welcomed boundary for Archie Vaughan. They could declare with murky light and explain to the umpires, we're going to bowl our spinners. And then if no headway was being made and the target was getting too amenable, have the option, if it's still dark, of putting the quicks on and say, right, we've got to go off now then. It's all a little tricky. And the wind seems to have dropped. Blow these grey clouds away still.
So you're saying a lead of 405 as it is now?
Yeah, I mean,
If we don't get much, let's say they go off a bad light or maybe a bit of rain comes in. Actually, then tomorrow 405 is probably not a bad target to have set.
it's not a bad target. It's what Somerset knocked off against Warwickshire. But I think,
Slightly more difficult pitch.
yeah, there's
The
more
spin?
for the spinners here. There's nothing here for the seamers really. Nothing.
We are sticking with the
So
leader.
by and large, I would, I think Somerset would like to. What they want to avoid, Somerset, they want to be able to declare before the light's been offered, so that they come out again, and then Somerset can inform one and all, look, we're going to bowl our spinners, so the light's not significant. And then Somerset would have the option, as I've explained, if it wasn't going very well. It all gets a bit complicated, doesn't it? Sometimes up here, as you know, believe it or not, we overthink it.
So Ken, take me through it as on the field then. The light's not great.
Mm-hmm.
The game isn't going the way you want it to.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got your spinners on.
Mm-hmm.
And you then say to the umpire, right, I am going to bring on my quicks now as a captain because I don't think the spin's working. Tactically, it's not what we want. And the umpire can say, at that point they say, no, you have to play spin or we're going off. Is that what they'd say?
I think so, but they would have to check the light.
Yes.
What's unusual and encouraging in a way is that when they go off, if they decide that the light is not good enough, then they take a reading. And as I understand it, that reading becomes the absolute mark that decides.
The benchmark, isn't it? Yeah.
So tomorrow evening, if the weather's similar and the match is absolutely in the balance and it's an absolute thriller, both sides with a chance of winning, if the light gets below that mark, I think they're obliged to go off, which that then becomes a bit of a travesty. If both sides, it's, you've got a scenario where there's 22 to win with 4 overs to go with 8 or 9 wickets down. And then there is the potential absurdity for the umpires to say, sorry lads, it's down below point whatever it is.
Yep.
We're off.
And that's not just a shame for the players, which it would be for the game itself, but for the
everyone.
spectators here, who want to see.
So it is complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, they're obviously trying to be fair by having standards set, but anyway. So in a sense, it's encouraging to me that the umpires have avoided so far setting that standard that could be a bit tricky tomorrow night, let alone tonight.
Well, they also know that the way this game is shaping up and the amount of time left in the game, actually could be quite a good finish, the way things are looking.
Yeah.
It could be that they need as much as possible.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you could, it might be, they've got to try and be fair, first and foremost. And it might be that Durham would settle for a draw. And probably, actually, if Somerset were in this position, I suspect they would take the draw. At the moment, Somerset are favourites. We haven't had crick viz, have we, lately?
no, shall I check?
Yeah, is it
I
always
assume
up?
it's
We've
on.
rather ignored it, haven't we?
Well, let's see. I imagine the Somerset would be in the.
Well, they would probably be. Well, the draw would be fairly significant. I imagine at the moment it goes Somerset draw.
Well, they've saying the draw is 65%.
Oh right.
At the moment, with
Okay.
Somerset the rest of the percentage. So Durham 0% chance of winning this game.
Well, that is. Who does this? I wonder what the crick viz was on the warning of the Warwickshire game.
Yeah. Well,
But when they didn't know that Warwickshire were going to declare or not, and it was umpires chatting.
coming together, keeping my eye on them. So
I don't know if there is such a thing as a senior umpire. This looks a bit ominous.
Oh dear. Where are they heading? Oh no.
No, they're
Batters don't look moved. The
Well,
word hasn't got to them. I
well,
think
the,
we're all right.
the batsmen want to stay there, obviously. And Callum Parkinson's got to bowl another over.
Which he doesn't look thrilled at the moment, Parkinson.
Well, they haven't been moving quickly in between them. It's never simple, is it?
Well, if it was blazing sunshine, then we wouldn't. This would be taken out of it, wouldn't it? We'd just be talking about the cricket, but because it isn't, it means that it's
and
sort
the
of a third
equation.
element. Yeah.
If you're Gregory, you don't quite know how many overs are left in this game. But what's the lead now? 256 plus another 56. It's about 412 probably.
Yeah, around there. 400. Yes. Yes.
I mean, in days gone by, you'd think, well, we'll declare now because that's takes some getting. But in the modern era,
especially with the Kookaburra.
With the Kookaburra ball, you're much more wary. And the knowledge of what happened last time when there was a game here at Somerset. So let's just enjoy James Roux while we can, and Archie Vaughan, two young players. Where's he at that? And there, look, that's theatrical, putting a hand up in the air. He seemed to see it all right in the end.
Oh, that's how things go, right?
Who's that old pro down there? I don't know. It could be Ben Rain, but it doesn't matter. But
yeah, it is Ben Rain.
Yeah. I can't see it.
There's a bit of rain around tomorrow. That will be playing in the mines. Early door between 8 and 11, so we might get a delayed start.
Okay.
Should get the rest of the day in, but it just depends how wet the ground gets, I guess.
I mean, based on what we've seen this afternoon, CricViz has a point that it's going to be difficult to get 10 wickets.
Oh, here we go. Vaughan down the ground. Huge shot.
Is that his first six in first-class cricket?
I think it is.
I think it is. And a very fine shot it is too. In fact, James Roux's going to come down and give him a little punch.
It is indeed his first six in first-class cricket.
He's got his first wicket, his first six.
He's a half century. Well, and a century, of course. But not sure about that. If Vaughan's still here in the hundreds, then something hasn't quite worked out for Lewis Gregory in Somerset. 16 years off 20 now. Good return. That would have felt good, won't it?
Yeah.
Smashing one down the ground first time.
Oh, he went for a crabby pull. He wasn't. But he's now got 16 off 21, and he's feeling better. Get his right leg, right boot behind the line.
It was crucial.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it wasn't far away, but he's done well to keep that back foot in there.
Unlucky there.
He's there for that shot. Either side would have been runs. 35-run partnership. So these two, again, every time they've come in looking at the scorecard, everyone's got in so far. Which is a worry for Somerset, actually, because they know Durham have got some very good batters in their lineup. Mead 28, Goldsworthy 38, Lammerby 36, Abel 56, Banton 46, Roux 33 not out, Vaughan 16 not out. Everyone's got in.
Now the umpires are having another chat. They can now Durham are playing their trump card.
Yeah, it's the quickest bowler on the field.
They're putting Cass on.
A lonely Tom Banton wandering around the edge.
Where is that?
That's over there.
Now that's the trigger that the umpires.
There we go.
So we're in limbo. He played his trump card, which was Cass, and the umpires are now they're making their calculation. They're taking the light. They're finding the figure. 263 for 5. What's that? Add 56 and a couple and 100.
419.
419. Well,
What's
it
good?
could be worse, but it means that the chances of Somerset getting a bowl tonight are diminishing. Like looking around, I mean, it's blanket grey, I'm afraid. And there's not much breeze around to change things. So, an unhappy intervention.
What's good for Somerset, as the point you've been making, Vic, is that they've got they're not 250 ahead and still needing more to really set the target. They're already in the 400s. They've batted well in this. What have they made? 263 from 52 overs. They've played very well there to really get a score going quickly. So they're in a position where, depending on how long this goes on for, they can declare and know that that Durham has still got a big job to chase down 400 runs. It's going to take some getting, but it's not safe yet.
Well, it's not safe. I mean, they're more concerned, I think, Somerset by winning the game. Remember, in years gone by, I mean, this is years gone by, but Ray Illingworth of many years ago would say, well, in terms of declarations, I don't think about whether they'll get them, whether they've got time to get them. I think about how long do I need to bowl them out, which is a very positive way of going about things. And in those days, I think, in Championship cricket, when you played a lot of games, the good sides pursued victory more frequently via declarations of 3-day games mostly. And someone like Illingworth would be very good at judging how much the wicket's doing, how long he needed to bowl them out, or whether he thought he couldn't bowl them out, in which case, the declaration would go on a bit. And that's a bit of a lost art now, until we get to September, when there's all sorts of shenanigans going on.
Forfeited innings and the like.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's sad when it's. I always get frustrated though in the modern game. Now we've got all these wonderful floodlights, and they're put on, and even then everyone goes off the field. I mean, not criticising these umpires; they're merely complying with the sort of guidelines. But it always just seems daft to me, and it's counterintuitive to have the floodlights blaring down on a cricket ground with no rain, but you're off for bad luck. And I also am not convinced that anyone's in severe danger out there. But again, I'm not wanting to criticise these two umpires. They are just implementing what has become the norm.
If we'd seen batters clearly struggling to sit, but we didn't at all. Archie Vaughan smashed. Well, it was against a spinner, but he smashed one for 6. You're seeing it absolutely.
And also, you saw in the previous over, you saw James Root pull one through mid-wicket, whoosh. You did see also Ben Rain on the mid-wicket boundary.
Well, few theatrics.
Wondering whether he could see the ball. But it was obviously the summoning of Cast, the quickest bowler in the match, that triggered the umpires to take a reading and decide that plays should come to an end. The umpires have not moved anywhere. I just don't think that the light is going to change discernibly, but there's no rain around. They're both standing there in conversation like statues.
Forecast just says thick cloud on the BBC site. So
what now?
No change. Yeah, now and no change for the foreseeable.
Yeah. Well, it's only 5 to 5, of course. We can play until, well, theoretically the play can be extended now, but it's got to change. And I think if we're not playing at 6, then that's it. But that's quite a long time ago, or to go. We'll have to have a look at the train timetable. I mean, quite often when this happens, you'll see the ground staff coming out with covers in anticipation of rain, but there's no sign of that.
No, I don't. There's no forecast rain either.
So this is sort of frustrating in that it's not raining, the lights are blaring, the clouds are thick and grey, but they'll still be playing at Wembley, I would think.
Absolutely. With no floodlights and with some Well, probably less than ideal conditions, I should think, there, compared to what we've got here at this very professional setup. Right, well, we'll stop nattering away because there's clearly no play imminent. We'll keep you posted with that, and we'll be back should anything happen. But make sure you stay with us because we're going to hear from one of Somerset's finest bowlers. Went on to represent England many times, Andy Caddick, who has a pavilion, one of the pavilions here named after him. That's how good he was. He's been in discussion with Richard Walsh.
Welcome to another player podcast from Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're lucky enough to be joined by probably the best bowler that Somerset and England have ever had, Mr. Andrew Caddick. Welcome, Caddy. Lovely to see you here.
Thank you, Richard.
It's funny, really, that you're a New Zealander, but you ended up making your name playing for Somerset. How's that all come about then?
A very long time ago.
Absolutely.
Right, so 87. Or was it 87 or 88? I can't remember, it was a long time ago. I decided that I wanted to go and visit the UK, as most Kiwis do. They'll pack their bags and go off hitchhiking around the world, but I didn't hitchhike. I went straight to my uncle and aunt's house in Belsize Park, London. And I decided at the time I was going to play a little bit of cricket. I just spent 6 months in the UK to play a bit of cricket. I'd originally was in contact with a club, I think it was Harrow on the Hill Club, and when I turned up there, it wasn't exactly a club that it was basically a shed in the middle of the field. Right. So, and at the time, my aunt, who's my dad's older sister, said, look, they knew Bronsgrove, they knew the people at Bronsgrove, they knew the people at Hampstead. So I decided to go down to Hampstead to have a trial. Took 6 wickets and got 80 odd runs in the first second team game for them, and they said, we'd like you to play the first team, and the rest is history as far as London's concerned. And subsequently for the next 3 years I came back and forth, went home, worked for my dad in the plastering business, earned enough money to come back, and I did that for 3 years, and moved around London area. So the first year I was in Belsize Park, the second year I was in Hackney, and the third year I was over at, where was it? It was just north of the M25, I can't remember now. So I got to know Northern London quite well. Playing domestic cricket, or should I say club cricket for Hampstead, there was a gentleman there who was the chairman at the time, president, a gentleman called Roger Oakley, who was very, very good friends with a certain coach at the time down here at Somerset, Jack Birkinshaw. And that was the connection with Somerset. But right. I had played a little bit of Middlesex YCs in 89, and then I played a bit of second team cricket for Middlesex. But it wasn't until Jack got involved, or should I say Roger contacted Jack, and I got a trial down here, that the connection with Somerset was born.
You had a pretty successful kick-off, didn't you, with the second 11, one of your first games?
Not my first game. I had a terrible first game.
The second game was pretty successful.
We had I played my first game here, and funny enough, it was my debut for Somerset. It was also a gentleman called Roland Lefebvre's debut for Somerset.
Right.
Played a second team game down here against I think it was an Australian university side, a one-day game. Yeah. And past members will remember the wickets at Taunton back in the late 80s, 90s. It was a road. Did nothing. There was a gentleman called down here called Adrian Jones who was a terror of the ball. It was quick. He was a fast pacer, but this ground here, this wicket here back in the late 80s, it nullified any pace. At the same time, Jimmy Cook was here. He was scoring 2,000 runs before the end of May. I think he got subsequently those 2 seasons, he got over 5,000 first-class runs. And that is testament to what this wicket was like. It was a flat road. There was no grass on it. It was just rolled concrete. So I came down here, got absolutely smashed by an Australian university side. I thought that was my trial gone, my opportunity gone. But the following day, we drove up to London to play against Surrey second 11 at the Oval, and I took 8 for 36 or something in the first innings. Subsequently, when we batted, I broke my thumb, and then I took another wicket in the second innings, but I just couldn't bowl. and at the same time that evening, the chief exec then, Peter Anderson, came up to London, had a chat with me and said, right, Caddy, how are we going to get you qualified? That's where the qualifications period started with Somerset.
Right. So that's really how it all started with you?
That's how it started. I had to do a 5-year qualification period, and subsequently it was 92 was the year that I was able to play first-class cricket. And up to then I was 2 years in the second team. So I think I still to this day am very annoyed with Rob Turner, who was the second team wicket-keeper then, because I had 96 wickets in the second team that summer, and he dropped 3 catches at Canterbury, which he could have got. Anyway, that's a long time ago. But yeah, so for the next 2 seasons while qualifying, I played second team cricket, but also played for a club, Clevedon, up the road near Bristol, who'd play for them on a Saturday. So a lot of cricket going on, up to the point of actually getting my first class cap.
And you were here. Was it at that stage you were doing jobs around the ground?
I was doing in the winters. I decided after 3 years going back and forth from to New Zealand, I decided that I was going to stay a couple of winters in the UK, and subsequently got a job maintaining the ground, painting the ground. The old presidential suite up in the Colin Atkinson pavilion all those years ago, I redecorated the pavilions. It was just an odd jobs job. I remember Peter Anderson, the chief exec, at the same time took me down to his place in Beare and Seaton, and got me painting his soffits, which it's a 3-storey house. Yeah. I remember doing this, and he'd be hanging out the window making sure I was okay when there was sleet and snow being blown off the top of the roof. So it was an eye-opener, but at the end of the day, that's what you did back then. You just mucked in and got on with your job. So if I was to say that my first second-class season, I was paid £1,200 for the summer. That was a summer contract then, for the 2 subsequent seasons. That's a long day. It's a long time ago compared to what they get paid now. But that's what you did. You made good. You played hard, and you went off and did a part-time job just to keep that money coming in.
Indeed. But really, you came to people's attention, didn't you, in '93? I mean, people knew of you, but that particular game down here in '93, May '93 against Lancashire, was when people sat up and started to recognise what Andy Caddick was all about. Yeah,
it was a fortunate game actually, because it was very wet. It was a very wet wicket, and there was a very good groundsman back then called Phil Frost, who took over the reins in 91, 92, should I say 92, 93, and he produced hard green wickets. And it was testament to what he was preparing, the fact that he would water the wicket the morning of a match, and the wicket would stay green for the rest of the year, for the rest of the game. So these wickets were green and hard. They didn't do sideways lateral movement. They just kissed, and you could always see how good the wicket was, because 2 things would happen. One is you would never get bowling marks, follow-through marks at the crease. It'd be rock hard. You'd never be repairing the creases for bowlers. And secondly, the wicket would continue to be green on the 3rd, 4th day. It tended to be a bit juicy on the first day. It got quicker on the second day, and then it started to flatten out for batting. So if you made inroads on the first day on green seaming wickets, what should I say? It didn't seem a lot. Swinging wickets, because we had a gentleman called Graham Rose back then, who was a phenomenal swing bowler of the ball. And we had a very good partnership in the fact that I swung the ball. We were very good at preparing the ball and getting it to swing. And the wickets were green. So it was good, conducive carry here. The slips loved fielding in this wicket, because they were just good height catches. There was never to your feet too low. It was always good carry. Yeah. But those wickets back then were green hard seamers, and they stayed hard. And it was good because it was a good atmosphere for cricket, because you had batters who would have to play well, and you had bowlers who had to bowl well. I always value a wicket, or should I say rate a wicket in this day and age, and even back then, as a wicket. A good wicket's a wicket where a batter, once you've released the ball, is committed to a shot. And those were the wickets we had back in the early 90s. We had wickets where when you bowled the ball, the batter couldn't change his mind halfway through a shot, whether he was going to come forward or back.
Right.
He was committed to a shot.
Yeah.
And that's what I rated as good quality wickets around the country. And Taunton was one, Surrey was another, Lancashire was another, Trent Bridge was a bit like that as well. But the three main wickets that were good pacey wickets were Taunton, Lancashire and Surrey.
Right. So, in 1993, when Lancashire came down into play, talk us through that game.
It was a low-scoring game.
It was.
We had Mush was our overseas in the team.
And he was playing his first game.
He was playing his first game. Lancashire, they were, Test cricketers all the way through. You had some serial Watkins, you had Atherton, you had Fairbrother. You had some serious players in that team. I think Wazam Akram was even in the side.
Yes,
so
was.
You had some really good, strong overseas players and good quality cricket. But it was a low-scoring match. And it wasn't... I did a little bit in the first innings, but it seemed a lot. And unfortunately to me, when it seems for me, that tends to play and miss a lot.
Yeah.
But we were fortunate that we were dead and buried, but there's a last heroic swing of the bat from Andre van Troost, which got us from, I think, about a 50 to 60 run lead to about a 100 run lead. I think it was a 95 run lead. So that sort of turned the tables. And the spell of bowling in the second innings from me was, the rest is history. But I'm still annoyed with Mush because he got that one wicket. And it was just, everything just clicked. From ball one, everything just clicked.
I sat and watched the whole of that game, sat down in the old Stragglers bar. I remember sitting in the seats there watching out, thinking they were chasing whatever, less than 100.
Yeah, I think it was about 95.
Yeah, something like that,
something
88,
like that.
99. Yeah, but to see you guys roll them over, and in fact they looked like they were going to get them, didn't they? Because Watkinson had
There was a little bit of resurgence towards
Yeah.
the end, but then we managed to put a little bit of pressure on them and knock them over. But no, it was a great game, and for me, it was just the stepping stone I needed to go to the next level.
I was going to say, yeah, because that's when you got recognition and got called up for the Test match, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was a baptism of fire against Aussies, and
Yes,
you're sitting there thinking, well, of all the teams you come up against, but and the worst case scenario I could ever have was my first Test at Old Trafford. It was like this. It was rain 2 weeks prior to the Test. I remember they used to have the old, I think it was the old tarpaulin blow-up cover, and that had been on the wicket for about 3, 4, 5 days. And the unfortunate thing with that cover was the condensation would be inside and it would drop into the wicket, so it was never kept dry compared to the wickets the covers they use today. And I can also remember that our training was done in an indoor school where they play indoor cricket, which was the competition back then. It was a big competition, big in Australia, big in New Zealand, and it was also back then big in the UK. And we were training indoor, not an indoor wicket, not in the indoor centres we have now, but an indoor cricket wicket for indoor cricket. So, not the greatest preparation, wet wicket, and I didn't do too well for that whole series, but it sort of showed how difficult and how big a step it was up from first class to Test cricket.
But you continued to play, obviously, England cricket and Somerset cricket, and you had an amazing season in '98, didn't you, when you got 100 wickets? You're the last Somerset player to take 100 wickets in a season, 100 first class. I mean, that's a major achievement, Caddy.
Yeah, it was difficult back then because when you're playing Test cricket and domestic cricket, first class cricket, you were torn between Test match, off to a first class game, Test match, first class game, Test match, and that was before the contracts came available. And you were actually employed by your county, and you were on loan, as they say, to the TCCB, as it was back then. And the TCCB remunerated Somerset for you being away. So the 90s, it was basically up to we had contracts. It was basically you were controlled by your county. Yeah. So if I had a Test match at Old Trafford, for argument's sake, and then unfortunately I had a domestic game away, I could go 6-8 weeks and not be home. The only time I'd go home was maybe on a Monday night to wash my whites, to throw them in a bag again, to jump in a car, to travel somewhere on a Wednesday or Tuesday to meet up for a Thursday Test match. Yeah. So for me, if I had a home match, that was a bonus for Somerset. If I didn't, I was on the road. So back then it was very much the county was in control, and you were released to the TCCB, as I say, England back then. And it wasn't until the contracts came in place when the ECB took over as your employer and you were on loan to your club. So that's where the crossover was.
Which is very different to the way it is now.
It's very different the way it is now. Yeah, back then, there's one thing I'll always say, and I'll say this to any England cricketer: well done, crack on, brilliant what you're doing. As long as they have respect for my generation, which was the Duncan Fletcher, the Nasser Hussain, the Atherton, when we went through the contracts, because I remember we were on strike. We were going on strike. There was a test match against Pakistan, and we were on strike in our hotel in Old Trafford and Manchester, and we weren't playing that test until we'd pushed, because back then a gentleman called Richard Bevan was the PCA rep, and he was modernising the game as far as the contracts are concerned between the ECB and the players. So we were on strike a number of times, trying to get these contracts through. So as long as the players of today have the respect for what they've got now from the players who went through that period, that crossover period from when we became the TCCB to the ECB, crack on, I don't have any problem. But I think the generation now don't understand what we went through to where they are today. I think they need to just look back and see how cricket has developed in the UK.
But nobody's taken 100 wickets since, Caddy. Tell us about
No.
that 98 season. Come on, you've got
It was
to
a
remember that.
strange season because I can remember we were playing Worcester. The penultimate game when the Test team was announced was here at Worcester. And Graham Hick had been scoring a lot of runs for Worcester. I've been taking wickets. I had about 88 wickets in that summer already. And the Test was announced. And it was announced we were playing here the Sunday. And we were playing here against Worcester, and the Test match team was announced, and my name was not on that list. I was fuming. I was absolutely fuming because I thought to myself, you're taking 80-odd wickets in a summer. What more do you have to do? But that's life. Even when I retired, I remember David Lloyd on his little speech about thanking me and how he admired me as a player, and even he said at the time we should have picked him more. But that's hindsight. That's a great. I had a great career as far as England's concerned. 10 years and 62 tests. I can't begrudge that. I'd love to have played more, but that's just the way it runs out. But
234 wickets.
Yeah, but that's nothing these days, though, is it? The players of today are looked after a lot better. They're treated a lot better, and so they should be. Being a fast bowler is hard work. It's a hard game, and if you can get 10 years out of your body, you're doing very well.
That 100 wickets then, Caddy. You weren't picked, so how did you come to get the 100 wickets then?
I can't remember. I can't remember. I cannot remember who it was against and who it was. I know I had 105 for the summer, and what really annoyed me was that Courtney Walsh beat me by one at 106. I cannot remember that 100th wicket. You probably know the 100th wicket.
I can't remember either. I couldn't look it up, but
No.
It was just the fact that you took 100 wickets, and that's quite an achievement, isn't it?
It is, but you go back yesteryear to the 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
They'd take 300 wickets in a summer because they were playing so much cricket. I think there was something like 30 odd matches in the summer. It's just non-stop. So, but in the modern game, 17 games and 100 wickets. Yeah. But the annoying thing was that Courtney beat me by one.
Which was your favourite end down here when you were bowling?
I always like running in from the
river end.
Because it's a bit like Lords, it's a bit like Headingley. I like to run up a slight hill because you can attack the crease more. Occasionally I'd bowl from this end, but that would only be if the wind was the right way around. But predominantly the wind was from the southwest here, which is coming from the Clocks Tower. Should I say the church tower here. So I'd always bowl up the hill with the winds, with the shape.
What was your favourite delivery? What do you think was your most productive delivery?
I said everyone. My my career changed when a certain ex-Devon lad, a gentleman called Mark Lathwell, taught me how to bowl an off-cutter.
Right.
So my whole career changed from learning that skill. And that allowed me to start being more productive and thinking of how to work players out. To me, that period, probably the late 90s through to 2003, 4, 5, was the most productive period because I'd learnt the skill set. And I've always said you never stop learning, even to the day I stopped bowling. You never stop learning. You never stop learning about your body. You never stop learning about your action. You never stop learning about your skills. You never stop learning about the next generation of cricketers coming through, because the generation will always change, as you see now with 2020 cricket. The shot selection is completely different to what we were playing. But for me, there's nothing better than seeing a wicket being cartwheeled out the ground, is there? And in fact, I've got a picture, a great picture. If you remember, we used to play the Sunday League matches here with the restricted run-ups, and we were playing Hampshire here, and in the side there was, like I said, David Gower, there's Robin Smith, Paul. I think it's Paul. No, I can't remember who the other one was.
Paul Terry.
Paul Terry, that's the one. And again, they had Macca bowling here as well, Malcolm Marshall. It was a Sunday League match, restricted run-ups. I took 4 for 16. I've got this picture, and it's on my wall at home. It's a cracking picture, and it's of Robin Smith's off stump, out the ground cartwheeling with the ball and the bail, and then playing the shot. And I got him to sign it, and he said, "Too good for me, China. Pity about the no ball." So, but that's probably one of the any bowler will want to see the off stump or a set of stumps being splayed out the ground, because that's you beating the player hands up and also getting the maximum dramatic dismissal you can have, which is your bails and your wicket being torn out the ground.
Fantastic. You won several awards with the county, didn't you? I mean, you're here for a long time, but probably I think you're involved with 3 award-winning sides, 3 cup-winning sides. 2001 must be sort of somewhere in the memory. When we sort of broke the duck from 83, when we went to Lords and we played against Leicestershire in the final. I mean, we'd been there before in 99, hadn't we, and didn't get over the line.
We had, but the difference we had Jamie Cox.
Yeah.
And this club, and I don't care what anybody says, this club and a lot of clubs in the country, they respond to good overseas players. I don't know whether it's the mentality, which is just a get on with it mentality, no excuse mentality. I tend to have that mentality myself. It's just like, get on with it, stop whinging about it, get on with the job. And I think that's what overseas captains have brought. So we had Jamie, we had Biff, Graham Smith, we had Ponting, we've had Justin Langer. Now, the club has always responded to these sorts of players. In their own right, these players are phenomenal players. Jamie Cox was probably an underrated player at his time. But what he did was he brought the team together and started that process of starting to win, of that mentality. We also had a very good coach at that time, with Dermot Reeve. Now, Dermot was out there as far as what he was trying to teach the players and the mentality of the players, but it was brilliant stuff. And you could ask any player of the time who their best coach was, and they would say Dermot Reeve, without a doubt, because he just thought outside the box. Who would have thought that in a game that he would think to, when the ball bounced on him, he'd throw his bat to the ground and punch it away with his hands because you could not be out. There's no way of, the law states your hands must be on the bat for the glove to be to be deemed as out. So these are the things that were going through his head. So it was quite strange putting onto players, but as far as the time was concerned, then 2001 through to 2005, you would say that it was the overseas captains that had the most influence on this team.
And he took us. 99 was his first season. That was your first benefit.
It was, yeah.
It was, yes. Remember that. And
you've got one of my ties, I'm sure.
I have, yes, indeed. You know how it is. He's one today, Kelly. Yeah. You know that one. But yeah, he took us there in '99, and we didn't quite make it. But 2001, we did, didn't we?
We did. We did make it, and it was that was a strange game because there was one period in that game with Bosworth who, everybody felt for him, even the batters felt for him. I think Peter Bowler was batting at the time, and he just lost it. As a bowler, it's probably the worst scenario you can ever have, especially in a high spotlighted game. So everybody felt sorry for him. In fact, I think that finished his career basically. Which was really unfortunate because he was a good bowler. He was a good day in, day out county bowler. But no, that was the unfortunate downside of the game, but the highlight was us coming away with the trophy.
Fantastic. Then the T20 came on board, didn't it? I mean, you were here when that came on the blocks. I mean, what was the reaction? What was your thought about T20 cricket when it first arrived?
Like everybody, I thought at the time. They thought, what the heck's this? What game is this? Why are we playing this game? But I think as time went on, people started realising it was good, entertaining stuff. And for a bowler, 4 overs. What more can you say? 4 overs in a day, you take that all day long. And now the format it is now worldwide, it's just a phenomenon. The best thing I think for the game is it's the kids. It's bringing the kids. It's bringing high-ranking, highlighting the cricket to the youngsters. But I think there was a survey done years ago that it was like the attention span for a human is around an hour, 45 minutes to an hour, and they've managed to pack that sort of time in. So for 45 minutes to an hour, people are hooked in the game. It's fast impact, a high impact. But as far as players are concerned, it was a strange one to start with, but then we had one of the biggest records down there, didn't we, with Justin Langer and Cameron White. 250 on the board.
Against Gloucestershire.
And it just goes to show that it's entertaining stuff.
Yeah. But again, it was an overseas captain who led us to the success at the Oval, wasn't it?
It was Graham Smith. It was a phenomenal game. It was a phenomenal day. We did well to get through in the semi-final. And then the final was just let loose, and that's what happened.
Lancashire, what a side they had!
Yeah, they had a very good side.
Yeah.
The fact that they had a very good side, and I remember my first over. The fact that Richard Johnson had dropped Mel Loy after hooking me on the boundary.
Yes.
I think it was second ball. And then, fortunately for me, fourth ball, he did the same thing. And this time, Richard caught it. He hung on to it. And then I got a few overs later. I managed to get Andrew Flintoff out. So, but the finals day, you just don't know on finals day. We've seen some phenomenal finals days. You just don't know. It's just, Somerset last year had a phenomenal semi-final, and unfortunately didn't make it into the final, through in the final. But finals day, it's a toss of the coin. Simple as that these days.
Yeah. And then Charles Willoughby turned up here, didn't he? And joined us, and you and he bowled us really to success in 2007, back to the First Division.
Charles, I will put my hand on heart and say he's probably one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, and probably the best partner I've played with as far as opening bowler is concerned, behind Darren Gough and Test level. So he had all the attributes. And the two of us, we were a little bit ruthless at times, and worked really well as a partnership. And that's what you need in cricket. You need a bowler and your bowlers working with each other. Whether you're a spinner, whether you're not a seamer, whether you're a medium pacer, it doesn't matter what discipline you are. As far as bowling is concerned, you need to work in partnerships. Duncan Fletcher was always he was always right in saying, and he was always saying, should I say, if you bowl three maiden overs in a row, 9 times out of 10 you'll get a wicket, and that still stands today. If you watch, it's very difficult to bowl three maidens in a row, but 9 times out of 10, if you manage to do it as a side, you will obtain a wicket because that pressure just builds up. And Charles was phenomenal at the other end with me, and I really enjoyed my time with Charles. And luckily, 2007, we managed a good partnership and got back under the First Division.
Indeed, and I mean, you took a lot of wickets between you. And that was more or less the end of your career, wasn't it? You sort of, by then, once you'd had that season, things were becoming a bit more difficult, keeping your body together.
Well, for me, I had an issue with my upper thoracic back, and 2007, I was on painkillers and jabs to keep me going, and I decided that I I was still capable of bowling, even though I was in pain. I decided I wanted to carry on. I had a upper thoracic operation, so there's steel work on my back now to get me through the to carry on. What was I, 30? I was 37, 38. Yeah. So I was thinking, well, my days aren't over yet. I can still do a job. Unfortunately, that operation just slightly changed the dynamics of the technical side of the action. And whereas before, 10 out of 10 I'd be hitting the seam, after that operation, I started noticing that the ball wasn't hitting the seam as much. Was scuffing the sides, and that becomes a frustration when you have how can you say, high expectations and high level of excellence which you want to continue doing. And that slightly changed, and then that wasn't quite coming back. The biggest benefit that I had that summer, which was at the beginning of the summer 2008, is we went to Abu Dhabi, pre-season Abu Dhabi, which I think without that I probably would have called it a day. And that, with the warm climate and bowling every day and loosening and getting the body working again, was brilliant to get me another couple of years. But it came to the point when 2009, beginning of 2009, it just started to hurt, and I just thought to myself, this body's had enough. And after 20 odd years of bowling down here, it did have to call it daylight.
Over 1,000 first class wickets, okay.
1182.
Exactly.
I think.
See, I knew you'd know. I knew you'd know exactly how.
Yeah, those. I don't know. It's. Yeah, I remember I was talking to Crofty, Robert Croft. He's got over 1,000 wickets. So it's testament to him how good a bowler he was. And I don't think we're going to see that again. No. I don't think we'll see that. I think the players of the day, especially the first class players, they tend to be a little bit more mollycoddled. They tend to work on strength and conditioning a bit too much. Spending too much time in a gym. I didn't spend hardly any time in a gym. I did a lot of swimming as a player, a lot of bit of core stability just to keep the strength up in the core. But for me, it was mainly swimming and bowling. You learn your trade out there. There's no exercise in a gym that'll teach you that out there. In fact, I've always been an advocate of saying, look, heavy weights tightens you up. You look at someone like Sid Lawrence, for argument's sake. You go back to someone like Sid Lawrence. We look at Jack Callis. He went from being slim and quick to big and bulky, and he lost all his pace. I do think being big and bulky is not the way to go. It's being slim and trim. And the biggest advocate of that is someone like Jimmy Anderson. Just slim and trim and bowl.
Yeah. Just sort of look back over your career. Who would be some of the best batsmen you've had a chance to bowl at?
Domestic level, I would say one of my nemesis was a gentleman called Mark Rambakash. He was phenomenal for his for his career, throughout his career, especially at domestic level. He knew where his off stump was. And not many players at that era knew where their off stump was, and I could manipulate them around the crease. And that was my job as a bowler, fast bowler, to get them moving around the crease into positions they didn't want to be in. Mark wouldn't. He would just stand still. Very simple, technical batter. Mark was a good player to play against. As far as test level is concerned, you're playing against someone like Ricky Ponting, Sachin Tendulkar. I didn't play a lot against Sachin because we didn't play a lot against the Indian teams, but Ricky Ponting, Adam Gilchrist. Nobody wanted to bowl at Adam Gilchrist. It was 9 times out of 10 they either had 400 on the board, and he was coming in with a new ball. When you just say the new ball, just smashing you apart. So back then, nobody wanted to bowl at Adam, but you had the War Brothers, you had the Aussies, you had Pakistan, you had some phenomenal players against Pakistan. New Zealand cricket teams, you had Stephen Fleming's, and Macmillans. You had some phenomenal teams at the time, and then you had the West Indies. You could say more about Brian Lara. I think technically Brian Lara was the hardest bowler I've ever bowled at, because he knew how to play late, and I think the beauty of playing and being a phenomenal first team cricketer or test match cricketer or international cricketer is being able to see the ball and play late. And there was a player, as I said, we mentioned him before, Mark Lathwell. One of the most phenomenally talented players I've ever played with. He was very good because, and I mean very, very good, because he saw the ball late. He played it late. I can still remember watching them now. Just that back foot punch through the offside, through the covers. It's just a simple shutter back, bang, gone. And there were some bowlers around the country when he was playing that didn't like playing against Mark Lethwell. So, but as far as myself, Lara, Tendulkar, Ponting, Jack Callis, you've had some phenomenal players in my era, but there's just good players out there now.
You played against the best, Caddy?
I've played against, I think, I remember having this chat with Dean Headley a number of years ago. And we were thinking about the times we were playing. Would you want to play now or play in the last 10 years or play in the era that we played in? And we came to the same conclusion that we think we played in the best era because it was a true test. Test cricket now, the resurgence, what Brendan McCullum's done and Ben Stokes has been brilliant for English cricket. But again, I'd hate to say it, but you've got two Kiwis together, two Kiwi-born players. You can take that as you wish. But it's just that go out there and perform. No hold back. Just get on and do it. And this is the mentality they're playing now. But I think Test cricket is under a lot of pressure now. I think the domestic game is under a lot of pressure because, unfortunately, we're in an era now where money is raised by the shorter game, whether it's the 2020 or the 100, and unfortunately that's to the detriment of first-class cricket and Test cricket. And I'm just hoping the powers to be up with the ECB actually see that the Test cricket is the real test of being an international cricketer. One-day cricket, yes, is the financial instrument that keeps Test cricket going and keeps the county surviving based on all the TV income. But at the end of the day, Test cricket is fundamentally the basis of all cricket. It is a test. It's not an entertaining. There can be a lot of entertainment in 2020 cricket, but there can just be as much entertainment in Test cricket. Who would have thought that Test match against New Zealand would come down to England would come down to them winning with one ball left and one wicket?
Incredible.
And this is the thing. This is where the one-day cricket in 2020 and around the world is affecting Test cricket. It's making it a great spectacle, and long may it continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you do it all again, Caddy?
If my body, if I was 25 or 23, 22, I'd love to do it all again. It's the day I retired, 2009, and the day I finished with England in 2003. I still remember that last test at Sydney. Phenomenal game, phenomenal atmosphere, because I think we had about 15,000 Barmy Army watching. And we went down, I remember now, just when we won that test match, going down and applauding the Barmy Army for the support over the tour. It was a hard tour, that tour, in 2003. But yeah, if I could do it all again, I would, because you miss the camaraderie with the players. You miss that banter. You miss being away with the players, enjoying yourself, but then playing hard. So playing hard both on the field and off the field, enjoying yourself. Because there's a very, very fine balance. Because the amount of cricket they play now, they've got to be able to enjoy it. But could I go back? I'd love to go back. I'd love to be 22, 23 again. I'd love to be playing this IPL all around the world. But my heart would still be wanting to play Test cricket. That would be my fundamental, wanting to play Test cricket was the most important part of it.
Look back all those years ago to when you were signed for Somerset. You came down here to an alien place, an alien county. Yet here you are in 2023, still living here. What is it about this place that appeals to you, that's made you want to be here, that kept you here through your career and has kept you living here now? What is it about Somerset?
When I first came here in 89, 90. Yeah. It was the atmosphere. It was a family atmosphere. We had a great chief exec in Peter Anderson. We had great people. We had great staff. It was just a family club. I lived in London for 3 years. It's far enough away from London, from the the bustling pace of life up there. I remember coming my first year in London. I was shocked at how much things cost coming from New Zealand when it was 3-1, the exchange rate, the currency exchange rate. But no, coming down here, it was the quality of life. It's a nice part of the world. It's a warmer climate. You've got some beautiful coastlines down here. Being a Kiwi, being brought up around boats and coastline and water. And of course, family. My family are here. The kids are here. The wife's here. They've all grown up here. They've all schooled here. It's a great county to live in.
And what about the punters around the ground? I mean, what was it like to come and play in front of them, and the reception you still get when you walk around here?
I would say that Somerset are without doubt the best supported club in the country. My wife, back in the early 90s, was the membership secretary here. That's how I met her. So I didn't go far from the ground, as I say. So I've got a lot of ties here. We had 6,500 members then. We've got over 7,000 members now, and that's 30 years later. So that's testament to the club, testament to the supporters here, that they love their cricket, they love this county. This, as I said, has always been a family atmosphere, family-operated club. It should continue that way. I think we're slightly going away from what's best for the supporters. The days when we used to have the old pavilion were brilliant, because you'd walk down from the dressing room straight into the Colin Axon Pavilion bar. You'd be sitting there, you'd be drilled and grilled by the supporters, and you learnt your cricket. And the other thing is, the teams would be together. So the opposition would go down to the bar, you'd have a chat with the opposition on the day. The following day you go back, you'd be slogging out against them again, and the following day you'd have another beer downstairs talking about the game. I think that's what we miss. I think the supporters miss that, being able to be close to the players and talk to the players and show their support and show their love for the team and what they're doing. Those days have gone, which is unfortunate. I think those days need to come back, because without the supporters, you haven't really got a team, you haven't got a club. Yes, we can turn and say, without the club, you've got no finances, without the club, you've got no cricket, without the club, you've got no players, but at the end of the day, without the supporters, you've got no team. So I think we need to be a little bit more focused on the fact that this club is built up around the supporters, who's got phenomenal support, and that needs to continue. That needs to be more emphasised.
Caddy, they love their cricket down here. They loved you playing down here. Thank you for coming to talk to us today. We've really enjoyed it. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Richard.
Just checking yourself. Good. How many overs? 14. Long sleeve on. Feels great. Hey? Long sleeve on. Feels good.
Concept.
That's so lazy. Nutty? Nutty? All good? Started it? What this shot? It can be a little bit late. Yeah.
Little ones?
Clears. Got in. Wow.
Well, good evening. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we have news, and the news is good, and that is that there will be some play today. 6 o'clock start, so we'll get going in 5 minutes, and Somerset have declared. Now, we've had a long chat, Vic and I, about when Somerset might declare. Didn't see this coming, to be honest. We're going to get 14 overs of play in, so best part of an hour, and albeit with light ideally staying good. But the umpires have decided the light has improved. From my own naked eye here, I can't see much of an improvement, but that's what the umpires have said. So that Somerset have decided enough is enough for them. They are going to have a bowl, and with 14 overs to go, Durham have got a bit of, well, they've got a bit of surviving to do firstly, but they might fancy knocking off a lot of those runs here this evening. So welcome back, where the game is moving on. The game is moving on quickly. Vic Marks will join me, Charlie Taylor, in a moment. I've got to admit, I'm surprised that we've got any sort of play here. I think the general consensus in the press box was that that would be it for the day. But I'm excited to say that isn't the case, and Somerset's bowlers and fielders are now warming up, and you can see the ground staff hard at work with the roller out. Play, as we can see there, resuming at 6 o'clock. So 420 is the victory target for Durham, and I think they will fancy that. They will fancy the fact they've got 14 overs tonight to start chipping away at it. But a whole day tomorrow, all being well as well. So plenty of time in the game left. Overall, that will be 110 overs to try and chase it down, with 96 tomorrow and 14 tonight. So 110 overs. Somerset have decided that is what they're going to set Durham. So very interesting indeed. Let's go through some of what happened earlier on then. Now we know that Somerset's second innings has come to a close. They batted quickly. They went as quick as they could, really, after 52 overs, 263 for 5, every player getting in. It was Rue and Vaughan at the crease when the declaration came during that break for bad light. Rue on 33, not out, Vaughan there on 16. The only half-century was Tom Abel on 56, but we nearly saw one from Tom Banton, who made 46 off 28 balls. Lammonby made 36, Goldsworthy 38, and Umeed 28. And the best bowling figures were Callum Parkinson. Unsurprisingly, this pitch doing a bit for the spinner. He took 2 for 143, did the vast majority of the bowling, 26, well, half of it, if you like. He was unchanged. 26 overs. The closest anyone else got to that was Drissel from the other side. On the other end, 10 overs, he bowled 1 for 50. 1 for 30 for Bryden Cast, bowled well. And Basteleda picking one up as well for 22 from his 4 overs. Well, that's what happened in Somerset's second innings. And now we know that the chase will be on for Durham of 420 in around, if we get all the overs in, 110 overs. So doing a quick bit of maths here, the run rate required will be around 3.8, which is very gettable. But this pitch is taking spin, and Somerset spinners, Jack Leach in particular, who was bowling well earlier on, probably didn't expect to be bowling again up until around, well, we'll finish around 7 o'clock today if we get all these overs in. Although a little bit before, if you think there'll be plenty of spin in there, so probably get through them quite quickly. But Jack Leach will be called upon, I'm sure. I can see Archie Vaughan warming up as well. In fact, Craig Overton is bowling what looks like off breaks to me, but I don't think that's something we'll see too much of today. Although perhaps he fancies himself as a bit of a spinner. Just to update you, you're wondering why play isn't looking like it's beginning just yet. Well, that's because they've added another 5 minutes onto the playing time start. So it'll be 6:05 when we get going. And Vic Marks has, well, I don't know where he was, whether he was already on a train back home or he was getting there, but Vic Marks is alongside me now. You sound like you've been running up those stairs.
Well,
Vic, a bit of a surprise.
It is a bit of a surprise, yeah.
420, what do you make of it? Well, I'll give you a chance to get your breath back. We've just been discussing the fact that 420 will be a run rate required with 110 overs in this game left to bowl of about 3.8 for Durham, with obviously all 10 wickets intact now, which sounds to me like a very achievable target. But Somerset will fancy themselves then giving themselves 14 overs tonight, as well as 96 tomorrow, to bowl Durham out. What do you make of the declaration, Vic?
It's bold, it's cavalier, it's exciting. It is a signal of intent that we don't want to draw this game, we want to win this game. And you think that Durham probably have the same outlook. So, on a grey night, it's a triumph for brighter cricket.
It is. It's always what we wanted, wasn't it? We hung around a lot of the...
It's not what you wanted, really. Well, I know. I mean, you've got a date.
I do. Well, I'm looking forward to going to an evening to a wedding later, but we'll have to wait for now.
Well, no, I mean, I was in the pavilion and then having a chat with not people, you know, our chief executive, and then I was just about to bid them farewell as it got to nearly, I thought, 6 o'clock. Well, that's it. And then Jason Kerr popped in and said, right, we're going out there. We declared, and we're going to bowl our spinners.
Well, it's a surprise because to the naked eye, can you see much improvement in the light?
Well, I don't think there has been. I don't think there has, but I don't think there has to be an improvement in the light. If, having undertaken to bowl our spinners, the situation changes. They went off because Cass was about to bowl. I mean, it's a dubious. I don't blame, as I said before, I don't blame these umpires, but that they are the guidelines. I don't think it was going to be dangerous if they continued playing an hour ago, but that they were obeying the guidelines. So I'm not rucking these particular umpires. I'm just saying that there's not really enough leeway somewhere. It didn't make much sense going off to me because I can't believe the batsman felt intimidated. Anyway, that's by the by. So it's a bold move by Somerset, and I don't know whether I'll tell you about 5:30 tomorrow whether it was a brilliant move or yeah. I mean, it's 420 is a lot of runs.
And we might get an indication tonight whether it's a good move, because if Durham are 25 for 4, then
I think even 20 for 1 would do it.
Yeah. Yes, I think you're right.
But they're bound to bowl. They're bound to bowl, obviously, Leach and presumably Vaughan.
Well, we just saw a bit of Overton warming up by bowling a few off breaks.
Off breaks?
Seriously, he's coming off about 3 bases.
Okay.
You fancy that?
No. They're going to open, I can tell you, they're going to open with Vaughan and Leach. And there is a sort of safety valve there that if Somerset think, well, hang on, we're not getting anywhere after 5 overs and Durham have got 30 and it's not doing anything, they can slip the ball to Overton, who will be very mightily offended if the light's not offered. But they might pick up a wicket. If you're Durham, what are you thinking? Well, you're thinking 2 things. One is, well, if we bat to tomorrow night, we're going to win this game. But the other is, hang on a minute, there's a tricky dozen overs here potentially. A lot to lose as well as quite a lot to gain. But it's taken me by surprise, and you, and just about anyone. And most people have gone home, and they'll be. Well, they don't look at the morning papers anymore, but they might look at their websites. Hang on a minute, that wasn't how I left it. Exactly, what's going on? Yeah. Am I going mad?
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I'm sure I left the game with Somerset still batting. Yeah. Well, here we go. Jack Leach has got the ball in his hand. No surprise there. I would dearly love to see Craig Overton over off breaks. Yeah, that would be one for the collector's item, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be many people here who could say they've seen that.
Well, he could. I wonder what. Here's a thought, as we're going ridiculous. If he came onto the umpire and said, I'm going to bowl off breaks, but off 4 paces, and you unleashed one. Oh. But I mean, they'd see it perfectly well. Anyway, here we go. Leach, new ball.
It's Lee's on strike.
And many shouts of groans and grunts.
Of course.
It's on target.
Pressure on. Men around the back.
Yeah, 3 men round the back. Overton at slip. Banton forward, short leg. Another man. Well padded up. I think it's a lead, but I'm not sure. Ooh.
This is intriguing. I was certainly weren't going to see any cricket played later today. Well, but it's mainly stewards. Stewards make up the majority of this audience, I think.
Yeah, stewards and dutiful media.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of pressmen I know would have scarpered by now.
I think she's gone. He headed home.
I think I saw him downstairs actually.
Oh, he did. Maybe he caught it just in time for the announcement. Yeah. And he's working his way back up the stairs. They're going to pick up their first run here. So there we go. Deficit reduced very, very slightly. I don't think they're going to be rushing tonight to chip away at the runs, but what they will want is to be there tomorrow.
I don't know. The modern player sometimes feels more secure attacking than defending, and I think that might well have applied to McKinley. He's
facing now is Ben McKinney, and that is, well, there's a bit more of an attack in that shot than there was.
Well, it's a firm punch, but straight to Abel at short mid-wicket. If playing in a vacuum, everyone's gone home. You're right.
I don't blame them either. Got him! Is he first over? No. I thought maybe it'd come off the bat. They thought so, or at least they were asking the question. But it's off the pad, and already McKinney looks a little bit unhappy there. Let's take a look at the replay. How close was it? Oh, it's not far away.
Not far from the bat.
No.
It's not.
But it's not the bat.
I don't think it is the bat.
No.
But it's just, just a little edge there and onto the pad and down to that leg slip. It's a big ask for Archie Vaughan. I think Gregory's probably enjoying this, because I think right at the start of the season, he was keen to point out that we want to play, in some ways, a slightly more aggressive game and be a bit more ambitious, adventurous, a bit riskier. And now he's had an opportunity to demonstrate that by knocking on the umpire's door, I presume, and say, look, I'm going to declare on... Run him out.
Got him, I think.
Yes, he's got him. And what a piece of fielding. And what a disaster from his own point of view.
It's so stupid.
It's hit firmly, but it's to Abel, who is quick, got the ball in on the bounce, and the umpire not in doubt. He hit that so hard he thought that's bound to be runs. But Abel picks it up cleanly, whops it in, and he's already celebrating, I think, before the bails were removed. He was actually running for the shot there. He's hit that hard. That's a terrific, and it's good work too by James Rue. Good idea, that declaration, I think.
I just can't. And a run out of. I said earlier on, I don't think Durham will be in a rush to knock these off. I don't think they should be in a rush to try and get us, to make a huge dent this evening. To survive today, you've got plenty of time tomorrow. And what have they done? They've gifted a wicket, absolutely gifted it to Somerset there.
Lees is the culpable man there, and he's called for that run, and he has. He's a very experienced player, but he has run for the shot. He's hit that hard and thinking, well, I've got to get runs there. And McKinney, the novice, this is the junior partner, has dutifully responded as quick as he could. But Abel's throw was strong enough and Rue was alert enough, and glory be, it's 1 for 1.
What's that going to do to the Durham psychology now, to those players? Already one down.
It's not going to cheer them up very much.
I think it makes, knowing that Leach had got a couple to turn in the previous over, they've given a wicket away. They know they've got a big ask to survive now. I think, well, it's Borthwick who comes out, the captain, who, well, he'll need to calm them down a bit here.
It's not Borthwick, is it? It is Borthwick. I thought they might have a night watchman. But I don't know when this game.
Early, isn't it?
I don't know when this game's going to end.
We've still got 12 overs, 12 and a bit overs to go. That's a long. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? We've got plenty of overs tonight. Somerset, if they can pick up 1 or 2 more, we'll be absolutely delighted, and they feel that they're justified at the decision to. Well, probably already, as we said, 1 down.
Well, anyway, here we go.
It's Borthwick on strike. A lot of turn outside off stump.
There's a lot of noise too, but it's not coming anywhere other than the middle, I think. Well, there must. Actually, there's a few lone souls who seem to be making quite a bit of noise from beyond.
Oh, how's that? Close. It looked good. It stayed straight. Rue can't believe it. That can't be far away.
Well,
stayed straight, that one, didn't it? And Borthwick playing for a bit of turn.
That is a good shout, but we'll have a look at the replay. Here we go. Well, that's no good. That's the wrong replay. But we're going to have a look at the right replay. Don't worry. It'll be a long day for everyone, but we'll get that one in a second.
So we're just back live now.
Good call.
Here we go. Let's take a look. How close was it?
Well, I tell you
Ooh,
what,
my
I
word.
cannot see how that's... I mean, I'm amazed, unless he's hit it. But there we go.
Archie Vaughan's unlucky there.
Yeah.
Brilliant bowling. Well, he nearly had a wicket in his first over of this innings, like he did in the previous one.
Well, I'm amazed that he got away with that Borthwick. But there we go. I mean, perhaps there was an inside edge that I didn't spy, but you got to get on with it. But I mean, eventful 2 overs so far, and he's got the ball to turn there a couple of times. The last ball was an absolute cracker. So there's nerves are jangling and excitement. Pity there's no one here.
It really is. Well, we're bringing it to people, Vic. This is us now.
Someone get home and turn the stream on. And look at that. Lees has hit that, and that's probably a long single in normal play, but he's chastised himself. It's quite deep there, Lammerby.
Around about 1,000 people watching with us now, so we do appreciate.
Spread the word.
Yeah, please do. Somerset are on the charge here. That's the single.
Yeah, it's just fractionally quite got his line right, but no complaints too early. Run out.
Not sure I'd want to be Alex Lees going back into the pavilion later on. Having given
No, well, he'll be crestfallen. He was the culpable one there. McKinney just responded to the call, but it was a bad call because he hit it so hard, just to Abel's right. You needed a nimble fielder to do the business, but Abel generally does the business. Oh, that's going to be 4 byes. That's turned and bounced, but it's a badly directed delivery. That would have been a nasty delivery to a right-hander. But there are 2 left-handers in there. So in one sense, that's encouraging. In another, it's 4 runs. But that has turned and bounced. That's why Rue missed it. I'm doing down the leg side as well. It's not easy. It's quite a challenge for Rue because he hasn't had many like this.
No. It does bring back memories of that season and 2 seasons really, wasn't it, where Somerset did play those spinning wickets. We had.
Can't mention that.
No, it's taboo years.
Yeah,
Hyderabad
when it became Hyderabad,
and it was tense and it was tight and it was engaging and thrilling, just like this is.
Oh yeah. No, it's much more interesting, the cricket then. I thoroughly enjoyed those Hyderabad games, or so-called Hyderabad, and occasionally the balance was tipped too far. I grant you that, but there's a few. There's still a few somewhere.
Well, crucially, the bar stayed open in that period for bad light, so that would have kept a few here, I think, and especially those in hospitality making the most of their day out. They're getting a bonus hour of cricket here, I think. I'm just very surprised. What I did actually in that time, I had quite a bit of fun. I was planning a bike ride for tomorrow. So if the weather looks good,
tomorrow?
Doing a little ride around, yeah.
What time of day are you doing that? Oh, of course you're not here tomorrow.
I'm not commentating tomorrow.
Well, you deserve a rest because you're working it out properly.
Well, Sophia and my partner and I did say, spent the last 2 days doing cricket.
She said, "What is this stupid game?"
Yes, yeah. Well, she's Spanish, so it is a hard sell sometimes. It's not something that's sort of in her blood, a bit like football would be. So that's
I think you just. I mean, here's a handy hint. Just say, "I'm working."
Yeah, that's true, isn't it? That's yep. I can't explain when I'll be finished because the umpires have been mavericks, but I am working.
Oh dear. Well, I hope you enjoyed Is it a wedding celebration?
It is a wedding celebration tonight in Bristol. Looking forward to that. Carriage is at midnight, so I'll be.
Another late night for you.
Another late night. It should be fun though. And he himself, the man who's getting married, is a big cricket fan, so he will understand.
Well, if you're a bit late,
did mention it, yeah.
You can give him a ball by ball.
Oh yeah.
Rundown. I don't imagine if he's.
No, he's got other fish to fry today.
Yeah.
Although knowing him, he may well have the stream on now. So Nick, if you are watching, I am on my way eventually.
So when did you get married? I can't remember the date, but it was that time when they declared at 5 to 6. And the ball was turning a bit.
Yeah, we had no one was there, but I was watching the stream. I don't know why my wife was off on the dance floor or something, seeing family members. But yeah, no, it was. It will be a fun night tonight, I'm sure. Old Archie Vaughan.
I thought we had an LBW there, but still, it's not. That's not happened. It's bowled nicely though. I mean, there's pressure on the bowler in these situations as well, but so far that's a little bit short. But he's just turned a little bit, and I think Lease is sort of just a little bit tentative as a result of that misjudgment, that call, that summons, and he's not the victim, but McKinney, his partner's gone. And Somerset's tails are up, 4 men round the bat. And there's just a little bit of turn there, that harder ball just coming on a bit quicker. Yeah, Borthwick in conversation with umpire Bailey. I wonder, I mean, there are 9 overs remaining. Somerset will not be inclined to remove their spinners just a minute. Seagulls are concerned that everyone's gone home.
Yeah, where are our chips?
Where are our chips
discarded,
gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's just been a fraction leg side to the left-handers. He's got a little protection on the offside, but just 3 or 4 inches. It's a bit better, but he's going to Borthwick scampers.
I think we'll see too many risky signals, mind you, given what's happening.
No, well, that wasn't risky. There's a huge gap on the offside.
Still over 400 runs needed. It's a big target. But they've got time, that's the thing, Durham. We've got plenty of time. Assuming we get all the overs in tomorrow. And Alex Lees is not going to give his wicket away.
Now what's happening?
Well,
he's going to come over the wicket. And now I wonder why he's putting that man back now. He's got a silly point, and his point, backward point, has gone quite deep, and I don't quite know why, but he's not going to reverse sweep him. No, that can't be out. Is this they'll be rough.
Ask the question.
They'll be rough outside that off stump for the left-hander, which will make life tricky.
Let's have a look. How much did it? Well, it did turn a fair bit, but I don't think you can give it out really.
No, you can't. That one. But it's a different problem. He's aiming now almost 18 inches outside that off stump, where there will be rough as well. And there's, I think it's Andy Ameed under that helmet and with leg guards on, and probably Banton on the other side.
Yes. Yeah, it is.
Jack appeals, but he's just kicking me. Can't really look where he is though.
Going alongside outside his off stump. Wemden won.
Did they?
Harry will be probably on his teammate's shoulders, being brought into the pavilion.
Yeah.
Taking a look at the run out again.
The run out. Look, he's absolutely middled that, and he's run for the shot, and he's off balance, but he gets that throw in, and he knows. Tom Abel knows that the batsman's not in. Be nice from the Somerset's perspective just to get one more. Vaughan at the left-handers. What a Overton, who's great fielder. What's he doing there?
Rolling around on the floor. Come on, Overton. Start warming up. Bring out your off breaks.
No. I tell you, I mean, all these seamers, they think they can bowl off breaks. It's just they can't. Vaughan's the man.
too far down my leg stump, that one. Straighten up enough. They're not looking to take Archie Vaughan downtown, as they say. Nothing, no charging out of the crease at the moment.
No, left-handers as well, turning away from you.
Got to show him respect. He's taking an inside edge.
Yeah, he's got his hands on his head, quite rightly. It's perfectly well played, but that's the sort of area he wants to be.
Issues causing doubt in the mind of the painter. A reminder that the run rate is just 3.9, which is very gettable.
Oh, it's just
back to that.
He's bowled beautifully this over, and he's yielded 3 runs, all off the edge of the bat.
Good areas, as they say.
I know.
That's the phrase, isn't it? Putting it in good areas. It's a bit short.
Oh, he hasn't middled that, and he's a bit lucky to get away with that. It's a bit of a toe ender. It was a little bit short, but not that short. He certainly didn't middle it. Anyway, still one more to go, is there?
Single off every ball so far.
Yeah, there's been a better over than that, actually.
Yes, doesn't tell this whole story. Very good, Archie Vaughan. Been impressive.
Who'd have thought it, eh? We'd have thought, yes. I can understand why they're opening the batting with Archie Vaughan, because he's opened there most of his young career. But opening the bowling with him, he's been opening the bowling. And look, dealing with that new ball, which is sometimes quite tricky, sort of slippery at the start, harder to grip. But he's been on target. Now then, Leach is going to bowl over the wicket, aiming for that rough again, outside the off stump.
7 overs remain.
7 overs remain. I've given up looking at my train timetables. Oh, hang on. Yes, he's going to have a leg step. Huge area, though. The only flaw about this is that you can almost kick it to extra cover and get off strike. But still, we'll see what happens. I think that's not such a good shout as the Vaughan shout. We'll have another look. But see how he's batting? He's batting on middle and off. But if the ball spins, there's every chance it's going down the leg side. Let's have a look. Just a bit. It's just... He needs to be round the wicket for those sort of LBWs, but there are other possibilities.
More ways to skin a cat. Yeah.
I mean, I tell you what I'd like. I like this line of attack. There's rough outside that left-hander's off stump. I just think it's from somewhere. I'm not quite sure where at the moment. Maybe the short middle wicket, maybe bring mid on up. I just want to encourage Vaughan to keep bowling wide enough of that off stump by giving him a bit of protection on the offside, make him bowl a little bit wider. It brings Overton into play. Anyway, it's all tense stuff.
Can't take your eyes off it, can you? It's brilliant. This is what you get when pitches start to turn.
Yeah, and it's a situation too. I mean, it turned a bit when Somerset were batting second innings, but there wasn't so much tension, and they played the spin well, and they scored relatively freely. Now what's happening? He's adding to the surrounds. He's just shuffling, getting a fourth man round the bat, and essentially he's adding the silly point. And he's just taken away a man at square leg. That's what I like this.
Yeah. Got a lot of company there. Scott Borthwick.
this is where you've got to be confident in your ability to defend. And a lot of players aren't. So what they do is they attack, but Borthwick's been around the houses. Trust is his defence, I think. And has played that calmly enough. He's very close to LBW against Vaughan, but he's still there now. Vaughan running in, bowl another over. It's almost surreal, this. It's been very good crowds for this match. But some of the tensest moments of the match, and the place is more or less deserted. Just a few shouts echoing around the county ground.
A bit like
and the players, we can hear them all. There's 4 men round the bat for Vaughan against Alex Lees. I mean, he probably know Alex Lees because he might have been taken to Headingley by his dad about 10 years ago when Alex Lees was playing for Yorkshire. And who knows, he might have bowled at Lees before on the outfield
As
after the
a
game. That's again good length. Again, that's can't ask for much more than that. Just needs one to really turn quickly. Take the shoulder of the bat, perhaps. It's a very good length line. Perfect.
Flighted. Too full, really.
Yeah, but it's okay. He's not minded to go for a big drive just at the minute. Oh, that's just a little bit quick, and he's got down on it, but
brings Borthwick on.
Can't work out who's making all the noise on the field. There's quite a lot of it, but I can't work out exactly who it's coming from. Because they're quite a gentle side in some ways. Somerset, I think.
Abel often makes a bit of noise, doesn't he? He's,
I suppose so, in a very proper way.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But now he's captain.
Way.
He's got less time to fret about having to do the thinking.
Yes. Can really focus on the. Focus on his encouragement. Oh, there's Tractor. He's still here. Oh, he's in an unusual place. That's not normally where you spot him. He's up in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, just in front of it. It's the man with the floppy hat on. For those who don't know what he looks like, probably know what he sounds like. There's Andy Hurry. Is that the chief exec?
Yeah.
Jamie Cox.
Yeah, putting the world of rights. Well, they were when I left them.
Well, when you made your sprint back here.
Yeah. You what?
Hey, 14? Well, actually, it's only 13 overs. I lost 1 over because of the mop-up job. Well, I wasn't quite mopping up, was it? It was just preparation for the declaration. Putting the roller over. 5 overs, 4 overs after this one. Plenty of bounce there from Leach.
Yeah. Well, in that rough, it can be inconsistent. He'll struggle to get him LBW. Let's have a look. Oh, I don't know whether we can see that again, but just get a gauge of how much it's turning. There we go. Just a bit. But you can see that Lees is really not wanting to put bat to ball. He wants to get that front leg a long way outside off stump and pad it away if it's sufficiently wide where the rough is. But it's a sort of look. He's batting way outside off stump now. And I can understand, I can understand why he doesn't think he can be LBW. And I mean, look at that. He's right outside off stump.
Stopped.
Gets a good night's sleep, Jack Leach, and Archie Vaughan for that matter.
Big day tomorrow. Well, Leach has already bowled quite a few today.
Yeah, but he likes a bit of work and he's turning a bit. And he's patient. That's the great thing. He bides his time, and if it doesn't happen straight away, he doesn't sort of panic. And that's what he did well in that first innings. In that he actually didn't bowl very well in the first 10 overs, and he got quite a lot of tap, and he'd probably gone for nearly 50 in 10 overs. Might have got 1 wicket, but not quite in control. But he had the capacity to just hang on a minute, stay calm.
Got it!
Oh, he's got him! What a catch!
He is walking, yep, he's gone. I didn't see the finger go up, but
well, he's
walking.
Let's have a look at that. I mean, some of this is Overton again, probably. Here we go. That's just turned and bounced. He's flicked it round the corner into the hands. That's 2 down. I can't believe it. Look, Overton.
Oh, brilliant.
Is it Overton?
Yeah, I think it is.
It has to be Overton. It's always Overton.
But he's got his hands again in such a good position.
He is astonishing in close to wicket, whether it's seamers, but especially in this match, spinners. I think that's his 4th or 5th catch. And well, there is no easy catch off a spinner when you're fielding that close. Here's another. We'll see it again in a second. Now, who's coming out? It might be a night watchman.
That was his 5th catch, sorry.
5th catch, and they've all been round the wicket. It's Drizzle.
Oh, night watchman.
Yeah.
Good catch. Such a good catch.
Well, he makes them look easy.
Yeah, he does.
But he stays down so well. He's got his helmet on as well, as it happens. And that's a big wicket. Lee's batted really well in the first innings. He's had a bad 50 minutes. He's run out his partner, and now he's gone to Leach.
Keep your head down, I think, when you get back into the pavilion, Alex.
So out comes Drizzle. He won't be facing now because that's the end of the over. But what a start. 15 for 2.
Both openers gone as well.
I mean, I'm just trying to work out what they're going to do tomorrow. Somerset. I mean, they're just going to open with the spinners again, I guess.
Seems to be working.
Keep bowling them all day.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack. You're.
I mean, this is not Hyderabad. I mean, as you know, we've seen up until now about. I can't work it out, but no, nigh on 1,000 runs. What it is.
What?
So that's it's a pitch that's, but it's now offering some help, and the pressure's mounting.
Oh, brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. Archie Vaughan wheels away. What a wicket that is! Just a light touch.
What a celebration. They are swamping. They are swamping Archie Vaughan. He thought he might have had Borthwick LBW early on, but he's got him now. And immediately, I mean, they celebrated Jack Leach's wicket just now, but they are thrilled to bits, and so is Archie Vaughan, to get his 2nd wicket in the classical style. Have a look at this. A perfect off break. I'm still not entirely sure whether he's caught or bowled, but we'll keep looking at it. We'll enjoy it. If you're a Somerset fan, anyway, keep enjoying it.
I can't quite see the.
Well, I think he must have bowled him, but
I think he must.
Here we go. Well, we need more replays from many more angles to try and work out whether he's caught behind or bowled.
Oh, he's bowled. Yeah, he's bowled.
Yeah, he's bowled. He's bowled, I think. You spotted that?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah. The bails are missing.
Very, very good. Let's have a look. Here we go. Side on view. No doubt
there you go.
Brilliant.
There
Absolutely fantastic.
I mean, it's
wicket.
a similar dismissal to Lammonby's. In fact, in some ways, he was in a better position, Borthwick, than Lammonby was, but it's just turned quick enough to get past his backward defence. It was a bit full to go back to, but it's just turned and zipped off and just clipped that top of off stump. I mean, hit the top of off stump, lad. And look at Archie Vaughan. He's jubilant, but he hasn't got time to be jubilant on his own. He's suddenly got swamped by the entire team.
That's nice to see.
Who'd have thought it? So
well, it's a perfect off spinner's wicket, isn't it, to a left-hander?
Yeah. Well,
perfect.
He's bowled well. He's only got the 2 wickets so far, but he's bowled better than that. And in particular, he's bowled well at the left-handers. He could have got Borthwick earlier on LBW, very close. He's got McKinney in the first innings, classically, LBW.
Now, our scoreboard here is saying that Robinson's out there. That's not the case. We've got double night watchman going on here because we've got Drissel at one end.
We've got
Parkinson.
We've got Parkinson.
So ignore that for the moment. It's not Robinson, it's Drissel. It's number 8, yeah.
Is it? Who is number 8?
Number 8 is Drissel.
It's a Drissel. So yeah. Parkinson's
Parkinson
up there.
And Drissel,
there's mayhem. But they're not people on.
But it is double night watcher. This is where we are. Just to confirm,
we're in double night watchman territory. I'm confused now.
15 for 3. Durham are in real trouble here.
Well, I tell you what, you've got Parkinson and Drizzle out there.
Yep. So there's no safe end here. This is there's wickets on offer. A fascinating bit of cricket here now, and Somerset tails up. They'll fancy another.
You can't have that. Well spotted. In all the excitement, I forgot to look at the new batsman coming out. I established every one night watchman. I didn't realise we've got 2.
Well, this is the thing. Once you send one night watchman out, and then the other senior partner gets out, well, then if you've sent one out, surely then you have to sort of send the other out. Otherwise,
well, yeah.
Well, we want to protect our middle order.
Well, this has many consequences.
Yeah. Well, it does, doesn't it? Just for
well,
tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you what. Immediately, I'm thinking. Currently, we talked about Durham's ambition, and the likelihood is that they see a target like this. They've got all day to bat. They think in terms of trying to win the game. That's the way they play their cricket, and they've got attacking batsmen down the line. We saw Carse get 100. We've got Robinson to come and all that. But you could easily have a scenario, perfectly accidental, whereby this pair of night watchmen bat for an hour tomorrow, but suddenly make the target ever more distant because they're not going to be smashing it left, right, and centre.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's for tomorrow. I'm still breathless.
Well,
after today, there's 5 men round the bat now.
What have we got? We've got silly point.
We've still got theoretically. You sure this is
2 slips?
Drizzle?
It's number 8.
Okay,
number 8
I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, I'm
number
with you.
21 is Robinson. And
yeah, why I shouldn't believe you ahead of the scoreboard, I don't.
Well,
and I do believe you,
No,
Charlie.
I think it's fair enough to do
I
that.
believe you, Charlie.
Well, it's certainly.
No, I'm with you.
Well, the BBC scorecard is saying Drissel as well. So unless Robinson's walked out with the wrong shirt on, then it is George Drissel out there. And the scorecard here, the scoreboard, I should say, is showing it up as Ollie Robinson, who they're protecting, obviously. They don't want Robinson out there. Much rather put in their number 10 and 11. It wasn't quite number 10, was it? Number 9 and 11. A couple of slips, a leg slip.
5 around the back.
Yeah, silly point. Short leg. And the other thing to remember, those 3 wickets going down, Lees, McKinney and Borthwick, there's a huge part of the Durham run machine there. That's gone.
I mean, wait.
this is the fun now. We've got two lower order, just tail enders really, who will now are leading the charge at number 4 and 5 for their team. They're going to fancy themselves to be there tomorrow morning. Why not? Big runs on offer potentially if they can get through this very tricky period.
Well, that's all right. He's played this quite well.
He didn't bat too badly in the first innings.
No, he was out to. He was out in the end to the
Aldridge,
pace of Aldridge.
That's right.
I mean, what? I mean, the other point I would make. I don't know. So many things happening in this game. But if you're Leach is. He's just got Leach out. I give you that. But he is essentially more dangerous and more comfortable bowler bowling to right-handers. We've got 3 left-handers out. One via Vaughan, one via a brilliant run out from Abel, and Leach himself bowled out Lees. So, Leach can come on tomorrow morning in the knowledge there's one left-hander left, and that's Rain, who played him pretty well. I mean, this has been a dream session for Somerset. The game is not over because they've got all these potent players like Robinson and Turner and DeLeader, all aggressive. But, I mean, the situation is that Somerset have lost nothing, but they've gained three big wickets. And it will be a puzzle for Durham if they really harbour ambitions of trying to win this game, that they've got 2 night watchmen at the crease potentially tomorrow morning, who might be able to fend the ball off and make it harder, but they're going to used up a lot of overs, possibly. I mean, Somerset will hope to get them out, obviously, but it just adds another little bit to the equation. We don't know what the weather precisely is going to be like either. They're not going to get it. But it's a dangerous ploy, but he's all right. I mean, that was so wide that he would be guessing. If he wants to get him LBW, he might come round the wicket.
Yeah.
He is going to come round.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You're right, bringing LBW into play.
Well, bring that an extra possible way to get him out. And he's
6 players around the bat.
Yeah. No, it's not, I think. No, they're making a lot of noise.
Keeping pressure on.
But I mean, it's very. I know that they are in charge at the moment, and he's relaxed. But that's some truly excellent bowling from Archie Vaughan, given his inexperience. He's bowled with a new ball, which I bet you hasn't done very often before, in a tight game in his first championship match, and it is helping him. But there's a certain pressure when it spins, actually. And he's just bowled 6 beautiful overs. He's got a wicket. He's got the wicket of a key batsman. I mean, it's terrific composure to be able to do that. So what a start.
Look at the bat now. Look at all the players.
Yeah.
Go on, bring it. Squeeze another one in there, I reckon.
So we've got, it's a bit, I mean, for the older listener, this is reminiscent of Underwood bowling in 1968 to John Inverarity at the Oval, when every player was in the shot. But in fact, there's an extra cover who's not in shot and a mid-on. Otherwise, they're all round the back.
Look at that.
And I just looked to see where Overton is, because that's where, obviously, they think the catch might go. It's just turned a little bit. He needed to hit that too. That's the sort of LBW you can get. Well, he's got a good forward defence, old George Driscoll.
Just to confirm, this is the last over of the day.
Then we can go home. I'm glad I stayed. Well, I was always going to stay, because I couldn't leave you in the lurch.
Well,
I bet you wish you were coming tomorrow, Charlie.
I do.
Yeah.
Might have to bring it into my bike ride, a trip to Taunton. I'll be keeping a very close eye on the score.
I think from a sort of, personal kind of,
life,
keep life serene.
Yeah, no.
Best not.
Quite right.
Yeah, just
look at the men round the back waiting.
Oh!
No, I don't think so.
Just, this is. I tell you what, this is. That's turned, and that's beaten the outside edge. It's looking a reasonably good declaration at the moment.
I'd say it's with Lewis Gregory, isn't it? At the moment, you'd have to say he's.
I mean, I have to say, when I saw Jason Kerr, I shouldn't say this, but it cheered me up. In came Jason Kerr, saying, "Well, we've declared. We want to keep the game alive. We've got to be prepared to lose it to win it." And I said, "Well, you've just been given a new contract, haven't you?"
Oh yeah, you could tell. Yeah.
Spot the man with the new contract. But I mean, it was said in jest and taken in jest.
No, it was good fun. I'm sure he appreciated it.
Well,
no,
we don't run that one.
No.
Let's all go home. Well, what a session! I mean, the game's not over, but my goodness me, Somerset have made inroads and can't put a bit of doubt. And there's much low fives going on. Nightmare session for Durham. And, well, the crowd seems to have got noisier, if not increased, over the last half an hour. They won't believe it, the people who left, understandably, at about 10 to 6. But there you go. Charlie, it's been great fun. Have a good Sunday.
Thank you.
I've got Harry all day.
Well, lucky you.
Yeah.
Enjoy that. I'll keep an eye on it early doors before the bike ride. Keep an eye on the score and perhaps watch the last dying moments of the game as well, whichever way it goes. But Somerset couldn't have hoped for much better than that 15 for 3 when they came on, having declared with a lead of 419. So Durham still require 405 more runs to win the game. Somerset just 7 wickets, and we'll see how it all plays out tomorrow.
Yeah. One last thought. I'm a bit worried the Union Select's going to pit Archie Vaughan there. You never know with them.
Thank you very much, Vic. Lovely having you with us. We had Sam with us earlier on, Sam Dowling. I'm Charlie Taylor. Have a lovely evening, and some of us will be back, not me, but some of us will be back tomorrow to bring you coverage of Day 4 and what should be a really thrilling game.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check test.
Okay, well, we're talking to Shane Berger, Somerset's batting coach. Somerset took the last 4 wickets this morning reasonably quickly, then some really enterprising batting to set a target of over 400, and then crucially that mini session at the end when 3 big wickets were picked up. It's been a very good day.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good day. I thought, if you could ever script how a day was going to go, that you'd probably script it in that fashion. So to get the wickets in the way that we did, I thought Bright and Cast batted really well for them. But for Jack Leach to get his second 5 in a row was fantastic to see how well young Archie Vaughan has come into the game and brought that element of control without having Bash there has been outstanding. And then from a batting point of view, we knew we had to score quickly to set the game up, and we did that. I thought Tom Abel again was outstanding. Lewis Goldsworthy seems to be in really good form, having gone away on loan, having played really well in the 50-over competition. And just really happy with where we are from a batting point of view. People are playing impactful knocks and putting us in positions to win games.
And what was the background to that 13-over spell at the end when we all thought it was going to be called off, instead of which the umpire said we're going to come back out at 6 o'clock and bowl 14 overs as it was originally? Was there some sort of offer made to the umpires about bowling spin?
Well, the umpire said, look, it would be okay to bowl spin. Durham obviously not happy to just bowl spin, and that's their prerogative to do so. We just felt our best way of winning the game was getting back out on the park, trying to capitalise on the time available to us. We also know that in bowling spin, you're going to bowl a lot of overs. You would have seen our first innings, our over rate was through the roof. Tomorrow is going to be the same. So we're going to have to bowl really well tomorrow, but an incredible start for us. Just love the way that we controlled the game. We set really attacking fields, and we played really attacking cricket. But we know Durham has still got plenty good batters in the bank, and we're going to have to be really good and on our best game tomorrow.
Is the pitch becoming more helpful for the spinners as the game has gone on?
I don't think it really has. I think it's kind of remained pretty consistent. We would have seen the new balls probably turn quite a bit, and then as the ball gets older, it maybe doesn't provide as much, maybe a bit slower. So, as mentioned in my previous statement, we're going to have to be really good. We're going to have to be consistent. We're going to have to keep finding ways of taking wickets tomorrow. But we've got a really good one in the bank there in Jack Leach to keep going all day. And I'm sure if he continues doing what he's doing, there's going to be more wickets for him tomorrow. But we're going to have to be really good tomorrow, and we're hoping that it's going to deteriorate even more, the wicket.
It was a fairly generous target that was set, given that Somerset chased down over 400 in just the last day against Warwickshire. Was the object of that to give them a bit of a carrot so that they would go for their shots, they would chase it down, and that might open up the possibility of taking wickets?
I think you always have to ask the question is how do we go and win the game, and I think given the position we're in, we're still hunting for a championship. We're still finding ways of our method of doing that. We felt it was in our best interest to get back out on the park and try utilise the time available. Fortunate that we were able to take 3 wickets and how we did it there was superb. But look, we know that most teams are trying to chase Surrey, and we need to go and win games of cricket to do so. So we have to find a way to get 7 wickets tomorrow, and we have to find a way to win the next match after that. But we'll worry about that. We're just going to take each day as it comes and make sure that we follow the process of each day to make sure that we're playing really good winning cricket.
And will spin be the key tomorrow?
I think spin's shown that it's been the most damaging factor in the game. We also back our seamers to come on and do a job, though. I think it's shown at times. Casey came on and bowled really well towards the end of the first innings. Bright and Cast has shown in their innings that if you're willing to put something in this wicket, you'll get something out of it. So yeah, we still back our really good seamers to come and do a job, but we know that Jack's going to bowl a lot of overs, and we've seen that Archie can come on and do a really good job. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of overs in the tank for them tomorrow.
Thanks very much, Shane.
Brilliant. Thanks, Shane.
See you tomorrow. Appreciate it. See you tomorrow. 7 wickets.